The boy was woken by a slap to the head. They were mocking John Walking because he had the same name as the hero, the legendary hero from 40 years ago, even though he was weak. Little did they know that John Walking was no longer the same person they knew. One day, he woke up and didn't recognize his own face. He opened the window and realized this wasn't the world he knew either. There weren't as many buildings, and John Walking couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he felt an intense surge of energy and rushed out into the street to confirm if that was truly a portal. What he saw, however, was not what he expected. The people were not fleeing from where the portal appeared, but rather gathering to watch. Annoyed, he pushed through the crowd and noticed there were reporters. He shouted to everyone that it was dangerous, but no one around seemed to care. Then, a girl arrived as if she were a movie star. She waved to her fans and approached the portal, but didn't enter. Instead, she allowed the creatures to emerge from it and then began to fight. The girl was incredibly powerful and was controlling the entire situation. This scene provoked an uncontrollable rage in Ethan Cross. The people had turned it into a spectacle. Frustrated, with everyone there acting as if they were watching a celebrity, Ethan Cross knocked over the cameras and screamed that this was all insanity. The boy's reaction caught everyone by surprise. He was the only one who wasn't excited about the spectacle. He warned that there was a possibility of a monster going berserk and adapting to this dimension, and if that happened, everyone there would be in danger. The girl replied that everything they were doing was what they had been taught in their subjugation classes. John was dumbfounded by her answer. She then scoffed at him, saying that real life is different from the classroom. In that moment, John's eyes turned red, and he asked if the brat thought it was right to create a battlefield in front of people. His intense gaze intimidated the girl, and the guards warned him to back away as he was pulled away by the bodyguards. John questioned how someone as weak as her could be considered a hunter. The girl didn't respond to the insult, merely commenting that his life must be difficult. A while later, John went to the square to think about everything. It seemed he had returned to life 42 years after his death. He remembered it perfectly. I was gravely wounded in that battle. My comrades were screaming for me to open my eyes. All I wanted to know in that moment was the result of the subjugation. They had tears in their eyes, so I thought we had lost. But in reality, it was a success. We had won. Then why are you all crying so much? I asked. That monster was on a completely different level. If we had lost, everyone in the city would have died. The reason they were crying was because I was dying. I hadn't even realized my injuries were so severe. It was then that they showed me my own amputated leg. They were too worried to celebrate the victory, but all I said was that I was happy they were all okay and had survived, and I truly was. It was in that instant I knew for sure that I had died. John Walking was South Korea's first hunter, and he fought bravely against the Behemoth, the most powerful monster that ever existed, an end for a hero. But then I remember that as everything went dark, a voice in my head said, I will return in 42 years. Much stronger next time. The humans will not be able to survive. The voice echoed in his memory it would return in 42 years. He remembered that grim prediction. If things continued, all would be lost. The hunters, he explained, were outmatched by even the weakest monsters, and he needed to prepare for the inevitable calamity. But then, a flash of hope, he asserted that there was still a chance. He clung to it, to the hope that his party was still alive. If he could reach them, he could make a difference. But how he couldn't just ask strangers about his missing companions. Then he remembered the girl and her mention of a hunter's academy there. Maybe he still had a chance. This meant the institute had been founded in the last 3 decades, and only one person could have been responsible. He remembered asking his friend if he really intended to found a school. His comrade confirmed it. He was planning for the future, envisioning an academy to nurture the next generation if the war ever ended. He even entrusted John Woo with the task of naming it. John Woo, surprised by the offer, hesitated. Are you sure? He asked with a calm expression. The man suggested Korea Hunters College. He was told the name was too simple, too bland. Now standing before the school, he wondered if his comrade had really chosen such a simple name. The school itself was immense. He was questioned, asked what he was doing there. Was he a student? They hadn't seen him at the school before. He denied it, stating he was just looking for someone. The old man spoke up, telling him that if it was Ah Hyun Chai that he was looking for, he should leave. That wasn't the case, replied the protagonist. He asked the guard if he knew someone named Bae. Oh shik. The guard looked confused. He then asked if the protagonist. He was referring to his boss. That's right, the protagonist replied. I'd like to meet him. The old man explained that visitors were not permitted to see the director. Are you by any chance a special admission student? He asked. The protagonist was now confused. He claimed ignorance, insisting that he was just a normal student. But the guard, with a look of pity, told him to follow him. They entered the building. Minutes later, something inside the room startled him. A portrait of his former self was hanging on the wall. The boy questioned its presence. The guard told him to stop shouting in the school. He apologized and then blushed. He wondered why his friend had placed such a large portrait of him at the entrance. As they walked, they discovered several photos scattered across the wall. A quote, attributed to the hunter, Yuri, caught his attention. Adventurers are made of 99% willpower and 1% talent. Yuri wondered if he had really said that. He couldn't remember. Moments later, they arrived at the director's office. The guard knocked. He apologized, explaining that a boy wished to speak with the director. Both were invited to enter. Before the protagonist could meet the director, the guard offered a warning against any foolish behavior inside. He announced the arrival of the special transfer student. The director was confused, not remembering having admitted any special student that year. The guard told them they could talk, and left to resume his patrol. A serious expression settled on the protagonist's face. As he looked at Director Chick, the man approached, commenting on the strangeness of the situation. His face was serious. He hadn't heard of any special student approved in the admission process. Who was this boy standing before him? If he couldn't explain himself, there would be consequences. But the boy seemed unconcerned, asking only about his friend's well-being. The man was confused. He didn't know this boy. He continued, commenting that his friend looked almost unrecognizable, like an old man. He asked if Director Chick knew him, revealing his name as Yuri. The perplexed man stated that he had never seen someone so crazy in his entire life, and reached for the phone. He called security, demanding they remove the boy. No random person should be allowed into his office. A moment later, the protagonist asked about Sun Young. The director demanded to know how the MC even knew that name. The protagonist explained that he had relentlessly pursued her, only to be constantly rejected. It was impossible to forget. The protagonist then asked if his friend ever managed to win her over. At this, the director rushed towards him. He grabbed him by the collar, shouting, "Who the hell are you? Why are you saying these things?" He started to laugh. "I never imagined you would actually grab me." An irritated expression crossed his face, quite bold for a school principal. "Don't you think?" Seeing this, the man released the protagonist. His face marked by shock, the protagonist dusted off his shirt. "I already told you before," he said to his friend. "Even when facing the fiercest monsters, the most powerful figures, you must maintain control. Never let your target escape." The principal, visibly shaken, asked, "Is he yours?" Leader years ago, at the subjugation management headquarters, a scream echoed. "What are you doing?" A blade pressed against a woman's neck. "Bring me medicine. Bring me food." The MC asked what was happening. Someone nearby explained that the young man with the blade had been expelled from his base due to an illness. Now, desperate, he was searching for medicine. He asked if it was true. The man replied that they suspected it was because the young man's brother had an illness. Our hero considered his options, and then began to walk toward the kidnapper. His companion watched in perplexity, trying to understand his leader's intentions. A scream tore through the air. The MC was warned to back off, to stop right there, or the girl would be eliminated. But the boy continued his advance undeterred. The young man warned that if the protagonist got any closer, the girl would run. "Serious danger," the protagonist replied, unconcerned that the man could do whatever he wanted. This unexpected response confused both the young man and the girl, leading the girl to question if she had heard correctly. He insisted he was telling the truth. No one would care if she was eliminated. After all, monsters were abundant in the city. The young man began to speak, but the MC interrupted him. He didn't have the courage if he wanted the medicine to save his brother. He would have to eliminate everyone present to get it. The man was surprised to save a life. He explained another had to be taken. This was simply the way of his world. Monster or man, it made no difference. If something had to be done, it had to be done right. If he couldn't even do that, he should just give up and be eliminated. Along with his brother, the man was stunned by the words. A moment later, he threw the woman aside and charged toward our hero. He attacked the blade, gleaming, but the protagonist easily dodged the attack in the next instant. He grabbed the attacker's arm and with practiced precision, executed a perfect judo throw. The move landed perfectly, and a curse escaped the man's lips. In an instant, he was slammed to the ground. He struggled to rise, his face twisted with rage. He swore to eliminate our hero, cursing John Woo as he lunged again with his blade. A faint smile touched John Woo's lips. "That's the spirit," he said. The system window announced an item had been equipped. As John Woo parried the attack effortlessly, he pointed a single finger at the man. The system confirmed, explosive strike. The blow landed instantly, sending the man flying backward to slam hard against the wall. The strike knocked the man unconscious. John Woo turned to his companion, saying they should look for the man's younger sister. He said she might be nearby, and he still had medicine for her. His companion argued that their leader should reconsider. The girl had a contagious disease, but John Woo didn't care if it was true. He reasoned that if that were the case, the man would have already abandoned her. He urged his companion to hurry. The young man obeyed immediately. The protagonist then instructed his friends to bring the newcomer back to their base and give him food. Yushik began to protest, but the hero cut him off, saying it was the right thing to do. From that moment on, they were a team. But back in the present, the protagonist's friend questioned if he was really the same person. He looked just like a child. The protagonist admitted he had no idea what had happened, only that he had woken up in this unfamiliar body. The director's gaze remained fixed on John Woo, making him acutely aware of his own youthful appearance. He confided in the director, explaining that his friend was skeptical. "Of course, he is," the director replied. "No one would believe that someone who was eliminated could return looking like a child." The MC suggested that it would be best to explain what happened during his first hunt. Hearing this, Yushik punched him. Meanwhile, a guard was rushing toward the director's office. He had been summoned by Yushik to remove the boy. The school's special admissions program attracted remarkable talent, and the guard assumed the boy was one of these selected few. He arrived at the director's office, announcing he was there to apologize. As he entered, a voice called out. It was the hero, lecturing Yushik to stay focused on his apology. The guard, observing the bizarre scene, turned to leave. "Continue," the hero shouted after him. "Don't stop." A few minutes later, irritation flashed across the MC's face. The director shifted uncomfortably. The protagonist complained that his face ached, and the director apologized for hitting his friend. He explained that the outburst was triggered by a mention of their first mission. "The world has changed," the MC observed, a sentiment echoed by the director. He added that it was obvious everything would seem strange to his friend. The protagonist replied, pointing out how even monster subjugation had become a spectacle. Just the day before, he had seen hunters dragging a monster from a dungeon. The director interrupted, asking if he was referring to the dungeon near the hospital. He said he already knew what his friend was thinking. The young man questioned his actions. "The world had become peaceful," the man explained. "After their leader's sacrifice on the final mission, powerful monsters became rare. That was why they were releasing these creatures onto the streets." The hero wondered if there was any limit to their recklessness. He yelled. The director calmly stated that there were other reasons. The lack of real danger made it difficult to get corporate sponsorships, forcing them into this situation. The hunters, however, were becoming celebrities. Their methods were a stark deviation from the subjugations of the past. The young hero insisted that it wasn't too late to reverse this trend. His friend, the director of the Hunter Academy, could make the necessary changes, but the director had already tried. He said he had. He explained that the involvement of high-ranking officials made it impossible for him to change the educational system alone. The MC suggested that reuniting with their comrades could give them the influence they needed, but the director countered that those same comrades were the high-ranking officials that he had mentioned. With clear reluctance, he admitted that some of his team would not welcome the protagonist's return. The MC then asked if his friend shared that sentiment. The surprised director quickly corrected him, insisting that wasn't the case. He sighed. Everything had been a mess since his return. His friend tried to reassure him. The world was finally free from the constant attacks, and their leader could start a new life. But he retorted grimly, certain that the final boss would return. The director, a little perplexed, asked his hero to repeat what he had just said. The protagonist reiterated his claim. The final monster would return. His friend, equally confused, pressed him, asking, "You're saying he's going to come back?" "Exactly," the protagonist replied. "Whether we want to believe it or not, this is the reality." Just before I disappeared, I heard a voice. It said that the final boss would return in 42 years. Warwick insisted it could not be true, asking if his friend had misheard. The MC questioned if his friend really doubted him. He had seen someone return after 42 years, but his friend struggled to believe that the most powerful creature could also return. The director shifted uncomfortably. Our hero announced that he was leaving. Staying any longer was pointless. The man asked his friend what he planned to do next. He declared it was obvious. He would handle everything alone, just like before. Warwick argued that his leader would be unable to do anything in his current state. The protagonist retorted that he had already done it once, and he would do it again. But before leaving, he paused. There was one more thing. He needed his sword. It would be complicated to do this alone without it. Warwick explained that the item was in the vault. Due to its value, it could not be retrieved. The MC insisted, asking if there was any way to get it back. The director mentioned that Sidao was in charge there. The protagonist was pleased. Sidao, his old comrade, held that position. It was a perfect arrangement. Sidao had always been obedient and loyal. Warwick explained that Sido would be among the most furious about the protagonist's return. The protagonist lamented that nothing seemed to be working out. But the man offered a glimmer of hope. There was still an option, he said, because Sidao's granddaughter attended the school. He had heard that the chairman adored the girl and could not refuse her anything. He questioned if he really had a granddaughter, and if getting close to her was the key to solving his problems. The man confirmed that it would be the easiest way. Agreeing, he asked for her name. The director revealed it was Gwyneth, adding that he had probably met her in the Zabata dungeon near the hospital. John could only scoff at the absurdity of it. He questioned if the girl was really Sidao's granddaughter. The man confirmed, asking if there was any problem. The MC explained his anger after witnessing the street subjugation, admitting that he had argued with her. The director was surprised. A worried Warwick asked if his friend had hurt anyone. Of course not, the MC insisted. Some angry words were exchanged, before he turned and walked away. Later, the weight of his words crashed down on him. The memory of his victory flashed in his mind as his frustration boiled over. "I do not know what to do," he yelled. He turned around, extending his hands towards Warwick. A confused Warwick watched his friend. What John was planning. "Do you need anything?" he asked. John's answer surprised him. "The academy application form." "Seriously?" Sheik asked. Incredulous, he asked his friend to hand it over, explaining that his weapon was in someone else's possession. To get it back, he needed to get close to Sokdu's granddaughter. Sheik scoffed. Dismissing the plan, the problem wasn't the granddaughter, he explained. It was the protagonist's age. Confused, the protagonist pressed him for an explanation. Sheik asked incredulously if he really intended to enroll at his age. The question hit the protagonist like a blow. The director unleashed a torrent of words about the hero, each one further fanning the flames of his irritation. "I'm not here to make friends," he retorted. "I just want my weapon back." Sheik sighed. "He hasn't changed at all," he muttered. He was referring to his leader. "Obviously," retorted the protagonist. "That's why he was the first to leave." The director handed the admission card to Sheik. He warned the MC not to be too hard on the kids. The MC assured him that he wasn't that kind of person. A worried Sheik told him not to hurt them. Remembering his youth, the protagonist replied that he would decide in the moment. The man insisted he wasn't joking. "The other kids are simply too weak," the MC retorted. "I get it." The next day, inside the academy, a student was looking for his classroom. It was the protagonist, a knot of nervousness tightening in his stomach. Now that he was about to join a class, he tried to keep a low profile while looking for Go and Che. But it wasn't long before someone challenged him. "What are you doing?" a girl asked, annoyed. "If you're not going in, get out. You're blocking the door," he apologized, explaining that he was just about to go inside. But then, inexplicably, the girl approached. He felt a flash of strangeness as she leaned in and asked if he was, by any chance, the dog from yesterday. Confusion washed over him as she entered the room, commenting on the unexpected nature of the transfer student. It didn't matter to her, she claimed, but the protagonist questioned her use of the word dog. She offered no reply, leaving the protagonist even more perplexed by her abrupt departure. He found kids these days to be much more complicated. Upon entering the classroom, he felt the weight of many eyes. The students were all staring at him. The boys murmured among themselves, speculating if the newcomer was the same dog that they had seen the day before. Even some of the girls were whispering similar theories about the protagonist. He realized everyone was staring at him, confused, and he wondered why. It was his first day at school. He considered ignoring it all, telling himself that he had hoped the academy would be different. Since no one else possessed his item, he looked for a seat, but a surprise awaited him. A bouquet of flowers sat on his desk, accompanied by a congratulatory message from the chic one. He paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Does everyone get one of these? As he sat down, he muttered about the wasteful expense. A sudden bang startled him. Someone was making a considerable racket. A shout echoed as someone criticized their teacher. It was a boy complaining about being forced to come to school. His arrival silenced the classroom. A sudden fear fell over the students. He thought to himself, kids, they never change, always so sure of themselves. The boy then noticed him. A flash of surprise in his eyes quickly replaced by a wide, welcoming smile. A new friend, he seemed to think as he approached. I can't believe you're in my class, he said, his voice dripping with disbelief. The same mutt from the video that's been going around. He hadn't expected to see the boy there, not after the incident with Giselle and his own derogatory comments about hunters. Surprise flashed across the hero's face. How do you know about that? He asked. Your video, the boy answered. It's everywhere. The protagonist's mind raced. He was sure nobody knew about it. Then, like a painful slap, The boy's words hit even harder. I can't believe you, he sneered. Even after all that, you still joined the academy? He called the MC crazy for causing trouble with Yuna, especially for a mere E-ranker. But the protagonist's annoyance was growing as the boy held out his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said, introducing himself as Jasper, a name the protagonist probably already knew. Irritation flashed across the protagonist's face as he remembered Warwick's advice to endure the insult. A moment later, he also extended his hand and stated his name. Jasper burst out laughing. Your parents must have been fools, he mocked, naming you after a famous hunter. The MC laughed along, but the sound was hollow. Control yourself, he thought. Don't hit him yet. The boy asked what it was like to see Giselle up close. He praised her figure, saying her face was decent for a girl her age, and then he laughed again. Even a director's granddaughter, he continued, shouldn't be so arrogant. If it weren't for her attitude and that determined look, she would be his type, he added. A voice warned Jaseok not to go too far. Both Jaseok and the boy were surprised. It was the girl from before. The boy asked why she was bringing this up again. She retorted that Jaseok should look in the mirror before commenting on anyone else's appearance. He questioned her sanity, reminding her that he had tolerated her before, but this was too much. She shot back that they were both in the trash class. He became irritated, insisting he wasn't on her level. He had been in Class B. She dismissed this, claiming it didn't matter since he couldn't even use his own abilities. The fact that he was still in school spoke volumes about his father's influence. Without it, expulsion would have been inevitable. Jaseok listened as rage stirred within him. He advanced on the girl, raising his hand to strike. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impact. But then something unexpected stopped him. He was sprawled on the floor. The students watched, stunned. Jaseok demanded to know if Minjun had lost his mind. The big guy's face remained impassive as he watched the boy. Jaseok questioned if the protagonist had really done what he claimed. He replied that he could do it again, if the boy so wished. Jaseok got to his feet. He asked if the MC really wanted trouble on his first day. Then, raising his voice, he threatened to beat him until he understood his place in the school's hierarchy. Hierarchy? The protagonist simply laughed. Jaseok frowned. Have you ever been in a life or death situation? He asked. The boy ignored him, continuing his advance. The MC dodged the poorly aimed punch with terrifying ease. His movements are pathetic, he thought. He's so weak that even a goblin could have subdued him. But before the fight could continue, someone entered the room and demanded to know what his students were doing. Jaseok was annoyed. Of course, the professor had to interrupt, right in the middle of their fight. He backed away, muttering that he would find Minjun later to finish what they had started. Then, turning to the protagonist, he suggested they meet behind the school. Something fun was about to happen. Hours later, irritation flashed across Oshik's face. He asked how the MC had already managed to find trouble on his very first day. The protagonist replied that he had been holding back. Oshik explained that he had already cleaned up the MC's mess, but he wasn't sure what Jaseok would do. Minjun asked what he meant. Oshik clarified that the boy, the MC, had hit was the son of the minister of their very own subjugation department, no less. The boy was used to getting whatever he wanted, and with his father's influence, he had never faced any real consequences. He understood now, he said, how things had ended up that way for the boy. The director warned him to be more careful. If he challenged Jaseok again, there would be nothing anyone could do. He understood, the protagonist replied, adding that he would handle it his own way. Outside the office, he sighed. The girl from the hallway suddenly spoke, startling him. Why did you do that? She demanded. Do you even know who you just messed with? He shrugged. It doesn't matter. I don't like ill-mannered kids. Then he turned the question back to her. He asked why she was about to fight him. And to think, he had just been talking about Yunche. His surprise was immediate. The girl standing before him bore a striking resemblance to someone he had seen during the subjugation. His eyes fell on the brooch pinned to her shirt. Go Ah Hyun. He asked if she was Hyunche's younger sister. She confirmed that she was. The MC was pleased, seeing an opportunity to use her, but then she revealed a surprising truth. She wasn't really Hyunche's younger sister. Born to a different mother, she was never considered her father's daughter, never truly accepted as family. The surprised hero asked, awkwardly, if she ever spoke with her grandfather. She explained that they had a strong relationship. He was the one who removed her from the family register. The boy's hopes plummeted. The girl apologized, adding that since she was no longer considered family, he wouldn't receive any compensation for helping her. He was new to the academy and needed someone to rely on. She had thought he was different, but he seemed just like the others, focused on status. He retorted that she was no different, judging him, simply for being a special admission student. Arguing about family legacies and special admissions was absurd, he thought, especially for kids. The girl told him to wait. She insisted that he would understand what it truly meant to be a special student at the academy, but he didn't care. He just kept walking. Seeing this, a blush rose to the girl's face as the reality of the encounter sank in. Meanwhile, the MC realized that his initial plan had backfired. He would need a new approach to get close to Yun-Che. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows behind him. He was stopped by someone asking if his name was Jung-Woo and if he was the special student in the class. A surprised Jung-Woo wondered who this person was but simply asked what they wanted. A few boys watched, laughing, and more people began to arrive after the initial challenger appeared. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by 5 people in the school hallway. The man threatened him with humiliation if the MC didn't follow him. The protagonist, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a headache coming on. Inside a school storage room, he followed the boys from before. The MC wondered if this was their hideout. The air was thick with a terrible stench. A voice shouted, announcing the arrival of their friend. It was Jace, and he had a question to ask before the 6 of them embarked on what he promised would be an experience unforgettable. He wondered why a special student would pick a fight with him. It seemed almost like a nonsensical dream. Then the bigger boy questioned the very label of special student and what it meant. Jace was surprised. He scoffed, complaining that someone who had wormed their way in, through connections, dared to speak to him as an equal. If he wasn't currently under punishment, he would teach the MC a lesson himself. The protagonist should be grateful, he added, that his friends were merciful. Then with a roar, he unleashed his companions. Upon hearing this, one of the boys attacked with a kick, but the protagonist dodged the blow with ease. He was surprised when his attacker stumbled and fell to the ground, apparently without any help. Jace laughed. Nice dodge, he said. But the crowd surged forward, threatening to teach the MC a lesson. Easily, effortlessly, he dodged the first boy's attack, then another and another, all while taunting them about their lack of basic combat skills. The man from before came rushing, shouting for the protagonist to shut up. This time, the protagonist stood his ground, meeting the man's charge. With a brutal knee to the face, he found the man ridiculous, incapable of even the simplest actions. Blood trickled from the boy's nose. He collapsed, leaving the others stunned. He questioned why no one else was attacking, provoking them to come forward, since Jace had promised unforgettable memories. The boy grew angry at the challenge, cursing John Woo. A smile spread across John Woo's face. If they were going to do this, he declared, they should do it right. Gia walked through the school hallways. The memory of the protagonist's words stung her. Her ideas had been dismissed as ridiculous. She pointed out that although the protagonist spoke with such certainty, he really knew nothing about the situation. She overheard a girl mention that Jace's group had taken John Woo somewhere. Whispers spread. His school life was over, they said. He was the special student who had set a record for being cast out. Someone wondered if the teachers knew. But another voice quickly replied that no one wanted to get involved. Gia declared that the protagonist deserved his suffering. His arrogance was a constant irritant. But then a sudden shift, a flash of his words about her surfaced in her memory. She stopped dead. She ran inside the warehouse. Our hero confronted the 3 boys who had led him there. Jared questioned if his friends were just messing with the situation. A simple charge and a strike against the protagonist would surely be enough. The boys were intimidated. He had taken down the strongest among them in a single move, but he reassured them, saying there was nothing to fear. He hadn't done anything special, he insisted, adding that their skills and mentality were simply childish. Giselle, who was deeply disturbed, turned to his friends, suggesting they use their ability against their opponent. But one of them warned that using their techniques risked exposure and expulsion from the academy. Giselle assured them they simply had to avoid being caught. With that assurance, the boys began to prepare for another attack, bracelets fastened to their wrists. The protagonist realized they were using the same item as Ronan and Kane, and that wielding swords would probably be more complicated. The boys hesitated, not wanting to challenge the larger figure. Seeing their inaction, Jared leaped forward, denouncing his companions as cowards. He brandished a bracelet, activating a mechanism that unleashed his powers. One boy warned his friend that he would be punished if caught, but Jared silenced him. He activated the item. The system announced a D-rank ability, granting him immediate access to his skills. Our hero watched impassively from the window. A spear changed hands. Jared declared he would make our hero beg, and see how long he lasted. The protagonist scoffed, calling the boy a mere child, and questioning if he even understood how to use his abilities. A bystander spoke up in disbelief, asking if the protagonist was an idiot. He was already wielding a weapon. The protagonist picked up a nearby broom, turning to Jared. "You really thought summoning an item was an ability?" he asked, then glanced at the bystander. He added, "Someone who knows nothing." Our hero pointed his broom at Jared, his face contorted with rage. How dare this kid use an ability outside of a dungeon? Meanwhile, back in the academy office, the news spread quickly. "One of our new students is already causing trouble," someone reported. "Apparently, he was bold enough to take on Deacon from Class B," the other person replied, surprised. "That's strange. He's a special admission, but he's in Class E. That would mean he has no talent as a hunter." The woman shook her head, and the man listened in confusion as she insisted he was mistaken. "He was in this class," she explained, because he had not taken the aptitude test. This intrigued him even more. Those who skipped the test usually possessed a combat level too high to be measured. He questioned his exclusion from the evaluation. The only other student to receive that classification had been Gunther, and he wondered if they were being compared. The man countered that someone with his talent would not be relegated to the lowest class. The woman explained that the director had specifically placed him in the class E to keep him under the radar. He commented on how strange that was, since hunters normally wanted to stand out, but the woman admitted she did not know the details. Before she could say more, a voice cried out her name. "Cole?" "What happened?" she asked. She warned that Jin was in danger. Back in the battle, Jin's broom and Justin's spear met in a furious clash. Irritation flashed across the boy's face. He was barely managing to keep up, as Jin effortlessly dodged each of Justin's attacks with a simple broom. A spectator watched, perplexed. Justin, with his spear, should have been more than a match for an E-ranker. What was happening? Jin dodged every single blow, his broom holding strong. As his frustration mounted, the attacker screamed, demanding to know how an E-ranker was resisting him. He charged again, but Jin met the attack, his expression unchanged. Gilbert hurled curses at Jin, his attacks relentless, but Jin parried every strike, calmly stating that a weapon skill was not something to be used so carelessly. A spectator scoffed, telling Jin to shut up. He was just a special admission student, after all. Jin explained that the core of a weapon defined its abilities. He dodged the attacks with ease, then asked what kind of core Justin believed his own weapon possessed. Justin, enraged, told him to go to hell. The core of the spear, he explained, was a gift from his father, the very reason he had been accepted into the academy. His future seemed guaranteed. A hunter after graduation, perhaps even a coveted spot on the student council. But now, facing a special student ranked only as E-rank, he was struggling. He lunged, his broom connecting not with his opponent, but with a spectator's hand. A system announcement rang out. "Weapon lost. Recover immediately." Confusion washed over the protagonist. He was holding Justin's spear. An intriguing sight. He instructed the boy to watch closely and learn how a true hunter handles such a weapon. Then abruptly, the building plunged into darkness. Confusion swept over the boys. One commented that it seemed like night had suddenly fallen. Then, just as quickly, the world brightened. Returning to normal, a bystander nudged his friend, telling him to look down. Suddenly, shadows detached from everyone, rising from their bodies. The man our hero had just attacked was bewildered. Convinced that something had been stolen, his eyes searched for the missing darkness. Our hero was enveloped in a dark aura. A look of fear was etched on his face. Doubt gnawed at the extra. Could this be true? Was this the same core as his own weapon? Meanwhile, a malevolent laugh erupted from the big guy, his body, radiating waves of corrupted aura. The extra staggered backward, desperate to escape, but he was trapped, paralyzed by fear. He had lost control of his bowels. With the spear now pointed at his throat, the extra begged for his life. Jaden's face hardened. He lunged forward, thrusting the spear toward the boy. The extra screamed. He struggled to escape, but the weapon began to dissolve, vanishing as the system deactivated. Its 1-minute activation timer expired. Jaden decided they had seen enough. While Joseph lay unconscious, Jaden began kicking the boy, urging him to wake up. The boy's eyes fluttered open, but the sight of the protagonist triggered a scream of terror. Joseph insisted he had done nothing, telling the boy to get up. The extra struggled to his feet. His eyes were fixed on the protagonist in terror. "You're just a kid," the hero said. He looked at Joseph, who had a strange expression on his face. "Now answer my question," he insisted. "Weapons and skills designed to capture monsters. Wouldn't it be dangerous to use them outside a dungeon?" But Joseph remained silent. Offering no reply, the leader demanded an answer immediately. The extra agreed. Admitting the danger, the protagonist issued a warning. Any further display of this behavior would be met with punishment. He looked over at the boy who had joined the fray. "Come forward," he ordered. Then, turning to the extra, the protagonist instructed him to strike the boy a few more times, leaving the man bewildered. Jaden declared that he wanted his strongest punch. He challenged the extra, asking if he wanted everyone to laugh at him for being beaten up by a mere special student. The boy thanked him, but he asked for an explanation. The protagonist claimed he didn't want his identity to be revealed. The extra questioned if that was really possible. Jaden insisted it had to be his strongest punch, or else. Everyone present was about to get a beatdown. Hearing this, the man lunged at our hero. Just as his fist connected with the protagonist's face, the teachers burst into the warehouse. The woman pointed to the crimson stain spreading across the floor. "There's blood. It's his blood," she said, and Bin stepped forward. "This is too much," he declared. "He just transferred here today." But then another student spoke up. "That's my blood," he claimed. The teacher sent the student to his office, while the woman instructed Gohin to take her big companion to the infirmary, and she agreed. A few minutes later, the protagonist walked along, reflecting on how much weaker his body felt than he had anticipated. He looked at the girl, asking what she was doing there. He was supposed to be going to the infirmary. She didn't answer, remaining silent. He told her not to worry. He would handle it himself. Then she asked who he really was. "Just a normal student," he replied, saying he got what he deserved. "Stop pretending," she insisted. "I saw everything." Minutes earlier, the teacher had sent her student to check, behind the academy. While looking for our hero alone, she heard raised voices and went to investigate. She witnessed what our big guy had done to the others, and fear gripped her. Rin questioned why the protagonist remained in Class E instead of the highest class. He dismissed her question, telling her it was none of her business. He didn't want any attention, so she should just forget everything. Rin agreed with the protagonist. She was just like him. This left the protagonist confused. She confessed to judging him simply because he was a special admission student. Admitting she had even despised him, the girl apologized. He said it was fine, he just wanted to get to the infirmary. Rin quickly changed the subject, claiming she didn't want to bring it up, but asked for his help to get into the student council. The surprised protagonist asked Rin to repeat what she had just said. Rin explained that entry into the council required a sponsor. "Are you saying we'd be taking advantage of this person?" The protagonist asked. "Exactly," Rin replied. "That's why nobody wants to sponsor me." Just as she was about to ask for his help, he refused. "I'm too busy," he said, but Rin insisted, offering to do anything in return. It wouldn't be for free, but he shot her down, saying that what he wanted was beyond her abilities. She offered him a multitude of things, each of which he refused. Then, she offered to introduce him to Yundi. He questioned her, wondering if such a thing was even possible. How could she make such an offer, considering Yuna's expulsion? But the girl insisted there was more to the story. A playful expression crossed her face as she considered her words. Then smiling, Rin explained that if he joined the student council, they could talk since his sister was already a member. The protagonist's reaction was unexpected. He told her to forget it, that he would handle things himself. At that moment, dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed. The girl knelt beside him, asking what was wrong. "I've been needing to go to the infirmary," he gasped. "For a long time now." Meanwhile, at Hunter Academy, an emergency meeting was underway. The professor stated that this was the second time Dylan had used his ability. Another person declared it was grounds for expulsion. Owen agreed, adding that this time there would be no leniency. The first professor nodded, confirming that he had seen it firsthand. The man turned to the academy's director, Director Cheol, seeking his perspective. Director Cheol's gaze then turned to the professor, who had brought Rin in. "Is it true," he asked, "that Jisok and his friends attacked the protagonist?" The professor confirmed, stating that she had witnessed the attack. He insisted, asking again if she had really witnessed the attack. Her answer remained unchanged. The director burst into laughter, thanking the protagonist for taking the beating, leaving the professor perplexed. His tone changed. The use of abilities was forbidden, he stated, and since this was not the first offense, there would be consequences. The director announced that, according to the rules, Jisok would be expelled, but a voice interrupted, asking to speak. Director Cheol granted permission. The speaker, apparently shameless, argued that expulsion was too severe a punishment. Director Cheol demanded an explanation. The man's shameless response was that teenagers often behaved this way. His professor's voice rose sharply. This wasn't just a mistake. It could have caused a serious accident. The academy official argued that Jisuk was a promising student, destined to become a pillar of the institution. He then asked Professor Yubin if she could live with herself, knowing that she had destroyed his potential over a minor infraction. His words stung. The man admitted that Jisuk was at fault, and that his mistake had been serious. Even so, he believed expulsion was too severe. A 1-week suspension, he argued, would be enough for the boy to learn his lesson. Director Cheol agreed, saying he would decide Jisuk's punishment later. The meeting ended. As the professors left the room, the headquarters of the second-largest guild, the shameless man smiled, looking at his phone. He immediately made a call. On the other end was the minister, Joseph's father, and Joven assured him that the punishment would be a mere suspension, and that as things stood, the boy had an excellent chance of getting into the student council. His voice dripped with malice as he promised to teach the protagonist a lesson, and with the end-of-month evaluation approaching, he was confident he could. 3 days had already passed since the protagonist started school, but Alara remained elusive. He looked around at his classmates, a collection of what he considered talentless trash, unlikely to ever become hunters. The lessons themselves seemed equally useless, a sequence of wasted hours revealing nothing of value. He blended into the background, unnoticed. But his anonymity was shattered when a sharp blow landed against his head. The opening scene of the story, the relentless bullying, repeated itself. Their words echoed the previous confrontation, the same accusations, the same fear in their eyes. These were the same individuals he had faced in the warehouse. His imposing figure felt a sting of insignificance, a mere errand boy in the eyes of the world. But the truth was far more complex. The student who had thrown the punch sneered, telling the protagonist he was useless, and to follow him if he wanted a lesson. The other students began to file out of the classroom. In the hallway, the protagonist followed behind them. The moment he spoke, the 2 boys flinched. The slap hurt, our hero admitted. The 3 boys apologized. They were just taking out their frustrations on him, one explained. The boy denied it. He insisted he had only done it because Yango wanted it to look real. They had succeeded, the protagonist wondered. The boy sighed. Getting close to the student council was proving difficult for the first-year students. The protagonist, after hearing this, asked if anything else had been discovered. The boy confirmed they had learned a few things. Some people, he explained, mentioned that Alara rarely attended school. Is that all? The protagonist asked. The boys added that she kept to herself, her only close friend, a student council member named John Guion. This was the only useful clue. He needed to find this John Guion, and so he asked where he could be found. The others muttered that John Guion rarely came to school. The protagonist's frustration boiled over. Get out, he snapped. The boys apologized, promising to return with something useful next time. A throbbing headache began to form behind the protagonist's eyes. He sensed a presence, and, turning around, he found Aeon standing there. This won't work, she said. He spotted the girl and asked if she was following him. She replied, that John Hyun was a member of the student council and therefore hard to reach. The protagonist questioned why it was so hard to track these people. The student council wasn't that important, was it? She stressed its importance. Only the top students were chosen. The protagonist retorted that they were all just kids, every single one of them, students. Aeon explained that joining the council guaranteed hunter status, opening the door to real missions. And since the council members' parents had so much influence, the teachers treated them with deference even within the school walls. They wielded absolute authority. She explained that they operated on a different level, and with his current approach, he wouldn't even catch a glimpse of Go Yun Che. John Woo asked if there was another way. The girl started to suggest the student council, but he immediately cut her off. Hearing this, the girl grew confused. Why do you keep refusing? She asked. He told her that she herself had said that only talented people could excel, and she had no talent. Just teach me, she insisted. I will work hard. He began to laugh. He warned her that learning from him would bring immense pain. A heavy silence followed. He admitted he didn't understand her desire to join the council, advising her not to worry about things beyond her reach. But the girl brushed it all aside. John Woo was taken aback. She insisted that if the council wouldn't have her, she would rather go to another world entirely, and pleaded for him to teach her how. She declared her intention to master everything about subjugation, vowing to dedicate herself to relentless training. John Woo, announcing the end of the break, began to walk away. The girl pressed him for an answer. A smile touched John Woo's face, impressed by her courage. He hadn't seen such determination in a long time. She might prove useful elsewhere. Their favorite teacher congratulated the students, and then reminded them about the monthly evaluation. For that reason, they needed to push themselves. Last month's grades had been abysmal. Her words were cut short by the arrival of someone apologizing for the interruption. It was the shameless teacher, there to announce changes for the upcoming monthly exam. He declared that the first-year test would be a practical exercise held inside a dungeon. A wave of confusion washed over the students. Their heroine questioned the reality of the moment as the protagonist's face darkened. The female teacher, after a moment, declared that it was impossible. But the shameless man warned her not to raise her voice in front of his students. She argued that a practical exam was excessive. The shameless man shot back, asking if she was insinuating that Class E wouldn't be able to handle it. She was left speechless. He dismissed her silence. Stating that the decision was already made, he added that excluding students from education was considered discriminatory. He questioned how long they intended to remain separate from the academy's core curriculum, reminding them that all students needed to meet the basic requirements for hunter certification. The protagonist found this absurd. This class was disoriented, practically children. He felt certain that something was wrong. No teacher would voluntarily send children into a dungeon. He offered a blatant ultimatum: take the exam or surrender and enroll in remedial classes. Fixing his gaze on the protagonist, he added a chilling addendum: dropping out meant expulsion. As he turned to leave, he promised to personally supervise the evaluation, leaving the protagonist with a stinging suspicion that something was deeply wrong. The professor couldn't have orchestrated this alone. Someone powerful was pulling the strings. In the director's office, his suspicions were confirmed. The Korean Minister of Civilization was involved. The protagonist revealed that he had been blacklisted because of Jusok. The man apologized, explaining that he had done everything he could to prevent it. But Myeonjin's influence at the academy and his deep roots within its history made it impossible. He understood it was a difficult situation. The protagonist replied. The director continued his explanation, but the protagonist cut him off. He had heard enough complaints. Sheik asked his friend how he planned to escape this persecution. The protagonist agreed, of course. He would take the exam. He hadn't seen Yunche yet, and expulsion was out of the question. He turned to the director. Did his friend have any useful weapons? The man claimed he had nothing. The protagonist told him he couldn't enter a dungeon unarmed, pressing for anything that could be used to fight. But Sheik insisted he had nothing. The items he explained were too dangerous. Our hero was stunned. He grabbed his friend's arm. You finally got the nerve to lie to me, he demanded of Sheik. The director denied it. He glanced at the ring on his friend's finger. What is that? He asked. The second highest ranking member of the 8 realized his secret was out. It was the Ring of Patellos. An exceptionally rare item. He and his friend began to argue about it. 50 years had passed. The protagonist questioned if Sheik still possessed it. He replied that he had only started wearing it after their leader's fall. Then a memory surfaced, a time when he was nothing, and the protagonist had not only saved him, but had brought him onto the team. He asked his friend what he was doing, grabbing the ring. He declared that he would be the one to use it. A smile touched his lips as he held it, something he hadn't wielded in years, not since before his elimination. Yuchi hesitated. Was it really okay to use it? Wouldn't that mean he wasn't truly I rank? The protagonist dismissed his concern. It was just a kid's dungeon after all, so it wouldn't matter. Just as the protagonist reached the door, the director stopped him. There was one more thing, he asked. What it was? Yuchi started to answer, but then the protagonist interrupted him, closing the door and leaving alone. The man considered resigning from his position as the academy's chairman. Aldi, the professor, shamelessly walked down the hall and knocked on the door of the Hunter Special Department. Academy. He opened the door, surprised to find the main heroine inside. He asked Jia why she had come to school that day. She immediately retorted, demanding to know why he had broken into her room. Annoyed, the man retorted that teachers could come and go as they pleased, and she shouldn't let her position as a council member go to her head. After his comment, silence hung in the air. The man, realizing his gaffe, shifted uncomfortably. He reminded himself to be patient. He was at the academy, after all. There would be an upcoming first-year evaluation, he explained, and the student council had assigned a supervisor. This time it would be a practical exam. Are you serious? The girl asked. A practical exam for the first years. He confirmed the news, then asked if she was interested. She refused. The man asked if she could ask the other student council members, but she told him they couldn't do it either. He incredulously asked if she was suggesting they postpone the practical exam. She confirmed, stating that, if it couldn't be held, without the student council's participation, it would be better to wait 1 year. There was no benefit for them, she added. Perhaps, she pondered, if they paid up, she might reconsider. The man exploded, demanding to know if she thought being a council member made her superior. Jamin reminded her that he had supported her rise within the school. She had done it all on her own. He challenged. The girl got irritated. "Don't take your frustration out on me," she said. "It was my grandfather who judged you, not me," she added sharply. "You should treat the council members better too." Justin was speechless. He finally managed to ask where she had heard about his trial, but before she could answer, someone entered the room. "Professor!" the newcomer exclaimed. "It's good to see you again. There's something important we need to discuss." The man explained that someone from the council needed to evaluate the exams. The boy asked if Chloe had agreed. The man replied that she hadn't. The student offered to do it himself since he wasn't busy. Professor Young asked if he was really capable of helping. The boy pointed out that it was obvious he could handle the task, being a student council member himself. Professor Young considered the student a troublemaker and hesitated, but a moment later, he granted permission, instructing the boy to sign the document and send it to his teacher. Chloe watched, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach as a suspicious smile spread across the boy's face. She questioned him about his plans for the subjugation schedule. He claimed he would simply drop out of it. Unlike her, he wasn't famous, so no one would notice. Chloe pressed, confused. Why would he risk so much to help the professor, a man her friend clearly disliked? He accepted the job to observe the professor, determined to prevent another accident like the last one. He needed to know the test results, especially since he had heard that the boy from the hospital was now a first-year student. Chloe was perplexed. The boy seemed remarkably well-informed about subjugations. She hadn't assumed he was already a student. He explained that his curiosity had led him to observe the protagonist. On that first day, he had taken down Jason's group, and since Chloe skipped the evaluation, he asked the girl if she was curious about the protagonist. Meanwhile, back at the academy's training grounds, the hero scanned the crowd. He noticed that some of the students from classes C and D were absent. The B-level students, however, were present and eager to impress the girls with their skills. In the protagonist's class, only 2 students were participating, the protagonist and one other. Someone asked if they were the only 2 entering the dungeon. It was Aeon, already preparing for the descent. "Good," she commented. "Just the 2 of us. It means no waiting." The protagonist questioned her presence. "Isn't it obvious?" Aeon replied. "I'm taking the test." Aeon assured the protagonist that he didn't need to worry. She wouldn't be a burden, but Leo warned that even a low-level dungeon shouldn't be taken lightly. He told her to stop while he was still being patient, explaining that the test was designed to eliminate the candidates from the class, and from the very beginning, he had remained unshakable. She was reminded of her own unwavering commitment to join the student council, and pointed out that anyone serious about the council could not afford to fail this exam. The presenter was about to speak, when a voice cut through the air, demanding the students' attention. It was the professor, the same one who had dismissed the test's dangers, now warning them not to let their guard down. This school exam, he explained, would take place in a low-grade dungeon, with each group limited to 8 participants. The class decided amongst themselves that Class A would take the exam first. The others would wait their turn. As a student entered the room, the professor announced that everyone should recognize him. A member of the student council. It was the boy from before. He introduced himself as King John, and a flash of surprise crossed our hero's face. The name sounded familiar, a whisper from the past, as he studied the protagonist. The professor, brazen as ever, announced a class reassignment, with only 2 students remaining in the class. June and Ion would be moved to Class D. Then, the man from before approached and greeted the protagonist. The boys, bruised and beaten after their encounter with the protagonist, shifted uncomfortably, attempting a show of bravado, but the heroine saw right through their facade. Their feigned confidence was transparent, she observed, a poorly disguised act around them. Murmurs rippled through the other students. Their own misfortune, they grumbled, to be partnered with a special admission student. One boy grumbled about being grouped with a special student. A girl complained about being 2 members short. One of the boys the protagonist had beaten earlier offered an apology, but before he could finish, the protagonist dismissed him. Then he asked about the dungeon. Someone confirmed they had managed to gather some information. A boy bowed, presenting a tablet to the protagonist. "Take a look at the details," he said. Confusion rippled through the onlookers. Was someone actually bowing before the school's biggest loser? And the boy scoffed. "Useless," he sneered. "You can't even gather information on your own. You have to depend on others." Several hours later, at the mouth of a cave, Chase addressed the final team, asking if they were prepared to enter. Ren confirmed that his crew was ready, confident they could find the necessary routes and methods to complete the mission. The professor explained that the test would end as soon as they defeated the dungeon boss inside and smiled strangely. asking if the students had any more questions about the exam. The protagonist watched in silence, studying the man's brazen demeanor. Then John Hyun announced that the final team could begin, and the protagonist's team entered the dungeon. Our hero walked through it, finding it remarkably ordinary. The monsters were the usual cave-dwelling types, when a sudden, loud noise startled him. An enormous swarm of rat-like creatures surged towards the students. Screams erupted. "There are so many," someone shouted. "Prepare for battle." The system announced the authorization for the students to use their skills. A new expression crossed Youngwoo's face as he muttered to himself. Curious about the students' abilities, he watched as one of the boys froze a gust of wind. The second student unleashed his combat skill, a sniper-style ability. How cool. The last boy unleashed a berserk state. Impressive. Together, they held back the tide of rats as one student fired air bullets at the creatures. The barrage barely contained the monsters' relentless attacks, but Youngwoo wasn't surprised. You see, their powers were weak, barely understood. The other students were no different, swinging their swords without purpose or direction. From the chaos, a single figure emerged. It was the heroine, Eon, wielding a fire-based ability. And just like that, in a flash, flames consumed the monsters. Their screams were cut short as the blaze engulfed them completely. Eon clearly knew how to use her power. Impressive, especially considering she had no formal classroom instruction. She had mastered her abilities. He acknowledged her skill, impressive for one so young, but dismissed it as beginner's luck. The other students, already tired, were questioning the dungeon's supposed low-level status. They watched as the monsters continued their relentless assault. In that instant, a rat rushed toward one of the boys, but in a flash, the big guy activated his patella ring. The system announced an imminent skill activation. The protagonist readied a stone between his fingers as the monster, the same terrifying creature, from moments before, was suddenly obliterated by our hero and sent flying backwards, crashing against the wall. The boy who witnessed the sheer force of the attack was left confused, poor kid. The hero then warned him, warning him against such a reckless attack. Upon hearing this, the bastard told our hero to shut his mouth. The girl then added that he was just trying to score points quickly. Our hero wondered if they were complete idiots. Unable to comprehend the gravity of their situation, one of the boys asked if Youngwoo had really accomplished such a feat. While the redhead admitted that the dungeon was proving more difficult than expected, Youngwoo sighed, overwhelmed by a sense of their utter weakness. Poor things, they hadn't even realized how close they had come to being completely wiped out. Exhaustion was already setting in, making it impossible to continue, and they hadn't even been in the dungeon for very long. For 5 minutes, Joanna was the only one who could help, but trusting her was out of the question. He longed to leave the others behind, but watchful eyes stopped him. Something seemed wrong about this dungeon. He turned to his companion, a lingering suspicion tightening in his stomach. "Doesn't this seem strange to you?" He asked. "More monsters than there should be. We're only at the entrance." "Something isn't right. We should stop and figure this out," Julian scoffed. Asking if the MC was good for anything besides interrupting, he turned to leave, muttering that the MC was too arrogant and needed to remember his place as a supervisor. Julian would decide what to do if this continues. The protagonist shouted, "Someone is going to get hurt." Just as he started to say more, the supervisor cut him off, sharply directing the student's attention back to the task at hand. He offered an out for any student too tired to continue the exam, but the room remained stubbornly silent. No one took the offer. Julian warned that if the protagonist was tired, he should give up alone, and not drag the others down any more trouble, he added. Would mean immediate disqualification, but then a hand landed on the protagonist's shoulder. "Don't worry," Julian reassured, "if things get dangerous, I'll step in." He dismissed the protagonist's concerns, mentioning his student council status as a subtle guarantee before walking away. He watched him go. Only a few minutes later, the group's excitement was palpable. They had reached the dungeon's boss room, but their celebration was short-lived, replaced by a sudden, chilling silence. Seeing their apprehension, he sighed. They were already scared, and they hadn't even seen the dungeon boss yet. He started walking towards the door, announcing he would open the boss room. Anya insisted they open it together. He started to argue, saying he could handle it alone, but she wasn't having any of it. She was opening that door with him. She stated that the protagonist was inwardly amused by everyone's fear, a fear that she didn't share. He looked away, trying to seem indifferent. Then, together, they opened the gates to the dungeon's boss chamber. One look inside, and the protagonist was stunned. A giant monster lay on the floor, red liquid oozing from its head. Good grief, the creature had already been defeated. A large pool of the liquid spread across the floor. One of the boys asked if this was really the boss. The woman was also surprised. Had it already been beaten by chance? Julian, equally confused, asked what was going on. Anya explained that the dungeon was unexplored. The heroine looked at the supervisor, questioning if he knew anything. He replied that there had been an interference inside, and then shouted for everyone to retreat immediately. The students' faces, etched with fear, reacted to the news with surprised questions. Why run? The protagonist urged them to leave immediately. Something had gone wrong, terribly wrong inside the dungeon. Then, without warning, a huge shadow swallowed the hero and the heroine. The MC, seeing it for the first time, felt a chill of pure terror. The creature dwarfed their hero, a terrifying, merciless giant. The students, struck by its immense size, started to run. Such an event, a dungeon boss defeated by a stronger monster. Invading its territory is called a dungeon interference. Such a thing was almost unheard of in a low-level dungeon. Imagine, a look of terror washed over the heroine's face while the hero trembled. The creature stood directly before the protagonist. 8. The system identified it. A three-tailed tiger. The protagonist felt a shiver. A green-level boss in a purple-level dungeon. This was a disaster. It can't be, screams echoed as the students scattered, desperate to find the dungeon's exit. But the creature, ignoring the protagonist completely, leaped towards the others. Its landing was devastating, destroying everything around it. Fear seized the professor. As he shielded his classmates, urging them to hide behind him, the system's cold voice announced, "User authorization granted. Level 6 abilities activated." Ryan's skills were now at his command. Bright lights suddenly bloomed within the dungeon's darkness, emanating from Johnny's arm. This was the Porcupine's Wrath, his unique skill. He called out to the MC. He couldn't face a green-level enemy alone, he explained, and needed the protagonist's help. Hearing this, our hero was confused why the boy wanted his help. He apologized, admitting he already knew about the protagonist's abilities. He had noticed that he had passed, without taking the entrance exam. How unsightly. The revelation shocked everyone. A student wondered aloud if the protagonist was like Chad. He was perplexed. Just days before, a system window had declared his abilities immeasurable. The chief, apparently predicting this outcome, had declared him passed. "I didn't want to stand out," our hero replied. The man explained that this was one of the few things out of his control. If the protagonist wanted to remain unnoticed, the teachers would probably force him. Then he clarified, when he said it was within his authority, he meant that almost no one would pay attention. "Focus," he muttered to himself, lamenting his actions. Back in the fray, he advanced, determined to give it his all. Yan offered his thanks, reassuring the hero as the monster charged towards them. Yoon, momentarily perplexed, braced for impact. Then, in a flash, he saw an opening. He fired a barrage of mana spikes at the tiger. The monster recoiled, trying to defend itself from Yoon's attack, but the boy pressed on, giving the creature no time to react. He drove 2 spikes deep into the monster's flesh. Struck again, the creature thrashed about in a violent rage. Nearby, a student murmured in admiration at the council member's power. Another, a young woman, lamented that despite such strength, they were little more than children. Some students noticed the master of ceremonies just standing there, doing absolutely nothing. While Rio was doing all the work, one even asked if Rio was giving the MC special treatment. The girl insisted that was impossible, but the boy countered, saying he had been annoyed with the MC from the start, unwilling to let his prey escape. The third of the 8 guardians of the story pressed the attack. He looked for an opening, a weakness in the creature's defenses. A strange thought crossed his mind. He had never experienced such a stimulating fight. To take on a green-level boss with such ease, it felt like a gift, a victory handed to him on a silver platter. But as he passed by the protagonist, a spark of confusion arose. Could the hero be orchestrating this somehow, allowing him to take the credit? Rio's thoughts were interrupted as the tiger lunged again. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent a rock flying towards the beast, striking its body. The tiger began to grow dizzy. The big guy was finishing off the creature. The boy finally understood. Each time the creature advanced, the hero would repel it with a vigorous push. He had seen this maneuver in a manual. The protagonist was targeting weak points, a feat that was nearly impossible unless you could anticipate the monster's attacks. Even more impressively, he did all this without being detected, leaving the observer wondering about his true identity. It did not matter now. He had to defeat the tiger. To open a path to the exit for the students, he launched another attack, striking the monster's head. The blow landed, and the creature was obliterated by the second big guy. The boy stared intently at the tiger's lifeless form, lost in thought. The other students, shaken by the brutal display, were filled with a new fear. Someone from the student council, they realized with a shudder, possessed incredible power. Whispers spread quickly among them. Their senior was the best, unmatched, they murmured. It was exactly what they expected from a council member, he laughed, particularly amused by his previous fear that the incident from 2 years ago would repeat itself now. It seemed things would work out after all the evaluation exemption. John's seemingly undeserved one could be the reason for his expulsion, but then, the protagonist spoke up. The monster was still alive. He warned it was too dangerous to remain. They needed to leave. A shout tore through the air, demanding the protagonist's attention. It was the same man from before. He accused the hero of feigning concern, simply to gain favor. Then with a sudden burst of movement, he leaped in front of the creature. He swore that he wouldn't let John capitalize on the opportunity and would deliver the final blow himself. But in the next instant, the tiger's eyes snapped open. It lunged at the newcomer, who seemed to have severely miscalculated. John thought the man a complete idiot for such a reckless move. To the reader's despair, the second strongest of the G8 placed himself in front of the extra. His arm was then severed, a shocking, brutal act. The boy spat a torrent of blood. The one responsible was paralyzed by what he had done. Horror gripped the professor and the students. The boy lay motionless on the ground, while anxious voices asked if he was still alive. Then Yumin urged them to run, and they questioned if the boy would be okay. The man urged them to run. Terror seized the heroine. What could she do? A student council member, taken down in one blow. But there was no time to think. The monster was already upon her. She knew the tiger feared fire, a power she possessed, but as she prepared to attack, fear paralyzed her. She couldn't move. Fear rooted her to the spot, her body trembling uncontrollably. She could do nothing. The creature lunged. Then the system announced the activation of explosive flow. A fist shot out, connecting with the monster. It was the hero, sending the creature flying with a single powerful blow. The girl watched in a daze, questioning if she had really just witnessed the hero's victory. The tiger flew through the air with the force of the blow. Our hero didn't linger, quickly leaving the scene back where he had fallen. The extra was crying. His anger seemed to vanish, replaced by a reluctant acceptance, but the moment of silence was broken. When someone roughly grabbed the man by the collar, it was the hero intervening. He warned the man to stop his antics and take the fight somewhere else if he wanted to remain in this world. The protagonist called out to the strongest among them, asking for his help. The others were to remain hidden while he prepared for a fight. A nagging thought tormented him. He had made a mistake. He regretted what he had hidden. He could have ended it by now. The creature roared in his face and lunged forward, but he dodged it easily. The tiger then began to pull objects, sharp objects, from its own flesh. It charged at the MC with something like a spear, but he dodged the attack just as the system announced the activation of the weapon ability. Flow, now active. The protagonist landed another punch on the creature. This time, the monster seemed truly defeated. There was simply no way for it to recover this time. The hero's belief was absolute. He activated his ability again, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Surprise rippled through the spectators as the protagonist gained the upper hand against the tiger. Even his beloved watched her future husband. Her gaze was fixed on the unfolding battle. The shameless man was also surprised. He watched the protagonist relentlessly punish the tiger, perplexed by the sudden display of strength, so different from the man he thought he knew. His anger surged. Could the protagonist have really advanced without taking the exam? The protagonist's fighting prowess surpassed even the veterans, made even more surprising by his use of an ancient weapon. He shouted a warning. The ancient supernatural weapon was dangerous, he continued, unconcerned. The professor's warning was obvious. He already knew about the penalties. Every ancient weapon carried a risk. The activation effects varied, sometimes even obliterating the wielder, but its raw power was too tempting to resist. The bracelet was simple, offering maximum power without any drawbacks. Its limitation, however, was that the user was restricted to the monster's abilities at its core. A supernatural weapon, on the other hand, amplified the monster's power, reshaping it into a more potent form wielded by the hunter. The MC pondered that the new generation of hunters had grown weaker. Even if things seemed manageable for now, the monsters would only get stronger. Suddenly, a tiger materialized behind him. "Look behind you," the heroine warned. The tiger lunged, but Geo dodged the attack effortlessly. The system announced the activation of the flow attack. The creature shuddered, fear flashing across its features. The protagonist, spinning in the air, launched a punch at the tiger. The explosive force of the blow hit its mark. The monster shuddered, one eye squeezing shut from the impact. The shockwave of the attack spread outwards, hitting the spectators and the heroine. The smoke dissipated. She thought that the penalty of the petal ring would consume its wielder's fear, but even devastated by his attack, it forced its eye open. The system announced the activation of the penalty. The protagonist had hunted the green-class monster, Patelis. Once a creature driven by fear, Patelis had now become impossibly strong. when his prey succumbed to the terror forged from the core of Patelis. The ring carried a deadly penalty. The first to feel fear would be eliminated, launched into the sky by their lost will. The protagonist approached the students, asking for Ken. The big guy confirmed that he had stopped the bleeding. His companion was still breathing, but bleeding heavily. They needed to act fast. He asked for the radio. There had to be a control center, someone they could inform. The professor fumbled in his pocket, finally producing the radio. Without hesitation, he took it. The protagonist turned on the radio. He reported that they had cleared the dungeon but with casualties. The static crackled, and when the signal became clear, he added that the dungeon itself had changed from purple to green. One of the injured had a serious wound. So unexpectedly, the protagonist recited a precise medical code. He announced that they were leaving the dungeon and requested immediate rescue. Back at headquarters, while processing the information from Ken's team, Jonas was intrigued. How could an E-rank student know the injury codes? And the reporting system? Jonas, suspicious of Jin's supposed inexperience, demanded to know his true identity. Jin remained silent. Jonas's anger grew. "Didn't you hear me?" he shouted. Before he could utter another word, a fist slammed into his mouth. The blow came from Jin. Tears welled up in the man's eyes. As the protagonist argued that a supervisor should be able to assess a situation, Jonas's anger, however, remained. He started to retort, but the boss cut him off, threatening to send him to Brazil if he uttered another word. The professor fell silent. A few minutes later, the students emerged from the dungeon. A shadow of sadness crossed our hero's face as he looked at his companion. Sheik asked if he was okay. "You couldn't have helped it," Sheik added, and the hero replied. Thanks to that, no one was eliminated. The second-ranked member of the G8 boasted that his name would soon be known by everyone. Suddenly, the protagonist's hesitation vanished. He revealed that a professor from his school had tried to eliminate him, and a 19-year-old boy had lost an arm. Finally, acting as he should have all along, the protagonist turned to his friend. "Does any of this make sense?" he asked. Sheik trembled at the protagonist's expression. "I won't let this happen again," the protagonist warned, walking away. He added that his friend would not want to see him like this again. Hours later, the professor was in Director Valerius's office, shamelessly claiming there were problems with the written exam. He attributed the blame to Chloe, saying that she had forced the change to a practical exam. The test, he explained, was designed to address the imbalance between the class and the other classes. There was, he insisted, no connection to any specific incident. Even in this situation, Professor Albright continued to make excuses. The director's voice rose to a shout. Did Professor Albright really not know that this test was designed to expel one of his students? The shameless professor was shocked, clearly not expecting the director to be aware of the scheme. He briefly considered that someone more powerful than Minister Cromwell might be involved, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He knew no one with that kind of influence. Struggling to regain his composure, he insisted that the test was perfectly legitimate and that participation in the subjugation had been entirely voluntary. Just as he began to fabricate more justifications, the director cut him off. The problem, the director stated, was the abrupt change to a practical exam. A passing score required 60 stars, a threshold that Professor Albright knew the special students could never reach. The situation was inherently unfair. The man pointed out the glaring discrepancy. The proctor, exempt from the exam, had nonetheless achieved the highest score. He then revealed the truth behind the incident in the dungeon, a phenomenon known as a dungeon break. But one of his most surprising accomplishments was that KL had passed the test. The revelation left him speechless. He had passed. Resigned, the director ended the discussion. He said he understood and told the professor to prepare a report. They would review the footage before deciding on their next steps. The professor, shameless, with a smirk on his lips, turned to leave the director's office. He froze. Director Valerius's voice stopped him. There was something he needed to make clear. He was not afraid of Minister Cromwell at all. The only person he had ever feared in his entire life was Damien, 40 years ago. The man demanded to know what the director meant. The director warned him, if something like this happened again, there would be nothing he could do to help Professor Albright. Fear gripped the professor. Outside the Academy president's office, he sighed. He immediately called the minister, assuring him that the matter would be contained. Minister Cromwell replied that Jonathan's injuries, fortunately, were not fatal. Jonghyun would not be held responsible, and as for Hunan, he had never been an official candidate. In any case, and considering his role in Professor Choi's expulsion, he should be grateful that his injuries were not more severe. The professor offered an apology, admitting that he had underestimated the hero's abilities. The minister questioned if the protagonist truly possessed the skills to justify his admission. Before the professor could answer, Namjoon interrupted. declaring that he would get straight to the point. A member of the Parents' Association believed that the candidates for the council were already chosen and sought Yuna's opinion, and a fearful Yuna agreed. Echoing the sentiment, the satisfied minister replied that it was excellent. He then suggested that the professor, despite his hard work, should not be discouraged, and proposed a future lunch together. The minister ended the call, and the professor sighed. He found himself wondering how any student could wield so much power. This was clearly beyond the ordinary, stronger even than experienced hunters, but such an opportunity could not be wasted. He was determined to defeat John Woo, whatever it took. Meanwhile, someone warned the protagonist of an imminent pain, a warning that he promptly dismissed, but an instant later, the touch of a medic with a cotton swab sent him into a fit of screams. The nurse explained that it was finished, and he needed to remain upright until it dried, along with some other precautions. His fiancée commented that he was behaving like a child, hardly the behavior of someone who had just defeated a green-level boss. He told her to be quiet. The persistent pain he suspected was a consequence of neglecting his supernatural weapon for so long. Things were different now, she persisted. He was annoyed. She promised to disappear if he just helped her. He questioned her continued ambition to join the council. How many times he asked, must he refuse? He declared that whether she joined the council or not meant nothing to him. A voice suddenly cut through the air, warning that joining the student council would be anything but easy. The surprised Yana mentioned a rumor that this person had transferred to her classmate's room. He was, in fact, a major player in the unfolding story, and the main character asked him how he was. The boy insisted he was fine, although his wounds clearly hurt him. Our hero asked if Ryam had heard the news, that the arrogant challenger had finally yielded. Ryam confirmed, saying that the news had reached him shortly after the practical exam. He said that when someone saves your life, the very least you can do is show up and thank them, but the man still ran off and dismissed it, saying that it did not matter, they had survived. The protagonist retorted, was not that a bit optimistic, considering Ryan's lost arm? Hearing this, the boy was left speechless. The boy explained that his father always told him that as long as he was not eliminated, he could overcome any challenge. Since he had not been sent packing, everything would work out. The protagonist, initially wary of the boy, now remembered how he had sacrificed his arm for a reckless individual. Such selflessness was rare even 40 years ago. A familiar phrase from the past hung heavy in the air as she asked why he thought it would be difficult to join the student council. He explained that he had heard she wanted to join, but that it would probably be a difficult path because she was in Class E, and the boy, known as God-tier Rio, chimed in. No way, they had already heard of the Parents' Association. Hearing this, both were surprised. The girl commented that Ron made them sound unusual, and he confirmed her suspicion. 5 first-year members in the Parents' Association, 5 children among those parents, and 5 council members per grade. He asked if they understood. Aaron was shocked. He continued explaining that it was a group of influential parents who had preemptively placed their children on the council. Feeling strange, Aaron asked if he had gotten in the same way. The boy said no, he had only secured a position after a reserve spot opened up. The protagonist asked if the participants needed approval, and if they were not approved, would another person be removed? Aaron remained silent. The protagonist pressed on, asking about the fate of the students eliminated during the process. The heroine was surprised. People were actually eliminated? The boy questioned the need for such an answer. He looked at the young woman, commenting on the strangeness of a senior making such a statement. He suggested she drop her bid for the council. She refused, asking if he expected her to give up without even trying, especially when the Parents' Association could cause harm. Turning to the protagonist, she asked if he did not agree, that the situation was ridiculous and demanded action. The school's corruption worried him. It put the students in danger. He felt the need to intervene, but the return of Giant Anna loomed larger. He reminded himself and them that finding Cha was the priority above all else at that instant. The boy commented that she had arrived at the perfect moment. His second heroine, perhaps even the main one, appeared behind the protagonist. Rio began to walk towards him. Surprise washed over him as things clicked into place so unexpectedly. A wide smile spread across Jungwoo's face as he stood up to greet his girlfriend. It's been a while, he began, but his words hung in the air. The brunette ignored him completely, walking straight past him directly towards the heroine who, Ion revealed that her sister had repeatedly urged her to leave the academy. She pressed on, asking what Hyun-Tae intended to do now that she was enrolled in studying. Hyun-Tae offered no response, just a fixed stare. The tension between the sisters hung heavy in the air as the two onlookers shifted, uncomfortably. He wasn't sure what had happened between them, but the tension was unmistakable. He wondered if Ion's desire to join the council was driven by a need to surpass Hyun-Tae. With nothing more to do, Ion turned to leave. The master of ceremonies began to speak, but she cut him off. He was in an even worse situation, she stated. For the first time since the encounter began, Hyun-T spoke. Her sister had gotten hurt. Ion seemed surprised. "It's a little late for your sister to pretend to care," she said, going away. Hoping to ease the tension, he thanked his friend for coming, and asked if she and Yoon-shi already knew each other. As the two stared at each other, he commented that his first impression probably hadn't been the best. Feeling like an intruder, he decided he couldn't stay any longer. He excused himself, saying he had some things to take care of. The master of ceremonies told Yoon-shi that he needed to speak with her, and the two left the room. Eon watched them go, and felt the awkwardness of the situation intensify. Out in the hospital corridor, Yoon-shi asked what was wrong. He hadn't prepared for this conversation, not even when they first met. Should he get straight to the point? Should he try a different approach? Should he tell her he was a fan? But even as he thought about it, he knew it wouldn't work. That wasn't how friendships were made. "I heard you participated in the subjugation during the practical exam," she said. He started to deflect, telling her that he hadn't done anything, that Rio had handled everything. But she cut him off. "Your friend couldn't have done it alone." Her words carried a certain weight. "It was a panic-inducing situation," she continued, "but a first-year student managed to handle it. And that advice you gave earlier, that's not something an amateur would say." He was about to make another excuse. But then she simply accused him of being overly confident. Yoon-shi playfully challenged him, asking if he was deliberately provoking her. "Obviously not," Jung-woo replied. He simply wanted to know if they would get along. As she tried to end the conversation, she asked if he planned to join the council. She added that now he was probably just trying to make connections. But he didn't need to. His skills were already impressive. He insisted that he had no intention of joining the student council, but she interrupted him again. She had one last thing to say. Her playful tone vanished. No matter what he did to get on the council, he should never involve her sister. He commented that the two of them were very similar, and Yoon-chae seemed confused. He continued, explaining that Eun was the one who wanted to join the council, because he didn't care about it at all. He was just trying to get closer to her, he said, because he had a score to settle with her duo. Then without warning, Yoon-chae elbowed him in the neck and threw him against the wall. She shouted, demanding to know if her sister had asked him for anything. He started to speak, but she cut him off, insisting on an answer. Had Eun asked for help to get on the council? Had she asked for help with revenge? Our hero's temper flared, and he prepared to retaliate, but the situation wasn't actually dire. He simply pushed her away. Surprising her, she quickly regained her composure, launching a kick at the protagonist. This time, he struggled to defend himself. He dodged another blow. Impressed by her skill, their eyes met for an instant before the confrontation resumed. He realized this fight was different from their previous encounter. This dungeon level was challenging, even for experienced raid teams, but his thought was cut short as the heroine launched another attack. Dodging her strike, he realized he had underestimated Yoon-chae. Her speed was astonishing. Why, he wondered, had she displayed such average skills on the street, when she was clearly capable of so much more? Her next attack came quickly, and he dodged again, preparing for a counterattack, but that wasn't it. He tore a bandage from his arm and threw it. In her face, the tactic worked, completely catching her off guard. She was grabbed by the neck and pinned against the wall. She gasped at him, demanding to know if John Woo's last move had been against the rules. He retorted, questioning if there were any rules in their school. The girl commented that he had adapted remarkably fast for a special student. He in turn told her that she was better than he had anticipated, and then asked what had happened during the last subjugation. She replied that the experience had been very different from what he might have imagined. The method of subjugation wasn't the point, only the crowd's entertainment. This answer clearly displeased the hero. His irritation was evident. She asked what he wanted to discuss, but he brushed it off as nothing important. He replied that he needed to speak with Yoon-chae's grandfather. He simply wanted her to retrieve some weapons from the headquarters. At this request, an expression of confusion crossed Yoon-chae's face. She told him it was impossible. She couldn't take any weapons from there. Jin-woo mentioned that he had heard that the devices were just for display, and that her grandfather, as the director of the support house, could probably acquire some. But Yoon-chae retorted that her grandfather was a lost cause, regardless of the request. Just as the MC started to speak again, a woman appeared, calling out to our hero. The nurse was still holding the girl's shoulder. She told the protagonist that he couldn't fight there. In an instant, the girl slapped her hand away, and after a brief struggle, she walked away. He told her he hoped to see her again, but she retorted that she never wanted to see him again. With the confidence of a true protagonist, he replied that would be difficult. She was the granddaughter of Okado. Moments later, he returned to his room, and Ryu asked if the conversation with Yoon-chae had gone well. The MC admitted it hadn't. The boy wasn't surprised. Then the protagonist asked if her relationship with her grandfather was tense. Ryu seemed surprised by the question. He said it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. More like a relationship between co-workers. Surprised, the protagonist asked if they really didn't have a Familial relationship, the boy agreed. Ryu then asked what the MC had discussed with Yunchai. He explained that he had asked her to retrieve something, but she told him it wasn't possible. The boy said that sounded about right. She had never asked her grandfather for anything. His very presence was intimidating. The MC questioned Ryu's meaning. Ryu replied that he couldn't speak freely there, and with a laugh, blamed the protagonist for the embarrassing situation, saying such a request was absurd. Jinwoo wondered if offering money would help, but Ryu just laughed louder. There was only one thing that would pique the interest of Yunchai, he explained. When Jinwoo pressed him, the boy revealed that to win Yunchai's favor, Jinwoo would have to convince Ah-yun to drop her bid for the council. He admitted he didn't know why, but he was sure that Yunchai resented her sister's presence at the academy. The idea resonated with our MC. He remembered the girl mentioning something similar during their fight, and Ryu suggested that if our hero could persuade Ah-yun to yield, they could achieve their goal. But Jinwoo silenced him. Someone was approaching. Hours later, and in a different location, she sat on a park bench. It was the same woman who had passed by the room earlier, the conversation she had overheard. Between the protagonist and Ryu replayed in her mind. All the effort, the entire maneuver to gain a seat on the council. It had all been for this, to finally get revenge on her sister. Her current skills wouldn't be enough for the council, perhaps not even enough to graduate from the academy. That's why she needed his help. He was just a freshman, but he was unusually strong. With his support, she knew she could graduate, but his help seemed impossible. Now, it didn't matter, she told herself. Things had always been this way. Once again, she would handle everything alone. Suddenly, someone approached. It was the protagonist. He immediately asked why she had acted so pathetically. He then asked if she was heading home. Since it was getting late, she replied that she was. He had one question for her, he said. Was she thinking of giving up? Aryun was caught by surprise. She questioned his assumption. Why would she surrender? He replied that he knew she would say that. A smile touched the protagonist's lips. Until this moment, this exact exchange had not unfolded in the story. Then he revealed that he had faced Yunchei in battle. Upon hearing this, surprise flashed across her face once more. What are you talking about? She asked. He explained that he had indeed fought against her, and that Yunchei was even stronger than he had anticipated. Their confrontation had been inevitable, a consequence of their bitter rivalry, rekindling old tensions and provoking another conflict. This changed everything. He would no longer ask nicely, he would threaten Yunchei. The girl was confused. She noted that the MC was exactly as she expected. Very aggressive. She asked if he was joking, but he insisted he was looking for her sister's weak point. Aryun questioned what weakness her sister could possibly have. He pointed to Aryun. Her weakness, he said, is her own sister. He emphasized the need for her attention. Yunchei, he explained, led the council. She was a top-tier hunter, and her grandfather headed the association. He questioned why someone with the power of Yunchei would even notice someone like Aryun. After all, no matter how tirelessly Aryun strove, she could never reach Yunchei's level. And there was a reason why Yunchei remained absent from the Hunter Academy. The revelation would jeopardize Yunchei's career, or perhaps she feared that Aryun could usurp her position. At this, the girl spat out the juice she was drinking. She was certain of her own abilities. What the protagonist suggested simply didn't make sense, but he insisted that she just needed to make it make sense. His words left her confused. He offered his help, ensuring she would be ready to face Yunchei and discover her weakness. His words only deepened the shock of his future wife. He questioned her confidence. A flash of determination crossed the girl's face, a private thought kept under lock and key. Then with sudden determination, she declared that she would not only succeed but surpass her sister. He realized that this was how it should have been all along. He stood up from the bench. Enough, he said. The conversation is over. Time was short. The training would begin tomorrow. Their goal to prepare her for the council candidacy. Before the second semester she started to speak, but he cut her off, confirming that this was the entire plan. The parent association and anything like it had to be eliminated. He turned to leave, stopping only to ask if she understood. But before he could leave completely, the girl called out again. Tears streamed down her face as she promised to never forget his kindness. Her heartfelt thanks hung in the air. Meanwhile, in the bustling atmosphere of a sushi restaurant, someone checked on their companion, ensuring the third piece of gyoza was to his liking. The conversation turned to a shared concern. The boy's newfound confidence since he entered Class A, but another voice chimed in, suggesting a celebratory toast. It seems it was Gideon. He was happy to have passed. A figure appeared at the meeting's door. It was the professor. Shamelessly apologizing for his lateness, he was immediately recognized. A silent question ran through the room. Had there been an accident during the exam? Was the professor all right? The man reassured them. Nothing serious had happened. This meeting was the first-year parent association, and the man announced it was time to discuss the main reason for the meeting: the preparations for the next admissions period. With the semester coming to an end, they would start by reviewing the necessary documents, and once reviewed, sign them. He presented the documents to Taehyung's father Jungkook. He then continued distributing the stack to several other influential figures in the industry, finally reaching the last recipient, Gil-suk's father, Minister Min Jin, who had been a thorn in their side from the beginning. The professor told them there was no rush to sign the documents, and asked if they had any questions. One of them spoke up, curious about the practical exam from a few days ago. He had heard that a special student had managed to complete it alone. He wondered if there was any chance this student would apply for the council. A wave of surprise went through the room. The professor, totally shameless, declared that their hero had shown no interest. Simply, there was no chance that their children wouldn't be accepted, he assured them. They could rest easy. In fact, he added, with a touch of sincerity, it was highly unlikely that his big shot would even apply. The minister then asked a question. He wondered. When the professor asked if he had a contingency plan in case his assumption proved incorrect, Jungmin dismissed the concern. He assured him that it was obvious, and that he would do whatever was necessary to ensure their success. With a smile, he promised to secure each of his children a spot on the student council. The next day, at Hunter Academy, the protagonist entered his classroom, and a moment later, a shout rang out. He had finally arrived. A wave of students surged towards the big guy, bombarding him with questions. He was overwhelmed by the flood, each voice demanding to know how he had conquered the dungeon. He wondered how he had gotten into this mess. A poster on the wall proclaimed his maximum score on the test. He couldn't believe it. The students surrounded him with questions, the barrage continuing for several minutes. His aura flared, a silent command for the crowd to part. He didn't know these people, and he made it clear they were in his way. A sudden realization swept through the onlookers. This was not the boy they knew. He moved towards his seat. He told her he hadn't expected a perfect score from the professor. She replied that they wouldn't change the results. That was why they had revealed the true score. He found solace in his pristine star rating, then checked on his companion. He asked if she was following his instructions. She replied that no one had specified how long the physical training would last. The MC dismissed the girl's argument about good weapons, stating that strength was fundamental. The girl agreed with his point, but she insisted that her hero needed to prepare for the approaching final exams. "Is this another dungeon?" the protagonist asked. She replied that it would be a written test and a sparring match. The academy's exams were strange, the protagonist thought, because students had to fight each other. He assured her that this was advantageous. She would only need to defeat a single opponent. She wondered who it could be. The protagonist replied that it was obvious, Joseph, who was a clear candidate for the council, and that was why she had to defeat him. His father, the minister, had pulled strings after the incident with the professor's son, trying to ensure that Jusok failed the course. This whole chaotic situation wouldn't have been possible without the involvement of the Parents' Association. He explained that council members were chosen based on exam scores, and he might not even qualify for the first round. As long as she could defeat the boy, she would pass the initial stage. The girl considered this. The protagonist pressed on, asking if she was really insecure. She replied that she would try. The MC shot back, "Just try," she corrected herself, determined to make it work. "I will make it happen," she insisted. The protagonist was pleased. "Great. Starting tomorrow, we'll train in martial arts, and if you have time, you can invite your friends." The girl's expression changed. "I don't have any friends," she admitted in a low voice. Hearing this, the protagonist's expression softened with pity. She retorted, asking why he would look at her that way when he didn't have any friends either. He, in turn, questioned why she thought he didn't have friends. He called Sheik a friend. Then he paused, searching his memory for other names. He drew a blank. Suddenly, a half-forgotten conversation surfaced in his mind. The memory flickered. It was indistinct. He couldn't make it out. A sudden silence fell over him, and Hyun, noticing the change, asked if something was wrong. Jungwoo's expression revealed nothing. He dismissed it as a mere distraction. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Hyun found himself reflecting on the absolute boredom of the place. Being surrounded by his classmates hadn't been so bad after all. He considered watching something on YouTube and picked up his phone, but then he realized his arm was gone. His face fell a moment later. Someone called for Ju Hyuk's son, and the boy's spirits lifted instantly. He asked if his father hadn't gone to work. The man replied that he had spoken with the team leader and gotten the day off. He then asked about his son's health. The boy replied that he wasn't in any pain. The man explained that his own father had lost an arm during a subjugation, but never gave up on his dream. He had, in fact, become an even stronger hunter, and as long as his son continued to train his left arm, day by day, he would find his own path to improvement. The man pulled something from inside his shirt. He had discovered something, he said, proof that the Parents' Association was involved. In the accident 2 years prior, Hyun asked if his father was still dwelling on it. The boy's father questioned if the test had been pre-planned, but then he abruptly changed the subject. Hyun remained silent. Just as the man was about to speak again, the boy shouted at his father. He told him to forget it. He had been fired for investigating, and they had lost everything because of it. He asked his father what he was still trying to achieve after all this time. This time, Hyun might have gone too far. His father was speechless. The boy declared that the investigation was useless. He would never bring down the Parents' Association and would never hunt again. Hyun interrupted the man, refusing to hear any more stories about his grandfather. 40 years had passed, and no one believed them anymore. Could this boy really be Hyun's grandfather? After the boy left, his father sat on the bed, considering his next move. Elsewhere, our hero questioned his subordinate about any new findings. The chubby subordinate reported nothing suspicious in the C and D classes. Pressing further, Kale asked about the remaining classes. The boy hesitated, suggesting it would be strange to question those in classes A and B. Kyle suspected he was trying to figure out who intended to join the student council. These men, however, were not equipped for such a task. The boy, recognizing their effort, offered a reward, but the men, seeing his sincerity, insisted it was not necessary. Kale advised them to simply accept the payment from an adult and say thank you. He handed over the money, growing impatient, and told them to just take it. The chubby one pointed out, there was only 1,001. He reassured them, telling them not to feel bad, they could at least buy a snack. But as they walked away, they realized it was not enough for anything. Kale muttered to himself that they really were good lackeys. He watched the boys, remembering his own early days when even a small amount, like 1,001, seemed like a fortune. But that was irrelevant now. His focus had to be razor-sharp training Eren to defeat Jaden. The written exam was a secondary concern. He could only hope she had prepared. The fight, that was everything. Jaden's skills were lacking, but they could not take any risks. The association's next move was unpredictable. Training Eren posed a problem. There was no suitable place. Using the academy grounds was too risky. It would attract unwanted attention. Suddenly, a voice called out to Kale. It was June, their third most formidable competitor, and his face lit up seeing his friend. Kale asked if June had been discharged, and June explained that he was just at the academy to take care of some paperwork. He had heard that Kale was going to help Eren, and was curious to know how it was going. The boy, after hearing the full story, nodded in understanding. He explained that the academy's use by the class E had restrictions. That is exactly what I was worried about, Kale replied. June then asked, do you really plan to fight the association? Of course, came the immediate reply. June questioned his friend's motives. The boy warned that it would not be easy, it could even be fatal. Kale laughed. They had faced worse things together. They would find a way to get through this too. June admitted that Kale was right. They had somehow survived the dungeon. He remembered the events inside, recalling as the walls crumbled around them, even the moment when he protected the arrogant boy, saving his life. The weight of the past settled upon the guildmaster. A fresh wave of sadness washed over him. He pondered aloud, wondering how things might have been different if Kale had been involved in the accident 2 years ago. He understandably became confused by this sudden, enigmatic comment, but just as quickly laughed and dismissed it. He casually mentioned that he knew of a training location, the student council's very own academy. Nestled within their offices, the professor, shamelessly feigning honesty, looked at the boy standing before him. Dio Sok, he declared. You are in the greatest danger right now. The boy asked what he meant. Dumont explained that the MC might try to join the council. The side character was shocked, and the tension in the room heightened, as the professor revealed that our hero had not only passed without taking the evaluation, but had also single-handedly defeated a green-level monster. He had seen it with his own 2 eyes. There was no doubt. The already terrified side character grew even paler at this revelation. Trembling, he confessed that his position on the council's son wasn't earned, but bought, a gift from his father. The professor explained that there were limits to parental interference in the school. Jimin continued to press his case while the other man insisted that the professor simply had to intervene. Jusuk's father had declared that his son could not afford to slip up in his studies. When he arrived, the boy remembered the man's promise, a seat on the council. Jumon reassured his student, telling him not to worry. He had the answers. All he needed to do was memorize them and keep them a secret. The fight was what mattered now. The memory of his crushing defeat at the hands of the protagonist, still fresh, made him admit that defeat seemed inevitable. But the professor, unperturbed, claimed to have a plan. He reached into his shirt pocket. He produced a bracelet, much like the one Jusuk had used against our hero. Juman identified it as a B-rank bracelet, unregistered and unknown to the association. The boy looked on in shock. He noted that almost everyone at the school was D-rank, and then the true value of the item hit him. The professor, without a trace of shame, declared that the minimum rank for a hunter was B-rank, and insisted his student use it in the next fight. With a sneer, he called it completely overpowered, like using a cheat in a game. The boy laughed, asking Juman where he had gotten it. The professor explained it was from his father. The side character added that he'd heard Juman's father was part of the subjugation team. Juman, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere, said that had happened a long time ago. He called a senior to help his student adjust to his newfound ability. A moment later, someone appeared at the door. It was none other than In Chul. Before he could process what he was seeing, the boy was shocked, certain that it was impossible, and he was right to be. For standing before him was his second heroine. The boy marveled, saying that it was incredible. But, with her help, victory was guaranteed. The man instructed him to obey all her orders, explaining that he had made a special request. He never imagined she would agree. He figured her aversion to the MC must be the reason. He then turned the conversation to the upcoming training, placing a hand on the young woman's shoulder. The man told her to take care of her junior. She confirmed that she would. In the back of the school's academy, Anne sparred with the protagonist, offering fighting advice. But the heroine found herself completely outmatched, unable to land a single blow. She finally called for a break, admitting she couldn't keep up. She pointed out they were only practicing. Wasn't he being a bit harsh? He replied that they needed to train seriously, and then insisted that if they were really giving it their all, he should teach her how to use skills. Everyone used them in a fight, she argued. She couldn't just rely on her fists. Leo sighed. It would be easier to show than to explain, he told her. He instructed her to take off her gloves and use her skills against him. A flash of confusion crossed her face, but the MC encouraged her to go on. Think of this as a real fight, he said. Attack me seriously. He then provoked her, asking if she really thought she could take him down with a single punch. Anne retorted in disbelief, asking if he was crazy. She wouldn't use her skill on someone unarmed. Leo warned that, if she kept complaining, he would end the training session right then and there with her bracelet activated. The system confirmed her ranked abilities. Flame magic ignited in her hands. She wouldn't care, she declared, if he got hurt. And with that, she lunged towards him, magic blazing. She unleashed a torrent of fire. But the hero dodged with effortless grace. In an instant, he closed the distance, grabbing her arms and delivering a powerful blow that sent her flying through the air. She slammed into the ropes. The protagonist urged her to get up and attack again. In a flash, she ignited her flames once more, this time unleashing her second-rank skill. She attacked again, lunging at him. He saw the shift to close-quarters combat and dodged. Her attack. It was a good attempt, he thought. But this time he wouldn't dodge. He met her next charge with a punch, connecting squarely with her stomach. Anne fell to the floor again. The MC noted that she was likely perplexed, unable to land a single hit despite her superior range. He explained that it was simple. A skill must be woven into your movements, but she was too focused on her next attack. Ion, who had been overlooking what was right in front of her, seemed intrigued. This isn't normal, she asked. No, the protagonist replied. It creates a gap in your skills. Instead of thinking about how to use a skill, you need to focus on how to attack. She claimed she didn't understand what he was saying. He smiled. Then you'll learn the hard way. He attacked with a punch, aiming for her head. Even as he attacked, the MC continued to train her in defense and counterattack. He told her to unleash the full force of her skill the moment she found an opening. He expected her to give up quickly, but she possessed a surprising courage. He wondered how long she could hold on. Suddenly, for the first time, realization dawned on our heroine. She dodged the hero's attack and, lifting her leg, prepared to counterattack. She unleashed a powerful kick, connecting squarely with his stomach. The blow sent him staggering sideways, nearly bringing him to the ground. She unleashed a third-level skill, advancing once more. But then, unexpectedly, he leaped. They were suspended for a moment, face to face, their eyes locked. At the sight, she faltered, her focus broken. In that instant, he landed a blow on her chin. Dizziness washed over her, and in a flash, she was on the ground. The MC had taught that victory lies in exploiting an opponent's weaknesses, but superior skill and armaments by themselves would not be enough for her to capitalize on those openings and dominate the fight. He asked if she now understood the importance of mastering the fundamentals, but he suspected her true motive was to take him down. Noticing how she instinctively threw an elbow without even realizing it, she replied, still curious about his true identity. He questioned why she had brought it up. Now, she replied that it didn't make sense, since they were the same age. Then, turning to the protagonist, she began to speak, but stopped abruptly. A flash of fear crossed even the tough guy's face. Had she somehow discovered his secret, that he was a reincarnator? She pressed him, wondering aloud if her future husband was actually a secret agent trained since childhood. The MC shut her down, telling her to stop her nonsense. Entering the academy, Gilbert observed in surprise. He hadn't expected to see them there so soon. The protagonist and heroine greeted Ken, who asked how they were, observing that it had been a while since they had last trained at the academy. For the last time, she insisted that she was fine, that it was enough. He admitted that he always fought his father in the ring, despite losing most of the time. Our hero asked him what he planned to do next. He wondered why the MC had brought it up so suddenly. Even if he left the council, he still had to graduate, a thought that had been worrying him recently. His entire life had been focused on becoming a hunter. That was impossible now. A vital part of him was gone. The protagonist listened, remaining silent, the guilt invading him as he remembered his own time in the dungeon. But then, a flash of hope. Actually, he said it might not be impossible. The boy questioned his meaning. Our hero insisted it wasn't impossible. His friend could still become a hunter, even without an arm. The boy said he knew the MC meant well, trying to cheer him up, but he shouldn't say things like that so casually. The protagonist insisted he wasn't being casual. He spoke from experience, recalling the story of a hunter who lost his right arm, during a subjugation mission. But the hunter refused to give up. His training intensified, pushing him to surpass the strength he possessed before his loss. He developed a habit of interrupting the MC, always with the same phrase. As long as someone is alive, Rio would declare, they can still make things work. The protagonist agreed, just as the boy began to ask for the man's name. The protagonist explained that his name was Chun Wu, and that he had died a long time ago, which is why the boy's friend didn't recognize him. But then, the boy revealed that Chun Wu was his grandfather. Even our hero was surprised by the coincidence. A few hours later, an explosion rocked the academy's training grounds. Jusuk, experimenting with his new bracelet, inadvertently caused the explosion. The antagonist sneered, warning the protagonist to just wait and see what was coming. A voice cut through the tension, acknowledging his excitement over his new acquisition, but urging him to calm down. It was the second heroine. She reminded everyone that this fight was only the second test. She knew Jusuk disliked the MC, but he needed to be careful. Too much force meant disqualification, and there were limits to what he could do. Any techniques not yet revealed were off limits. The boy scoffed, claiming his full power wasn't necessary against someone so weak. The professor, a flash of admiration in his eyes, realized just how skilled the boy truly was. Requesting the heroine's help had been a stroke of genius. He smiled, thinking this would be the end of the MC's reign. But then he remembered Wushik's words, that the only person he feared was Daewoo. 40 years ago, Daewoo continued walking, unconcerned. He dismissed it as the rambling of a foolish old man, lost in the glories of the past. Years earlier, at the headquarters of the Subjugation Examination Management Unit, our hero asked about Chun Wu. The question was met with surprise. The man looked at our hero, curious. What was his boss doing here so late? The hero explained that, with fewer dungeons to clear these days, his boss had gone out for a drink. He added that they even brought along Chung, the leader of Team 2. He was one of the talents the MC admired most. The protagonist asked about Chung's companions, who had briefly stepped out. One of them explained that they would return shortly. Then, we'll wait, the MC decided. Chung insisted that they start drinking immediately. His friend, the MC, reflected on Chung's one true flaw, his love for alcohol. It had been 5 years since their friendship began, and without the three of them even realizing it, Chick, Chung, and he had become fast friends over a drink. One day, he asked Chung if he was busy. Chung admitted that he was, but it was manageable. 8 months earlier, he had lost his right arm in an accident. He told his friend not to feel uncomfortable talking about it. Accidents, after all, were a normal part of life. The protagonist struggled for a reply. It seemed like such a waste. His friend was one of the most talented people he knew. Chung then asked the MC if a technique existed for only the left arm, something his friend could perhaps teach him. Yang questioned if such a thing would truly be enough, but the man insisted it was too soon to give up. As long as he was still breathing, he could make anything work if he didn't give up. Chung's body began to heal, and his true training began, wielding a sword with his left hand. It proved to be a daunting challenge, a stark contrast to his lifelong confidence in his right. Even so, he persevered, finally mastering the unfamiliar skill. He defied all expectations, his mastery of the sword becoming even more formidable than before the loss of his arm. Chung's command of the sword was undeniable. The man commented on the rigor of the training, but Chung reminded him that he had been the one to ask for help. Caught by surprise, Chung asked if his friend was still using it. Chung confirmed, explaining that it was a symbol of his dedicated training, a wooden sword he planned to give to Dong one day. This was not a blade made for battle, but it had been perfect for honing his skills. Chick observed that Dong didn't seem drawn to the life of a hunter, questioning why Chung would leave his sword to such a son. Chung replied that if that proved true, he would simply pass it on to his grandson. The protagonist remarked that his friend would need to live a long life if he hoped to see his grandson wield that blade. Chick asked aloud if such talk was dangerous. Cheon agreed, then asked if his companion had never seen a movie. A moment later, the glasses clinked in a toast, and their companion declared that they should all try their best to be eliminated as quickly as possible. Outside the cabin, John Woo asked if Ryu had gotten hurt while playing. Ryu admitted that his initial fear was of something much more serious. He was surprised, he explained, by his son's words. Smiling, Ryu recounted what he had said. As long as I'm alive, I'll find a way to make anything work. The night stretched on with the boasts of his friends, about his son filling every pause. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Ryu approached the couple with a photograph in hand, explaining that he had left it somewhere inside. The moment he saw it, the protagonist almost laughed. The leader of Zone 2 was known for his love of drink and conversation, and he was also the most talented swordsman the protagonist had ever met. His name was Kim Chung Ryu. He remembered telling his friend to live a long life to see his grandchildren. The memory brought a flash of sadness to his face. He lamented those words. Now, she asked if Ryu's grandfather had died a long time ago. The boy confirmed the story, saying he'd heard his grandfather had died in an accident. A thoughtful silence fell over our hero. The boy, noticing his friend's sudden introspection, asked if something was wrong. Nothing, the protagonist replied. Ryu admitted his surprise. He hadn't realized that the protagonist knew anything about his grandfather. He continued, admitting that it was hard to believe someone could become the strongest swordsman after losing their right arm. The MC replied, certain that it was possible. The boy then suggested that his friend and his father would get along well. A thought occurred to the protagonist. He hadn't checked on how John was in a while. Is your father okay? The MC asked. Ryu insisted he was fine, explaining that he had tried to convince his father to drop a case that had become an obsession, but his father had refused. Confused, our hero asked what case Ryu was talking about. The boy insisted it had nothing to do with him, but then mentioned something that happened a few days before. The MC asked if anyone had been eliminated during the student council elections, and the boy confirmed that some had. This revelation shocked the pair. It was frighteningly similar to the accident before the exam, when the test had been changed at the last minute and 2 students had been crushed by falling rocks. The MC asked if John had been investigating that case. The boy confirmed it. That was precisely why he had been fired. It was like a police officer trying to take control of the entire parents' association. The result was inevitable. This revelation startled our heroine. He then joined the council, but felt ostracized. Only one, Chai, accepted him. The MC questioned if the association's nominee had also been involved in the accident, and someone replied that was impossible. The association only had 4 members, and their nominee hadn't taken the exam with them. He still thought about it, wondering what could have been if he had just reached out sooner. She asked if that was why he had saved the arrogant boys. He admitted that there were moments when he regretted that his path to becoming a hunter had been for nothing, even with the risk. The thought of someone facing elimination right before his eyes brought a grim satisfaction. He had made the sacrifice. A smile touched his lips, then surprise. He bent down and picked something up. Could it be the guillotine blade? Ryun had said it was Dong's only memento, a relic his father had treasured for years. He remembered his friend vowing to one day pass the blade on to his grandchildren. He asked Ryun if he could borrow it. The boy didn't mind but was curious. Why? The boy asked. The MC explained that his friend had doubted the truth of his grandfather's story, calling it impossible. Old stories are always exaggerated, the boy replied. Not this one, insisted the protagonist. He then turned to Ryun. Would you like to watch the next exam? A few days later, the final exams began. The first day was dedicated to general subjects. In a classroom, Students were hunched over their tests. He was among them, completely lost, realizing he didn't understand a single question. He hadn't attended a single class since enrolling. How could he possibly handle a math test when his life had been spent fighting monsters? Then he glanced to the side and saw Jusok. The side character seemed focused, but his gaze held a certain emptiness, the look of someone who hadn't actually studied. He probably just memorized the answers. If this cheating continued, it could spell trouble for Arya. The young woman herself seemed to be struggling with the exam. Her expression was peculiar. She looked ill, and it worried the protagonist. He remembered her perfect scores on the written exams. He had to trust her. A sudden, sharp tap on his head startled him. It was a rolled-up piece of paper, wielded by one of the proctors. The teacher was clearly uncomfortable. He told him not to look around during the test. He promised to behave. Several days passed, and on the fourth day of exams, a voice echoed through the speakers, alerting the students to the imminent start of the first-year final test, the combat exam. Every first-year student was summoned to the main auditorium. "It's finally starting," he murmured. Turning to the woman who would one day become his wife, he insisted, "Let's go. We don't want to be late," she agreed. Inside the bustling gymnasium, he commented on the large number of people present. She asked him to wait a moment. Then, an expression of surprise crossed his face. He had a look of shock. Although nothing remarkable was visible in the arena, a crowd watched. A low murmur, rising from their ranks too indistinct to decipher among them. Reporters documented the unfolding scene. The MC asked aloud if the exams were always this intense. Anna explained that this was the final exam of the semester, and the top-performing students often became members of the council. John Yu, with an impassive face, considered the spectacle. With even the subjugations broadcast for public consumption, watching students with abilities fighting each other was in essence just another form of entertainment. An announcement echoed through the arena. The exam was about to begin. A wave of disgust washed over the MC, adults broadcasting children fighting for profit. It was revolting. President Uchi, the announcer declared, would now explain the rules of engagement. She explained that the test rules applied to all students who had trained diligently. The first exam would pit two randomly selected participants against each other, with the winner advancing to the next round. The MC, with a wry smile, recognized the rules as identical to those used in his own previous subjugation tests. The test continued until one participant surrendered or was defeated. Victory earned a single point. Defeat meant no points, but there was also no penalty. Those without points could re-enter as many times as they wished. However, the single point gained and then lost meant elimination. Uchi explained that although the special protective equipment absorbed most of the impact, it was not infallible. A warning followed. Do not get carried away, and do not be reckless with your abilities. The Class A test was about to begin. Gold expressed his hope for favorable outcomes for everyone. Immediately, the draw for the next fights began. Two unimportant students were selected. And so, likely destined to remain on the sidelines of history, the announcers directed them to enter the arena and prepare for the test. The referee signaled for their starting positions, then called the start. The red-haired student was the first to attack. She was taken aback by the incredible sight. She breathed, "So this is how Class A students fight." Turning to her future husband, she asked the protagonist for his opinion on the match, but a moment later, she was shocked. The boy was sleeping. She asked why, especially with Class A fighting. He replied that the fight was a mess. Nothing worth watching. Exhausted from sleepless nights, studying for the exams, he decided it was time for a break. Anna questioned his confidence especially. After witnessing the impressive skills of Class A, she wondered what criteria he could be using to make such a bold claim. I was right. Those two extras disappeared. A few hours later, the announcer declared that the Class D fights had ended. Anne nudged him awake. He stretched, asking sleepily if it was over. "Yes," the girl replied. "It's our turn now." The announcer called for the Class E fighters to prepare. The students advanced towards the exit, a wave of movement leading towards the cafeteria. The arena, which moments before held a thundering crowd, was now strangely empty. The MC asked aloud if his class's matches were really so boring that no one wanted to stay. The girl beside him retorted that he was the last person who should complain, considering he had slept through the previous fights. But then, something caught his attention. Ryan watched the next rounds. The boy greeted him, and he returned the gesture. The announcer declared that the presentation of the first participant from Class E was about to begin. He decided to conserve his energy. Choosing an opponent of average skill would be more practical. The protagonist's class's first fight pitted our heroine against Jiraiya Jung. Junggu watched with concern. This wasn't good. Nothing was going as planned, but the girl reassured him, saying she would handle it. Taking a deep breath, our heroine recalled her training, reminding herself to simply follow what she had learned. He declared, 10 consecutive victories, nothing less. Ian was confused. He explained that their class had 20 students. She needed to win 10 matches in a row. A smile touched her lips. That was exactly what she would do. The referee called both participants to take their positions. A moment later, the man signaled the start of the match, and the system announced that High was authorized to use D-level skills. Jay's fist suddenly connected, sending the other girl sprawling to the ground. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena. Jay is down. A shockwave ran through the spectators. The referee declared the first round a victory for our heroine. Even Rian seemed surprised. A murmur went through the crowd as the protagonist watched from the stands, pride swelling in his chest. However, a flash of doubt crossed his face. It had been too easy. Could Ian really have knocked someone out without using a skill? The boys wondered. Then, in the second round, she defeated another opponent. Her winning streak continued into the third round, taking down another background character with ease. The announcer declared the heroine's advance to the fourth round. A 3-win streak. Murmurs swept through the crowd. Could she really be from the trash class? Another commented on her impressive progress, gaining such strength in just 1 month. His gaze fixed on someone nearby. She probably possesses the same talent as her companion. Go Yunchai observed the heroine. It was just a first-year class test, one that nobody really cared about, he thought. He wondered if she was there because of the fight of Ion, or perhaps because of Jusok. Ion questioned what that had to do with anything and asked if her friend shouldn't be helping. Yunchai explained that he couldn't have helped anyone by himself. One of his juniors had promised to show him something interesting, which is why he had come. Aeon was confused. She didn't know anything about that. The announcer called for those who wished to participate in the next round to step forward, but no one else stepped forward. The announcer declared that if no other challenger from the class appeared, the matches would end. Then, a hand was raised. It was Jusok's. The man directed the student into the arena to prepare for the match. Seeing this, our hero was surprised that Jusok wasn't afraid. After witnessing Ion's skills, he must be hiding something. Moments later, the referee called both participants to take their positions. She believed this was it, her chance to finally face Jusok, whose power, she knew, was long-range. When the referee signaled the start of the match, Aeon lunged forward. A spectator noted her all-out attack, but Jusok simply smiled, unfazed. Then an explosion shook the arena. The students watched in stunned silence, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Even the hero was surprised. Recognizing the telltale signs of that particular power, Ryung looked at Yunchai, demanding to know exactly what he had taught Jusok to allow him to do that. A nearby observer, swelling with pride, asked Yunchai if his protective equipment was the reason she had withstood the attack, but he quickly dismissed it, noting her low resistance. Yunchai, lost in thought, realized it wasn't the bracelet that Jusok usually wore. Where had he gotten this new ability? Jusok stated that many people helped him because of his parents. That's how he had gotten the item. Our heroine questioned if he really thought it was something to be proud of. He confirmed that it was, especially because it was something she could never have. Aeon was angered by his words. He then asked if she was upset, because he had mentioned her lack of parents. She silently warned herself not to get angry and fall for his taunts. Remembering her hero's words that the first battle is to understand your opponent, she realized what she needed to do, to decipher Jusok's ability and what category that extra skill fell into. His level must be far above hers, she concluded, activating her magic. She told herself there was only one way to find out. A blast of fire shot towards Jusok. I have no choice, she declared, but to continue fighting. He laughed, asking if she really thought D-rank abilities would make a difference. She reasoned that skills in the magic category had similar casting speeds, favoring long-range attacks, but the instant Jusok unleashed a blast, she managed to defend herself. Thrown back just a few meters, she was intrigued by what she had just witnessed. Even though he controlled that strange ability, its speed was disconcerting. Was it even magic? He asked if she understood, claiming that his power operated on a completely different level from hers. It couldn't be magic, she thought. Magic required cooldowns between uses, making it impossible to fire skills consecutively like that. Could it be a combat enhancement? The only skill she knew that came close was beetle bombardment. She charged, shouting her challenge. The extra advanced as well, boasting that she had finally cracked the code. But it was too late. He landed a blow, but the heroine held her ground. Eon's fist connected with Jusok's face. He cursed, but Eon's response was simple. Knowing his ability made all the difference. His ability, she explained, caused an explosion on impact, so she just had to stop him from landing a blow. She's doing well, the protagonist thought. If she had mistaken it for a fire-based magic ability, getting close would have been impossible. Interrupting an opponent mid-cast is difficult, so the usual tactic is to exploit defensive openings. But if it was an enhancement, she would need a new approach. With no delay between activations, magic-based strategies were useless. The weakness lay in the action itself. His sweeping aerial attack left him vulnerable to a counterattack. If it was nullified, the advantage would shift to his opponent. Eon knew her solution wasn't foolproof. She had to be cautious as the extra attacked. Her defense remained impenetrable. He attacked again, only to be blocked. In a swift move, she retaliated, landing a blow on his head. As she countered his relentless attacks, a wave of confidence washed over her. She could do this. She would take Jusok down. With that determination, she grabbed both of his arms. The system announced the activation of the user's second-level flame abilities. Our heroine launched a kick towards the extra, who told her to brace for impact. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the arena. The extra's attack sent our heroine flying back several meters. The irritated Jusok scoffed. "A little martial arts, and you think you're something special? Did you think you could block me with just your arms?" He walked towards Aeon. She realized with a jolt that he could create explosions with a single knee as the extra confronted the heroine, warning her to know her place. A system announcement echoed. Enhancement category skill is activating. The man declared that she must be eliminated and lunged to attack, but a hand stopped him. The protagonist stepped forward. "That's enough," he said. "If you continue, I will eliminate you." Ion was eliminated. The next participant would be the MC. He scoffed, commenting that her hero had finally decided to show up. But the protagonist ignored the taunt. His attention focused solely on the heroine. "Are you okay?" he asked. "It's not over," she insisted. "Go back. Your time hasn't come yet." He knew she was at her limit, battered by the initial explosion. A wave of respect washed over him for her tenacity. "You've already lost," he stated. "The match is over." She started to speak, but he told her to accept the defeat. After a moment, Aeon stopped resisting. She left the arena, refusing a stretcher, and insisting she could walk. Moments later, the protagonist called out to the heroine, praising her performance, and telling her not to dwell on the loss. Ion, surprised by his words, walked away with tears in her eyes. The side character, watching with pride, called out to the hero. He admitted his earlier concern that the protagonist wasn't going to show up. Our hero then questioned if the guy had gone too far in his fight against the heroine. Siak affirmed that he had gone easy on her, even letting her walk away. The MC retorted that Jusok was acting arrogantly simply because he had obtained a B-rank skill. He asked if the man had forgotten about the warehouse attack. The words hung in the air, and the man trembled. His skill, he continued, was far from ordinary. Where did he get it? The young man questioned why that mattered to the MC. The MC didn't need to ask. He already knew who had gifted him the skill. He remembered someone claiming it was an accident, that he too had been a victim. He was struck by the resemblance between the man from the past and Jumin. A fleeting thought arose that perhaps the professor was the man's son, but the announcement for the second round interrupted his speculation. He would simply do what was necessary. Rio should have been paying attention. The demonstration wouldn't last forever, yet Rio just watched from the sidelines. The background character, Rio, wondered if his friend really intended to fight with just one hand. There was a limit, he said, to how much the protagonist could underestimate his opponents. Did he really plan to fight with one hand? The opponent's eyes gleamed as he thought he would surely win. He declared his victory and began to activate a skill, one designed to completely crush the protagonist. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, each punch detonating in fiery explosions across the arena as shockwaves rippled outwards. The blasts reached even those far away as fire roared across the entire arena. The boy's relentless assault continued. Even after 7 panels, the relentless assault on our hero hadn't stopped. Rio remarked that this was supposedly the first match of the year, but it had already escalated to an unbelievable level. The opponent stopped his attack, letting out a laugh. He questioned if a little athleticism was really what set the hero apart, scoffing at the idea. He added that skills were everything, and no amount of showboating could ever bridge the gap between them. Our hero declared that kids these days were hopeless. Jace felt a chill of fear run down his spine. From behind the swirling smoke, the protagonist added that they seemed to think reckless attacks are the answer to everything. He gripped a wooden sword, demanding to know why the other boy had closed his eyes and used his skill so carelessly. "It makes no sense," Jace argued. Are you saying you weren't hit a single time? The protagonist scoffed. The kid was an idiot. His skill's blast radius only reached 1 meter, while the arena was vastly larger. He hadn't needed to dodge a single attack. The protagonist advanced on the opponent, declaring he would teach him how to truly fight. The boy, confused at first, suddenly saw an opening. This was perfect. He lunged forward, throwing a punch at the protagonist. But then, he hesitated, fear flashing across his face. The hero had already struck back. He struck the boy, Dylan, with the wooden training sword. Dylan wondered what had happened to his skill. It hadn't activated. A tremor ran through his body. As the protagonist stared him down, one hand extended, smoke rose from the hero's sword. Fear was etched on Dylan's face as he asked if John Woo had really deflected the explosion with a mere wooden blade. John Woo suggested he try attacking again if he didn't believe it. Consumed by the thought of defeating his enemy, the boy unleashed a flurry of savage attacks, but his aggression was quickly met with pain as the protagonist landed another blow, leaving Chloe stunned. She wondered if her hero had truly blocked the explosions with nothing more than a wooden sword. It wasn't a bullet he had stopped. It was an explosion, a feat that seemed utterly impossible. John Woo explained that the wooden sword he had given the hero had a unique ability. It could cut mana. Jesse asked if the MC had neutralized the ability by cutting the mana flow before the explosion. The boy confirmed that there was no other explanation. He then turned to his companion asking if she had another theory. She questioned if their hero had somehow cut the invisible mana with a precision of 0.01 seconds at the moment of activation if such a feat were possible. She argued there could only be two explanations. This person was either a fraud or a hunter from 40 years ago, back when the legendary John Woo was still alive. Derek knelt before our hero. Perplexed by his defeat, he, a hunter with an unrestricted core wielding a B-rank skill, was losing to a special admission student armed with nothing but a wooden sword. His mind reeled the reputation of a student council member, his own hunting career, all crumbling before him. This couldn't be happening, impossible. He wouldn't allow it. He would defeat our hero at all costs. He stood up, declaring that since our hero's arrival, his life had been completely destroyed. A system warning sounded. A new skill activating, he prepared for the attack, vowing to crush our hero at any cost. As he spoke, the entire arena trembled, and rocks fell from the structure above. The announcer ordered Derek to stop, declaring that he was not authorized to use that power. Alarms blared around them. While others called for security, Gideon watched in disbelief, trying to understand the nature of the skill. If it continued, he realized the entire auditorium would be destroyed. Chai cursed Derek's recklessness, even as a flash of guilt reminded her of her own part in this escalating chaos. A dark, no crimson aura began to emanate from the extra, increasing in intensity. It was launched towards the MC as the system declared the skill's name, Nuclear Explosion. The hero held his ground unshaken as the attack rushed towards him. He immediately shifted into a fighting stance. Ready to counter the extra's attack, the approaching force materialized almost like a nuclear blast. Gaining physical form, then the screen flashed white, revealing the protagonist scorched by the blast. Another massive explosion rocked the arena. Incredibly, the extras remained in their seats, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, but their complacency was shattered when sparks from the MC's counterattack rained down on them. Finally realizing the danger, they rose and fled. The situation in the arena was dire. One figure remained standing, though it was hard to tell if it was the hero or the extra. It was the extra, his face etched with fatigue as a laugh escaped him. It grew wilder, more unhinged. The hero was still alive, but he was on his knees before Dilstock. The boy asked how it felt to lose after all his arrogance, leaning closer to the protagonist. He said that forgiveness was not an option. Even so, the protagonist should consider himself lucky. He didn't want to eliminate anyone. He would be generous and just cripple him. Before he could react, an attack landed. He was caught completely off guard. Struck from behind, he was suddenly launched into the air and flipped upside down, and then thrown face first into the ground. Recalling the moment of impact, our hero ordered the other man to get up. His expression hardening, he refused to repeat the command for Jusok. He declared the side character had crossed a line. Still disoriented, he struggled to get up, trembling and sweating before the hero. He made another attempt to activate his nuclear explosion skill, but the protagonist struck him again. This time, the hero's attack was so brutal it defied description. He collapsed to the ground again under the hero's blow. Struggling to get up, he gasped, "I can't breathe." But the protagonist wasn't finished. "Get up," he ordered. Tears streamed down the side character's face. He was terrified of being eliminated. He knew that if he got up again, the protagonist would not hesitate. Backing away from the hero, he begged for forgiveness, pleading desperately. He admitted his transgression, swearing it would never happen again. He was truly sorry. The protagonist's fury remained. He demanded to know if the boy understood the danger of the skill he had attempted. A dangerous skill even in the heat of a real battle. Because of the side character's actions, the entire auditorium was almost vaporized, forcing everyone to flee for their lives. The accusation hung in the air. Then the side character started to cry, insisting he never intended such devastation. He had only heard that the skill was strong. He didn't know its true power. The enraged protagonist pointed out that the person who used the same skill 4 years prior had offered the same excuse. He asked Jusok if he knew what had happened to that person. Jusok, trembling, claimed ignorance and asked what had happened. Activating a unique skill, the protagonist declared that someone like Jusok did not deserve to be a hunter. He never learned. Desperate, he asked if the protagonist knew who his father was. He warned that if anything happened to him, his father would never forgive him. But the protagonist didn't care. He launched an attack. The panel shattered. Perhaps he really eliminated him as the protagonist's attacks landed, and a dense cloud of smoke rose. A few men murmured in confusion, unable to see what had happened. One shouted that the smoke was too thick to tell. Then, through the mist, the opponent collapsed to the ground. The test was over. The announcer declared the fight was over, and the students began to file out of the auditorium. The announcement echoed through the arena as the protagonist walked away, his usual aura of power strangely absent. A voice shouted out, asking if the sword he carried belonged to someone. It was Director Chun-woo, his face grim. As he watched the protagonist leave, Utite explained that his friend had simply gone too far during a fight with another student. But indifferent to Utite's words, the protagonist retorted that the director shouldn't act like he was still in his prime. From that moment on, he declared, things would be different. He would be more aggressive and would abandon all pretense of hiding his identity. The director informed our hero that the good old days were over. The MC retorted. He asked if his friend truly believed he would remain idle. Hours later, inside the men's restroom, a phone rang. Minister Min Jun was on the other end, and the recipient of the call was none other than the shameless professor. Years earlier, he remembered running, a worried expression etched on his face. The reason, unknown then, now seemed clear. His team's base was engulfed in flames. Several figures lay scattered on the ground, motionless. A child's toy was nearby, a silent testament to a lost life. Terror twisted his face as he saw Chun-woo's sword. It was on the ground. The hero recognized it. The guillotine blade. In that instant, terror seized the king. His gaze fell upon an unexpected sight. He saw a motionless figure on the ground, a man embracing a woman. At the sight, he fell to his knees. Within moments, people began to gather. Someone called for their captain. He realized the gravity of the situation and demanded to know what had happened. Someone in the group explained that a monster had escaped from a blue-level dungeon. It had invaded their camp and unleashed a devastating attack. Fury boiled within him. Clearing nearby dungeons was basic protocol, he roared. He demanded the full story. A hand rose from the crowd. Someone spoke up. He accused the three of them, blaming their failure to clear the dungeon. Irritation flashed across our hero's face. It was just a blue-level dungeon, he retorted. It should have been impossible to fail. The man stammered, clearly disturbed, unable to explain what had happened. One of his companions bowed in apology, explaining that Hunter Cole was responsible. He had insisted on carrying out the extermination with a smaller team than advised. The protagonist's composure finally shattered. The MC asked how many people he had told about the plan. 7, the man answered. Then the MC asked how many actually showed up. Only 3. The MC was not satisfied. He fought the urge to scream. He demanded to know if the 3 of them always took supplies and loot intended for 7. The man claimed this was the only time. An unavoidable accident. Due to the dungeon's interference, the protagonist stopped holding back. He did not care if they were stealing supplies, but there was one thing he could never forgive. He asked the man if he knew what it was. Then, he declared that he would never forgive anyone for ruining the life's work he had dedicated to the camp. He threw the man to the ground and pointed to the devastated camp. "Look what you did," he snarled. "Your recklessness destroyed everything. I did not endure everything we have been through just to see it end like this." He questioned if the extermination team was risking their lives in vain. The man insisted it was not his fault, screaming that he did not want this, that he could not have predicted the dungeon's interference, and that he was also a victim. He then begged the MC for another chance, offering to return all his profits and even finance the camp's reconstruction. Ignoring all the commotion, the protagonist activated a skill on the guillotine and declared the man expelled from the extermination team. His residence in the camp and his hunter status were immediately revoked at this moment. The protagonist looked strikingly different. From that moment on, Tia would never dream of becoming a hunter again, and as expected, the inevitable occurred back at his office. The professor ignored the incessant ringing of the minister's phone. 6 missed calls, and counting. He cursed Cian under his breath, remembering all the times he had warned the boy. Control your strength. Never, ever, use a nuclear explosion. It ended up being broadcast to the entire country. An investigation would surely follow, uncovering every detail. And the worst part? The illegal, unregistered bracelet. A possible link, perhaps, to the incident from 2 years before. The design was flawed, he thought, and the blame would fall on his shoulders, given the association's considerable influence. He punched the mirror. No apology, just a blunt reminder to himself. To stay calm, he needed to retrieve that bracelet while its source remained hidden. The boy would be safe. After all, the minister had his own reputation to consider, and Tia had no reason to talk. So he set aside other concerns for the bracelet. His recovery was paramount, but then a voice cut through the air, searching for it. The item fell to the ground, thrown by his classmate Jumin, whose face was impassive. "What are you doing here?" Jumin demanded of the MC. "You didn't hear the announcement? Everyone is supposed to be back in class," the MC retorted. "Why are you getting so angry?" He thought Jumin might be looking for the bracelet, so he brought it to his professor. He had heard something during the exam, a restriction placed on dangerous skills that exceed a certain power level, but the skill, Soak's skill, was so powerful it slipped past all the safeguards undetected and obliterated the entire arena. He asked if the man knew why such a dangerous skill was not restricted. The only explanation, he insisted, was an unregistered core, one that the association knew nothing about. The word struck the man and he trembled. A professor gave a student an unregistered core, he stammered. If discovered, if it caused trouble, he knew he would be in serious trouble. He dismissed the protagonist's claims as nonsense, demanding proof that he was responsible for Soak's abilities. The protagonist retorted that Jumin, blinded by greed, had interfered with the number of hunters returning from the field, a decision that led to the devastating loss of the entire 2nd District's team as punishment. The protagonist stripped Jumin of his mana and banished his team from the camp. It was mere coincidence that he witnessed these unusual abilities again. When he spoke the name of the man he had just disarmed, the man questioned his identity. But he knew of him from his father. Even he was surprised, not knowing Jumin was Cha's son, although their shared history made it less surprising with this revelation. He struck the man, declaring that because of him, a student had lost an arm, and today several others nearly lost their lives. Even 2 years ago, he had made significant errors in judgment. But one thing remained intolerable, witnessing the destruction of something he had dedicated his life to building. He announced that he had a question, and demanded an immediate answer from the shameless man. He demanded to know if the man had provided the bead. Unregistered for Soak, but received only silence, the man then tried to flee, lunging for the protagonist's bracelet, and to the protagonist's surprise, he managed to snatch it. He lunged forward, seemingly aiming a blow with the bracelet, but instead of attacking, he threw it to the ground, a sudden destructive act. He then unleashed a fury of kicks, intending to obliterate it completely. He looked proudly at the protagonist, certain that he was beyond incrimination. He challenged the protagonist, asking what he thought he could possibly tell the police. Without any evidence, did he really think they would believe a high school student? Adults were no joke, he scoffed. And this was not just about Seth. He was attacking a teacher. His school life was over that day. No one would believe him. He trembled again as someone approached, demanding to know what all the commotion was. It was the principal, arriving to restore order. Jensen claimed that the president arrived just as the protagonist was threatening and attacking him, making expulsion the only option. Jensen insisted, but Warwick shot back, pointing out that the president was the one who had shattered the mirror. Desperate to escape the escalating tension, the president stammered that the mirror had been an accident. The protagonist then turned to the principal, asking if he had heard that. He maintained his innocence, insisting he had done nothing wrong. But Warwick voiced his suspicions. He suggested the teacher was the true culprit, and then pressed further, asking if any clues had been discovered. The protagonist shoved the phone into the principal's hand. "He needs to be more careful," the principal said. "There's still a heavy price to pay," he added, telling Dion he should learn to use his phone properly. As the MC reprimanded the teacher, the man simply stared in disbelief before turning to leave. The principal cried out, "What should we do?" The protagonist replied, "First, the school must publicly announce what happened." Jensen questioned Warwick's formal tone with a student. Warwick ignored him, already on his phone, instructing someone to prepare an official statement. The teacher, realizing the illegal nature of the request, was terrified. He challenged Warwick, asking what he thought he was doing. This would not just affect him. The teacher insisted that even Minister Madden would be caught in the fallout. Could Warwick truly handle the consequences? The principal insisted that he had not forgotten the incident from 2 years ago. Even if losing his position was the price, a simple accident would not bring shame. But this had happened again. He could not face the other man without shame. leaving the teacher confused, where it claimed that the professor simply did not understand how things worked. Wasn't I clear last time? The only person I fear is the Dion from 40 years ago. He then thanked Jensen for his years of service to the school. As he walked away, the teacher's shouts followed him, but Warwick remained unfazed. Connecting the teacher to the minister would be difficult, the MC reflected, and an investigation might not even happen. The MC explained that once something becomes public knowledge, hiding the truth is nearly impossible. His friend was to spread the news of what happened far and wide. He knew someone in the media, and he was to ask them to share the information as broadly as possible. Then he asked his friend for another favor. The matter concerned Director Chang's son, who was unjustly dismissed while investigating the incident from 2 years prior. Driven by a probable thirst for vengeance, he deserved a chance. But then, Chang's attention shifted. He asked about the protagonist's arm, recognizing the brutal toll of the guillotine blade. Especially given its condition, he even admitted to landing a blow there himself. The system confirmed the penalty's activation. The caster would now experience the same affliction as their target. Xavier. Worried, Xavier urged his friend to see a doctor, but the MC insisted he was fine, dismissing the suggestion. As he was leaving, he reminded Xavier of his earlier request, explaining that he had something to return, and that he would go on ahead. As he left, the director watched him. A smile played on his lips. Elsewhere, Ryun was sitting on a bench in the square when a voice called out. It was the protagonist, and he was looking for Ryun. The boy asked if it had been intentional, if the hero had fought with his weaker hand just to prove a point. A smile touched the protagonist's lips. The stories about Ryun's grandfather, he said, were not an exaggeration. That was the only reason he wanted to show his friend. He handed Ryun the wooden sword. The weight of everything that followed now rested solely on the boy's shoulders. Ryun took the sword. His gaze remained fixed on it for a long moment. Then, his hero turned and walked away, the exchange ending abruptly. It cut the boy off just as he was about to speak. He remained silent, a guilty look clouding his face, as he stared at the blade in his hand. But it wasn't guilt. He was simply wondering if he could replicate the protagonist's feats with only one arm. Then, something inexplicable happened. His phone rang. It was his father. A flash of confusion crossed his mind. Why would his father be calling now? But then his father's voice came through, filled with concern. Worried by rumors of an incident at the academy, he asked his son if he was hurt. Ryun reassured him that he was fine and that nothing had happened. Relieved, the man explained that he had missed whatever it was because of work. He asked his son to come home early, and the boy agreed. The video continued to circulate. He asked who the boy was, the one wielding a sword with his left hand, a blade identical to a... When the boy didn't answer, the man reassured him that if it was difficult to talk, he didn't have to. He was probably tired of hearing such stories, but the boy's determination hardened. He would become a licensed hunter, no matter the obstacles. A news report detailed the incident at the academy where the Siuk auditorium had been destroyed, and the police investigation into the minister continued, searching for any evidence of abuse of power. Meanwhile, back at the academy, news of the unfolding events spread rapidly online. Our hero watched the reports, taking note of the public's reaction. It was apparently favorable. Don's job was reinstated, which came as a relief. Arya noticed Jinwoo staring at his phone, lost in thought. The whispers about her hero, she commented, were relentless. His name was probably known throughout the entire school by now. He wondered aloud if the same wasn't true for her. After all, people were talking more about her than him these days. Many were praising her ability to stand up to, soak in the arena, even if only for a brief period. A blush crept onto her face, when Jinwoo added that some were even calling her the one-punch girl. Moments later, someone else entered the training room. It was Hyun. He congratulated her on becoming a council member, but she was perplexed. "What are you talking about?" she asked. She didn't understand. "I haven't even been officially appointed," she insisted. "It's too early to relax. Nothing is confirmed yet," Hyun warned. Anything could happen. But in the next instant, the boy surprised our hero. He confessed that despite his daily practice with the guillotine blade, he wasn't progressing well, and this presented a problem. Our hero told his friend that it wouldn't be easy. If he truly wanted to reach his grandfather's level, he had a long road ahead of him. The boy just smiled. Easy or not, it didn't matter. He wanted to become stronger. He asked to be taught. Arya warned Hyun to be careful. His new teacher was intimidating. The protagonist's response was blunt. If she had any complaints, she could stop training. But the next moment, someone arrived, calling out, "Son." Our protagonist was surprised. It was Hyun's father. He asked if the two of them were his son's friends, and said it was a pleasure to meet them. He then went on, saying he knew of our hero, and that he had been incredible in his fight. He had seen. The boy used the same sword as his own father. He expressed his surprise, asking if the hero's name was Jinwoo. Our hero confirmed. Earlier, 3 men had begged the protagonist not to expel them from the camp. Their pleas fell on deaf ears. He insisted that his teammates exclude them, but the men continued to beg for forgiveness. Their cries for mercy faded behind them as our protagonist walked away from the devastated base. Flames licked at the skeletal remains of the buildings. The destruction was absolute. A scream cut through the desolation. A survivor had been found. A child. He noted how much the 10-year-old boy had grown, even starting his own family. A complicated feeling, he thought. Hours later, the announcement came. Class dismissed. Applications for the student council would be available the next day. In the office, a murmur rose among the other students as the protagonist stood up. He suggested they both apply, asking if it had to be that day, or if they could register the next day. There was something he needed to check, he explained, so it had to be today. In their faculty building, they stood before the office door. She asked if something was wrong, and why he hesitated at the entrance. He told her to wait. He needed to check something first. Just then, a young woman emerged from the office, someone they hadn't seen before. She seemed like just a passerby, perhaps a fleeting extra in this scene, or maybe, just maybe, she would become important later. As she passed, she recognized him. The hero who had defeated Jusok. Meeting a celebrity like this, she exclaimed, was truly amazing. Looking to the side, she spotted the heroine. Are you his girlfriend? She asked. Aeon blushed. No, nothing like that. We're just classmates, the girl laughed. I'm in Class B, she announced. The protagonist found her conversation annoying. She extended her hand to the heroine, introducing herself and asking if the 3 of them could be friends. The pair remained silent, their expressions peculiar as they studied the girl. She urged them not to be so cautious, pointing out that they would see each other often. You shouldn't be shy, she added. The protagonist asked why. She explained that her application for the student council was simply because there was no reason not to. Her skills, she added, were far too advanced for any student in Class A to compete. And with Siryu expelled, her acceptance was practically guaranteed. He smiled. Interesting, he said. Siryu hadn't even applied for the council and had been expelled, yet this girl claimed her spot was guaranteed. It seemed the results were predetermined. With a piercing gaze, he asked if she was connected to the association. The girl didn't answer. She began to tremble. He was right. But one final confirmation remained. He had intentionally waited by the door. Anyone seeking a seat on the council would have to pass by this office, offering a chance encounter with someone from the association. His plan had worked. He had found one. His trembling ceased almost immediately, replaced by a smile. No one, she stated. The school executives should be aware of this, he retorted, revealing that he had informants within the association itself. The girl insisted that the elimination of Cyrus was no coincidence. She now understood the true reason and admitted that she also disliked his actions. Even if he was relegated to Class E, he shouldn't dishonor Class B. As her speech continued, the couple watched her, their expressions unchanged. She extended her hand again, reassuring them that there was no reason to worry. But they continued to ignore her, their expressions unchanging. Growing irritated, she asked if they were playing hard to get. If he became friends with Class B students, she pointed out, it would be good for them. The MC hesitated, uncertain. Warren Hill feigned ignorance. He questioned if fame had distorted the MC's reality, asking if the MC truly believed that all members of the student council were equal. He agreed that the girl had a point. Even his own friend had been mistreated by the council. When he first joined, he didn't care if she was from Class B, or even if she was accepted into the council. He had come looking for her, not to make friends from the very beginning. She had chosen the wrong opponent. The girl looked confused as he explained. He wasn't running for the council. Aeon was the only one who was interested all along. The girl finally understood that she had been fighting the wrong person from the start. Hours later, whispers about the shameless professor and the minister, both now under investigation, spread among an unknown group, worried members of the association. If the two reveal the association's involvement, we will also be exposed, a woman said, worried that even if the minister remained silent, the investigation could still involve them. Getting to this point hasn't been easy, a man added. All the associations will be at risk, if the truth comes to light. We will not stand idly by, another man agreed, adding that the director mentioned was part of the third-year association, and it seemed they weren't talking about director, Woo-Teek. This assumption stemmed from his position on the board of directors, and his influence within the hunter industry. But it really wasn't Woo-Teek. A shadow appeared, one that clearly didn't belong to him. This man was a formidable opponent, deeply entrenched with countless alliances. The woman from his previous encounter emphasized the critical importance of the vice president's promotion to an executive position if the situation remained unresolved. Otherwise, they would be forced to alter their plans drastically. He had already considered this, the man said, explaining how difficult it would be to continue working with the minister. This man they were discussing, it seemed, was Seok's father. The woman questioned if everyone present didn't have at least some kind of contract with the minister. The man admitted they had had dealings, but nothing of real consequence. Someone mentioned a previous discussion with the minister, adding that even if things went wrong, they had backup plans regardless. The minister's absence was an undeniable embarrassment for the department. Another voice chimed in, suggesting that the vacant position could be filled, depending on Ju Hyuk's replacement. At that moment, everyone thought of him. One voice questioned if it had to be him, while another retorted that there was no reason why he shouldn't join their ranks. But the first voice argued back it wasn't ideal for someone without connections to get involved. But the woman disagreed. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Even though the MC had defeated Dusuk, a predictable victory, she remained suspicious. There was a problem, however. Dusuk's disqualification meant that the boy could simply do nothing and win a seat on the council. Then, unexpectedly, the president issued an official statement. He found their escalation disconcerting. The president usually preferred discretion, opting to bury problems, instead of exposing the academy's vulnerabilities. This public break with the minister was a dramatic turn of events. This could only mean one thing: a connection between the MC and the president, and not just any connection. It might even give him the power to control the president completely. One of the men, with his gaze fixed on the woman, asked if she really believed that if Sejun secured a seat on the council, the president would remain silent. They had tried repeatedly to contact him, but he never yielded. Now they were all in this together. His influence might not have rivaled that of the council members, but as one of them, he could be even more valuable than the minister. A sense of pride filled the room, although one face showed a spark of doubt. Chang-soo wondered if everyone really intended to abandon the minister. His own project depended entirely on Myung-jin's support. Without him, he was powerless. With the minister's fall from grace, Chang-soo realized he was the only one facing ruin, total ruin. His carefully constructed world began to crumble. He desperately needed a solution, a way to maintain control. Just then, his daughter called. He was startled by the timing. "I'm busy," he snapped, but she quickly cut him off with the news their rival was out of the race. The man was shocked. He realized this was the same girl who had spoken to the protagonist before. She confirmed his suspicion. Eunchae wasn't going to run. She knew for certain. She even asked the professor to make sure. The man believed the young woman was Eunchae's sister, and without a doubt, the granddaughter of Sok-do, a man of immense influence. John-woo's candidacy wouldn't change much, but Anian, that would be a completely different story. A moment later, someone asked about their boss, but he dismissed it as nothing, explaining that his daughter needed him. The conversation finally ended. Outside in the parking lot, the man took out his phone and called someone. A person still unknown. The mysterious caller's question revealed his identity. He asked to speak with Chell, claiming he had something of vital importance to discuss. Hours later, at a restaurant, Chell confronted him, demanding to know how he had gotten her number. He explained that his guild, still one of the largest in the country, maintained contact information for nearly every hunter. He then offered an apology for the abrupt contact. The girl asked the man what important news he had. He replied that she probably already knew that the first-year students were trying to join the council, and asked if she knew who was planning to run. Chell admitted she had an idea, though she disliked the person she suspected. The man told her that if she thought it was the MC, she was mistaken. His daughter had informed him that the candidate was not the protagonist. Anian was the one planning to run for the council. The girl was surprised and asked how he knew. The man explained that his own daughter had told him. Apparently, ever since Juzok got involved, he no longer cared about the council. This wasn't the case for Chell, however. The girl pressed for clarification, asking what exactly he meant. He explained that Eunchae's anxiety would undoubtedly worsen if his sister joined the council. The already complicated family dynamic would likely escalate, a development that would certainly displease Xiu. This, of course, would not be good for the girl. He offered his help under certain conditions, assuring her they were neither impossible nor inconvenient. He then asked her to take his daughter on a public hunt, and during an interview, declare Ronan as her competent disciple. He paused, then asked if her expression reflected confusion. His guild, he explained, was substantial in Korea but was overshadowed by the Hunters Association. So if, in addition to being a council member, his daughter also trained under Chell, that was what he truly desired. The girl had hit the nail on the head, Jansu admitted. Just as she had elevated the influence of the association, Jin could become the face of the Aches Guild that way. He would no longer need the minister or director Sok. He confessed that his daughter's skills were deficient. Her B-class ranking was a result of his influence. He suggested hiring a tutor, but the man dismissed the idea. Real skill was not necessary, he explained. He had known from the start that his daughter had no talent for hunting. He needed to be efficient. The girl questioned his intentions, asking if he was planning to turn his daughter into a mascot. He confirmed her suspicions. He then offered her the money. Assuring her it would be enough, he asked for her opinion. She pressed him, reminding him that he had mentioned a plan and demanding to know the details. He brushed off her concerns, claiming he would not go to the same extremes as Director Sok. He then regretted mentioning the director, quickly adding that there was no need for concern. He would just send his team to scare her. Chloe replied that such tactics would not work on her sister. He asked if the second heroine had a better suggestion. She insisted he do whatever it took to stop her sister, even if it required force. Before leaving, she added that she had one more thing to say. She then asked if the man had spoken with other parents from the association. A surprised Jansu responded with his characteristic expression, asking who could possibly gain from such a thing. Years earlier, 2 photographs had surfaced at a funeral. 2 figures were kneeling on the ground, their gazes fixed on something unseen. One of them, our heroine, was crying openly. From behind, a voice cut through the silence, commenting on her continuing pain. Even after the coffin was closed, a woman turned around, her expression sharp with irritation, and confronted the newcomer. How dare he show his face there, she demanded. After everything he had done, she unleashed a torrent of accusations, convinced that this man was responsible for her daughter's elimination, and her suspicion was not entirely unfounded. She asked directly if he really believed no one would discover his guilt. His expression remained unchanged. He responded with his own pain, lamenting the loss of his son. Was it not enough that his son had been taken from him? Now his own life was being stolen too, he argued. Shouldn't he be the angry one? Hearing this, the woman's tears continued to fall. But now, confusion clouded her features. A tremor ran through her as his name seemed to escape involuntarily. Then she told the man to leave. He explained that he had deposited money into the woman's account. Because of what had happened, when he was finished, he looked back and saw her watching. With tears streaming down his face, he then called out to Che, suggesting they should leave. Even so, Che's face remained impassive, a mask of chilling indifference that she had apparently worn since childhood. She turned her back, indifferent to the scene, no longer worthy of being called a heroine. As she walked away, she repeated a chilling prophecy. He will be eliminated sooner or later. He continued on without ever looking back, and she awoke from a dream that felt strangely real, a recurring dream that had haunted her for days. Her gaze drifted to a faded family photograph, a relic from years gone by. The image lingered as the scene faded to black. The next day at the academy, Arin was seen training, but at a certain point, he simply sat down, seemingly lost in thought. John Woo observed him in silence, waiting for him to get up, until he finally decided to call out to him. He called out his name and asked why he had been so distracted lately, wanting to know if something was bothering him, but Aaron simply shook his head without answering. However, John Woo was suspicious of his silence and insisted, saying that this complacent attitude was due to a false sense of security that he would get the position on the student council. Startled, Aaron quickly denied that was the reason. Faced with the tension, John Woo sighed and suggested they take a break. During the break, Aaron began to speak, admitting he hadn't been performing well. He explained that he could barely sleep for the past few days, which made it hard to concentrate, but he promised that from that moment on, he would try harder. John Woo reflected that at that moment, being honest was the best strategy, and commented that he had already thought about it. He then took the opportunity to ask Aaron why he wanted revenge on his grandfather, suggesting he answer while they rested. He believed that remembering the reason for his vengeance would reignite Aaron's motivation. After a brief silence, Aaron, in a fit of rage, revealed that his grandfather had killed his parents. John Woo was in shock, hesitating to believe it, and asked if it was true. Aaron confirmed with a short nod. Shock washed over John Woo as he pondered the possibility of someone killing their own son. Immediately, the image of a man he knew came to mind, a leader who, in his eyes, wouldn't be capable of hurting a fly. He thought that even if the world had changed so much, it was still hard to accept such a monstrosity. His thoughts were interrupted by Aaron, who asked something that the distracted John Woo didn't immediately understand. Noticing his own distraction, Jay tried to cover it up, saying that the ghost he knew seemed different from the one they were talking about. Aiden's reaction was immediate. He stood up furiously and abruptly. He demanded to know what else Jay knew about his grandfather. Without giving a concrete answer, Jay simply sighed. Suddenly, Aiden turned and said he was going home. He then left the academy hastily while Jay remained there alone, still reflecting on everything. Jay noticed that a girl who was also planning to run for the Hunter Academy's student council had forgotten her weapon. When he picked it up, he heard someone call him. Hyun asked if something had happened and why Aiden had left early, noting that Jay also seemed depressed. He also asked if they had fought. Jay denied it, saying it was nothing. Taking the opportunity, he asked Hyun if he knew anything about Director Go. Hyun replied that he only knew what everyone said, that he was Aiden's grandfather. However, Jay insisted, wanting to know if he believed this person could have killed someone. Hyun was surprised by the question and, before answering, he wanted to know if this had come from Aiden. Jay just said that it seemed to be something serious. After hesitating, Hyun said that although his father had recommended he remain silent, he knew part of the story. He explained that Aiden's father had divorced his first wife because their marriage had been arranged. Later, on a mission, he reconnected with Park, Aiden's mother and his childhood friend, and they rekindled their relationship. According to him, they lived happily for a while. But after 8 years, both were transferred to a local branch of the Hunter Academy. Jay interrupted the story for a moment and asked if Aiden's parents were also hunters. Hyun confirmed they were and continued his explanation. During a green-level dungeon break, the team was forced to retreat due to injuries, leaving only the couple to face the boss. In the main room, Jay asked if they were the only ones capable of handling the dungeon, remembering that the exit closes when the boss room is opened. Curious, Jay also asked about requests for reinforcements. Hyun explained that they tried to make a request, but at that critical moment, the agency's system failed, resulting in a loss of communication. Jay reflected that it had been a series of failures. The unexpected retreat of their companions, an error in the dungeon's classification, and the communication breakdown. However, he commented that it would be difficult to claim that Ghost had planned everything intentionally. Hyun partially agreed, stating that it seemed unlikely, but revealed that the real problem was that the dungeon had been reported to headquarters as being orange grade. Surprised, Junwoo asked how the support director, Golsuk-do, had not noticed this. Junwoo replied that, although it was strange, there was no concrete evidence, which made the case even more disturbing. What was truly frightening was the fact that, 2 years earlier during the Academy's exam, a disappearance had occurred under very similar circumstances. Suddenly, Junwoo's face turned serious. He sighed deeply, reflecting that this explained what had happened to that fool. He commented that there were people who were not happy with the leader's possible return, and with Aaron's words wondering what else they knew about that fool. Almost 4 years had passed, enough time to change an entire generation, and now there was not even a trace of the young Golsuk-do that Junwoo thought he knew. He imagined he understood that person better than he actually did, and resigned, he thought that maybe he should apologize. Without wasting time, Junwoo told Jonghyun that they would train alone as he needed to resolve something quickly. Jonghyun asked where he was going. Junwoo replied that Hyun had forgotten something and that he was going to take it to him. Meanwhile, Aaron was walking home, talking to himself. He reflected that he had overreacted and thought that Junwoo probably knew nothing about his parents. He concluded that he just needed to apologize the next day. However, he stopped abruptly when he saw a man with a black jacket and a mask appear in front of him. He soon realized that he was not alone, as there was another man behind him. Aaron asked if they needed anything. He then observed that both were trying to hide something in their sleeves, but the visible bulge revealed that they were carrying a bow. He concluded they were hunters and immediately adopted a combat stance. However, he realized in shock that his own bow had disappeared in an instant. The men in black used the Shadow Rain skill. Aaron was enveloped in darkness and completely lost his vision. With no chance to react, he felt a blow from behind, lost consciousness completely, and fell to the ground. Shortly after, a car arrived from inside. One of the men shouted for them to quickly put Aaron in the vehicle. Meanwhile, the scene returned to Junwoo. He tried to call Aaron but couldn't reach him. Thinking that perhaps his friend was still upset about their earlier argument, he resigned himself to it. He concluded that there was nothing more to be done and decided to return the forgotten item the next day. The next day at school, Junwoo kept trying to call Aryam, but unfortunately, he still couldn't get through. Surprised and worried, he ended the call. 3 days had passed since Aryam disappeared from the academy. Junwoo sighed, thinking the situation was crazy because even after all this time, he still couldn't contact Aryam. He also sought help from the teachers, asking them to call Aryam's home, but according to her family, she hadn't been home since that day. Immediately, Junhyun reported Aryam's disappearance to the police, while Junwoo persisted in his attempts to call her, still hopeful of getting an answer. At that moment, Junhyun remembered the application for the student council and warned that it had to be submitted before 6 p.m. that day. Junwoo immediately agreed, stating that Aryam would never give up on being a candidate. With that, they both concluded that there was probably someone behind all these events. Junhyun asked if they were trying to stop Aryam from becoming a member of the student council. He then suggested it could be the Parents' Association. However, Junwoo dismissed this hypothesis, recalling that the investigation into the case was still ongoing, and in this context, the Parents' Association wouldn't want to make the situation worse. Besides, with Joseph already expelled, making things worse wouldn't benefit them at all. Junwoo reflected that if it wasn't them, perhaps it was someone dissatisfied with Aryam's candidacy. Junwoo agreed with this idea. However, the question arose of who could have passed on the information to Aryam, which made Junhyun think intensely. Suddenly, he reacted, saying it certainly hadn't been him, as they hadn't seen each other since the exam. Junwoo smiled and reassured Junhyun, guaranteeing that he knew he wasn't responsible. However, a sudden idea crossed Junwoo's mind, leaving him unsettled. Junhyun noticed his reaction and asked what was going on. Junwoo explained that they had gone together to get the application form and talk to a girl from Class B in front of the teacher's lounge. Junhyun frowned, refusing to believe it. He asked if Junwoo had mentioned something unintentionally. Junwoo admitted that he might have spoken without thinking. Junhyun shook his head, visibly annoyed, and commented that Junwoo talked too much. Then he asked who the girl was. Junwoo replied that her name was Hyun from Class 1B and added that she was part of the Parents' Association. This revelation made Junhyun reflect. He considered that in that case, perhaps, Hyun and Aryam were collaborating on the kidnapping. However, Junwoo shook his head, stating that he wasn't sure if Haley would really side with Ryan. He also saw no direct benefit for Ryan in acting this way. However, he noted that, as a member of the Parents' Association, Ryan's family could hold an important position, and therefore there would be room for others to intervene. Considering these possibilities, they thought that perhaps someone had obtained the information first and was involved in these events. Faced with this, Jin wasted no time. He picked up his phone and made a call. He called Jaden's father. As soon as he answered, the man on the other end of the line was surprised to hear Jin's voice and asked if he shouldn't be in school. At that moment, Jaden was also surprised to discover that Jin had direct contact with his father. Jin asked if he was busy because he needed to ask him a favor. Jaden's father, curious, agreed to hear what it was. Meanwhile, Jaden, watching the conversation, frowned and asked Jin when he had gotten his father's number. During the call, Jin asked for information about Haley's parents from Class B. Jaden's father thought for a moment before replying that Haley's parents were not well known and that there was little to investigate. He explained that her father was the head of a guild in C, the Asses Guild, and that separated from his wife, he lived alone with his daughter. Jin asked if this guild could be compared to a private Nadava security company. Jaden's father confirmed, adding that the organization was not entirely legal, being involved in controversial activities. With this information, Jin asked if it would be possible to track the current whereabouts of Haley's father. Jaden's father laughed and commented that besides being a task that would take time, it could complicate the situation even more. He advised Jin to report the case to the police, promising to help so the investigation could begin as soon as possible. Jin thanked him for his help, especially considering he had called so suddenly. The man on the other end of the line simply laughed and replied that, in fact, he was the one who should be grateful, because Jin was helping his son. Jin smiled and ended the call. Jaden, still confused, asked what they would do if they couldn't find Haley's whereabouts. Jin simply smiled and said that if they couldn't find them, they would make them come to them. Jaden, who was initially laughing, suddenly turned serious and grabbed Jin's shoulder, asking him to confirm if what he was thinking was really the plan. Filled with worry, he reminded John Woo that his father was a police officer and that this could be considered a crime. John Woo simply told him not to worry and that he wouldn't have to get involved. Before Justin could stop him, John Woo walked away, leaving him even more stunned. The scene then changed to a rooftop where Gideon was talking on the phone with his father. He was saying that Arya hadn't shown up since the day before, and as he ended the call, he expected to be praised. However, as he looked at his phone, he noticed someone arriving on the rooftop. It was John Woo, who appeared calmly. As Gideon made no effort to hide his surprise, he asked how John Woo knew about that place. In a mocking tone, he said he thought John Woo was the mighty king. Gideon continued his taunts, asking if John Woo was there to apologize, or if he was just going to tell on him. John Woo remained silent, simply observing. Irritated, Gideon declared that it was too late, and that he was leaving himself. Without a word, John Woo used his ability, activated the skin ring, and unleashed the explosive skill. Flick. What happened next wasn't shown. The scene then cut to a vacant lot where Ruan was driving his car. While driving, he made a phone call. During the call, the person on the other end asked if Ah-hyun was all right. Ruan answered calmly, and the caller, smiling, said he was relieved, as it would have been a huge problem if something more serious had happened. Ruan commented that, despite everything, it was excessive to treat a high school student in such a way. Although hesitant, he asked the man on the line if he didn't feel bothered, since Ah-hyun was still his brother. Ah-hyun's brother replied that, with someone as influential as the manager of the Seoul branch of the Esser Guild involved, there would be no interference from the client. He stated that it was simply a personal request and asked Ruan to handle the situation by 6 p.m. Ruan agreed, promising to call back. As he gazed into the distance, he reflected on Ah-hyun, acknowledging that the boy truly had impressive qualities and knew how to stand his ground. Suddenly, one of the guild's men appeared and greeted Ruan, calling him the guild master. Ruan asked about the situation, and the man replied that everything remained calm. Ruan ordered them to release the prisoner after 6 o'clock, but demanded that the surveillance be doubled. The guards immediately agreed. A short while later, Ruan received a call from his daughter, Rion. Before answering, he muttered to himself, suspicious of the situation. Upon answering, Ruan scolded his daughter, saying that he was busy. However, from the other end of the line, he heard Rion's trembling voice, who, crying, said she was being held captive. Before he could react, another voice joined the call. It was Jin Woo's, who introduced himself and asked if he was Rion's father. Consumed by rage, Hwan demanded to know who he was and what he had done to his daughter. Jin Woo, however, remained calm and just asked him to calm down, stating that he only wanted to make amends. Hwan was utterly enraged and demanded to know who he was talking to. On the other end of the line, he wanted to know who he was and what he had done to his daughter Rion. Jin Woo calmly replied that he hadn't done anything yet. Nothing yet. Meanwhile, Ryan, overhearing the conversation, glared furiously at Jin Woo, exhausted and angry, as if she wanted to kill him with her gaze alone. Jin Woo met her stare, and for a moment, he remembered something. He remembered his past, a simple and straightforward philosophy. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If someone attacked him, he would strike back. If someone took something from him, he would take something in return. It was an emotionally inefficient and undoubtedly immoral method, but sometimes it was the most effective, just like now. Back in the present, Hwan, still furious, demanded to know what Jin Woo wanted. Jin Woo didn't answer immediately, murmuring to himself that by capturing Hwan's daughter, they had reached a level playing field. So, he answered the man on the phone directly. He ordered that the student, in his possession, be brought to the arranged location within 1 hour. Hwan was in shock. As he tried to process this, he heard Jin Woo repeat that they would make an exchange. The student Hwan had captured would be exchanged for the release of his daughter, and the trade had to happen within 1 hour. Sweat began to bead on Hwan's forehead. Only someone truly cold-blooded could propose such a deal. He recognized him immediately. Jin Woo was from the academy, and he was even more stunned by the cruelty a mere high school student was displaying. Outraged, he asked if Jin Woo had any idea who he was. Jin Woo replied with a smile. He said he knew very well. He was Hwan Chun-soo, manager of the Aces Guild, and with an even wider grin, he added that, at that moment, Rion's safety was more important than Hwan's identity. Hwan's eyes widened in fury. He cursed at Jin Woo, but Jin Woo was relentless. He told him he only had 1 hour, and that he just needed to follow the example he himself had set by kidnapping him. Hwan felt paralyzed by pain and shock. Jin Woo added that if he obeyed, nothing would happen to his daughter. But Hwan tried to defy him. He asked how Jin Woo planned to harm his daughter, if he even had the guts to kill her. Jin Woo smiled and replied that even without killing her, he could guarantee she would never become a hunter. Rion gasped as she heard everything, her eyes wide in disbelief at Jin Woo's plans. His last words echoed in his mind. Suddenly, the expression on Hwan's face changed to something darker. With sadness, he asked John Woo not to go too far, but John Woo coldly interrupted him. He reminded him of Joseph's case, who for some unknown reason could no longer use the arc. He suggested that perhaps the reason was related to the wooden sword. The furious one could only insult John Woo, calling him an idiot. An indifferent John Woo continued. He explained that although this wouldn't affect Joseph's daily life, it would end his chance of joining the student council, and more importantly, his career as a hunter. He asked one if he was willing to take that risk. One could barely contain his rage and despair. Trembling, he found no words to answer. Finally defeated, he asked where he should take Ryan. John Woo, already sending the location, told him to go as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, behind John Woo, a masked man asked if this was really safe. John Woo, busy sending messages, simply replied. His masked accomplice warned that the enemy was the Axis Guild, professional hunters. If they attacked, the consequences would be severe. But a firm John Woo assured him that if necessary he would take care of it himself. Meanwhile, Rian continued to listen to the conversation between John Woo and her father. Little by little, she understood that her own father had kidnapped her. Confused and scared, she wondered what was really happening. The scene then changed to the school's special department room. The man was calling Rian's brother to inform him of the situation. Confused, the brother wanted to know what he meant by, "We've been discovered." The man explained in a stern tone that all their plans had been discovered by an E-class student. A surprised Goyuntae asked if he was referring to John Woo and wanted to know how the boy had managed to find out everything. Angrily, Won replied that he didn't know and had no idea how it had happened. Goyuntae reflected that even if John Woo had discovered something, he couldn't have acted so quickly. One, trying to seem calm, informed him that the boy had captured his daughter and was demanding a hostage exchange in 1 hour. Shocked, Goyuntae asked if he had accepted the deal. Immediately, firmly, One stated that he had not accepted. He added that according to the threats, if he didn't comply, his daughter could never pursue a career as a hunter. He knew he couldn't stand by because even if he didn't have high expectations, he wanted to ensure that Rian at least became a high-level hunter. After a sigh, Go Yun-chai asked if this meant that Won was backing out of the request he had made earlier. Won stated that he had no such intention. But from that moment on, he could not guarantee the safety of Go Yun-chai's brother. Faced with this response, Go Yun-chai remained silent. Won concluded that he had only called to inform him of the situation, and abruptly hung up. After hanging up, he commented to himself that he believed Go Yun-chai didn't care much about this sort of thing. Without wasting any time, he ordered his men to take the prisoner out of the car and prepare to leave. His men obeyed promptly, and Won also reminded them to bring the equipment. The scene then shifted to a warehouse where Jung Woo and his allies were waiting. As soon as he arrived, Won was greeted by Jung Woo, who respectfully addressed him as Manager Won Chang-sol. However, Won ignored him and directly asked where Rian was. Maintaining a wry smile, he stated that the question was poorly phrased, as it was first necessary to bring Rian out. Internally furious, Won cursed at Jung-woo. As he gave orders to his men, Jung-woo mocked that, without something to negotiate, handing over the hostage would cause them to lose their advantage. Won, sighing and massaging his head, gestured for them to bring Rian. 2 men dressed in black took Rian from the car. The young man's head was covered by a paper bag, preventing him from seeing where he was being taken. They walked slowly into the warehouse, and upon arrival, they removed the bag from his head. Although his vision was blurry, Rian managed to recognize Jung Woo and, smiling, showed his happiness at seeing him again. Jung Woo, with hope in his eyes, signaled to his masked partner, indicating for him to bring Rian to them. On the way, Rian quickly identified the masked man and commented that everyone at school knew who he was, as there was only one student with one arm. The man in the mask remained silent for a few moments before giving a nod of agreement. When Rian reached Jung Woo, he announced that the exchange should begin in an orderly and calm manner. Meanwhile, Won, feigning disinterest, lit a cigarette and commented that he needed to think about the matter first. After taking a drag, he stated that he had superior orders to follow. They would take Rian, but they also intended to take Jung Woo. Narrowing his eyes, Jung Woo ironically asked how he could refuse such an imposition. Won simply laughed, mocking the situation. Suddenly, Won's men were surrounded by Jung Woo's other allies. Won, with a surprised smile, noted that Jung Woo was in no position to make choices. The situation caught everyone by surprise. Rian, the masked man, and even John Woo showed signs of tension. As the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy, Han remained silent, coldly analyzing what his next move should be. John Woo walked slowly forward and spoke softly but with emphasis, stressing that this was important for both of them, and suggesting they settle everything at once. Ryan smiled arrogantly, throwing away the cigarette he was holding, and replied sarcastically that now John Woo was the one begging. Mocking the situation without losing his smile, John Woo thought that was exactly what Ryan wanted. Meanwhile, a visibly nervous Rian approached John Woo and Bamulong, asking them not to look at her and to let her go, showing fear of a potential fight. John Woo replied coldly, and without hesitation told her to shut her mouth, stay quiet, and not complain if she got hurt. The masked man then approached. This piqued John Woo's curiosity, and he asked what the man was doing. The masked man replied that, even for him, it would be difficult to face this alone. Surprised, John Woo asked if he was aware of what he was doing. The masked man smiled and stated that he no longer cared. In an unexpected move, he took off his mask, revealing that he was Jason Kim. Without wasting time, Jason activated his sea-level ability, called Mad Hedgehog, and prepared to fight. He commented that it had been almost 1 month since he started training, and that this was the ideal moment to test his skills. John Woo nodded with a smile, acknowledging Jason's renewed confidence, especially after the loss of his arm. He warned him, however, that he would be the one to evaluate his performance, promising to be strict. Shortly after, John Woo picked up a golf club, which surprised and intrigued Jason. Regarding its use, he explained that he hadn't found anything better, so he decided to use the golf club, which belonged to Bosco. He recalled that Bosco almost cried when he saw them taking his club. Returning to the current situation, Ryan, in disbelief, shouted mockingly about the use of the golf club, emphasizing that everything has a limit. Without waiting any longer, he ordered his men to attack. As he watched the events unfold, Han commented sarcastically about how ridiculous the situation was. He was carrying Yuna, who seemed to be in pain, as he tried to leave the warehouse. At that moment, he saw one of his men being thrown out of the place. Falling headfirst onto the ground, the man screamed in pain, leaving Han even more shocked. Upon entering the warehouse to understand what was happening, Han realized that his men were being defeated. One of them tried to attack John Woo from behind, but he dodged and seized the opportunity to hit him with a powerful blow using the golf club. The impact was so strong that the man was sent flying. To the astonishment of one watching the scene, one also showed signs of growing irritation. He ordered them to inform his client that the operation was about to fail. One was furious to see that a couple of kids were dominating the situation. In his mind, he acknowledged that Junwoo had already shown talent in school, but he believed that outside of it, reality would be very different. He thought that against professional hunters, students like Junwoo should be easily defeated. However, his men continued to fall one after another, which left him even more confused. He wondered how it was possible that 6 hunters of the second rate were being defeated by just 2 students. He considered it all ridiculous, and felt as if he were in the middle of a joke. While one was still trying to understand what was happening, Junwoo didn't hesitate to advance, making a swift move in his direction to distract him. Seizing the opportunity, Junwoo cut the tape binding Ha-Yoon's hands, freeing him. One was impressed by his enemy's audacity and strategy. He realized that Junwoo had intentionally created the distraction to free Ha-Yoon. Junwoo and Ha-Yoon then prepared to act, watching for Won's next move. Laughing uncontrollably, Won acknowledged that his opponents were one step ahead. While holding his head, he said to himself that he now understood the situation. Feeling the tension in the air, Junwoo and Ha-Yoon positioned themselves to react to any action from the determined Won. Won invoked his fighting spirit, the Tiger Lord of the Mountain, a huge and imposing beast. Ha-Yoon was immediately terrified by Won's ability, recognizing it as the signature of the head of the spiritual branch of the Isis Guild. The tiger's pressure was suffocating, leaving Ha-Yoon unsure of how to act. Realizing the danger, Junwoo quickly threw a weapon to Ha-Yoon, telling him to run to the school without looking back. A hesitant Ha-Yoon asked if Junwoo would be okay alone. Junwoo replied that the mission was the priority, and that Ha-Yoon had to submit the application on time. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Ha-Yoon ran as fast as he could. However, Won ordered the tiger to leap at him to stop him. The attack almost reached him, but Junwoo defiantly blocked the charge with his golf club. Junwoo said that Won would have to get through him first. The irritated man called Junwoo a nuisance. Meanwhile, Ha-Yoon managed to escape the battle and ran far from the warehouse. However, as he left, he found someone waiting for him. Confused, Hyun asked what this meant. Their client had appeared in person, and it was none other than Go Eun-chai. And so, the brothers finally met. They stood face to face. Hyun said he needed to go, but was stopped when he was told that he wasn't going anywhere. Hyun remained silent for a moment before starting to speak about their family. Go Eun-chai listened in silence as he continued. He recalled how they used to live in a small house under difficult conditions, but they were happy and always had dinner together. He asked if Go Eun-chai found that amusing. He said that even though their parents were hunters, the family lived in poverty. He revealed that their father had left home, and that their grandfather spent all the money, forcing their father to send everything he earned to pay off debts. He said the family could only survive because their parents sacrificed themselves, working multiple jobs to ensure there was food. Hyun shared what their father used to say. Every night, in that small, smelly room, he had a beautiful and kind brother. He would promise that one day, they would all be reunited. When that day came, their father told Go Eun-chai that he should become friends with his brother. As Hyun spoke, Go Eun-chai listened in silence, Without interrupting, Hyun asked, with pain in his voice, why Go Yun-chai didn't even come down the hill to see them. He accused him of remaining under the power of the man who killed their own father. Hyun was on the verge of tears. Go Yun-chai replied that he understood the vengeful feelings his brother carried. But Hyun interrupted, shouting that he didn't understand anything. He said that if Go Yun-chai couldn't help him, he should at least not stand in his way. In an emotional outburst, Hyun activated his ability, Flame of Asher. Go Yun-chai tried to warn him, stating that he still didn't know what kind of person their grandfather was. Then he used his own ability, Crystallized Ice. Go Yun-chai added that if Hyun continued to give in to his emotions, he would end up dead. Hyun replied that he didn't care, that he wasn't like the others, and that he had nothing left to lose. At that very moment, his fire magic surged violently towards Go Yun-chai. Go Yun-chai counterattacked with his ice magic, launching crystal needles. The tunnel lit up with the clash of their powers, and a dense smoke filled the place. Meanwhile, in another scene, Jin-woo continued to fight the tiger summoned by Won. The look on Won's face made it clear that he was also starting to struggle. Spotting an opportunity, Won tried to retreat to pursue Hyun. However, Jin-woo immediately noticed the movement and confronted him. He asked where Won thought he was going. Won was surprised that Jin-woo had noticed his intentions so quickly. Jin-woo struck with a powerful kick. Won recovered quickly, and both paused for a moment, exchanging glances. Jin-woo remembered that he had already warned him. If So Wong wanted to reach Hyun, he would have to get through him first. Wong was frustrated that he couldn't pursue him. He thought to himself about Jin-woo's arrogance. He reflected that it didn't feel like he was facing a mere student. He recognized that despite it being his mountain spirit, Jin-woo could block it and even counterattack. He admitted that Jin-woo's ability was astonishing, and that his combat capacity rivaled that of veteran hunters. He considered this a serious problem. Meanwhile, his men were chasing Won's daughter inside the building. He realized in despair that no one else was chasing Hyun. He concluded that this time, they would truly lose him. Won had already grown tired. He declared, "I guess I won't hold back or play with you anymore. I'm in a hurry." Won then used his mana connection ability to connect directly with the monster he had unleashed. He warned, "Prepare to die, boy." Immediately, Won's tiger attacked Jin-woo. Jin-woo held his position, facing the attack head-on, even commenting on the monster's speed. The tiger's blow impacted Jin-woo's body, injuring him. Initially, he thought the attack would be aimed at his head, but he realized it was aimed at his body. It was then that he noticed the summoned beast was on another level, something evident from its precise movements. Despite being injured, Jin-woo managed to get up quickly. He commented, "So you used something called a link. Not bad for a student." Won replied, smiling, "Now you look pressured. You can't afford to get hurt here." Jin-woo remained silent, but it was clear that he was analyzing. He reflected that summoned creatures usually moved on their own, but Won seemed to control it directly as if he were manipulating a character in a video game. By connecting mana to the monster, the summoner could command it with precision. Without this ability, summoned beasts would move erratically and dangerously. This flaw was common among amateurs, but that was clearly not the case here. Jin-woo thought the summoned tiger was green level, or maybe even equivalent to a boss. While he was thinking, the tiger attacked again. Jin-woo dodged quickly, looking for a way to counterattack. He noted that although he could block the attacks, they were all strategically aimed at his weak points. Jin-woo reflected, "So this is the strength of a branch manager." Suddenly, the tiger appeared behind him, trying to strike him with its paw. Fortunately, Jin-woo managed to dodge, but while still in the air, he realized he was in a vulnerable position. It was then that Won smiled and said, "Too late." A surprised Jin-woo saw that Won had unleashed another summoned monster, a huge golem. Won stated, "Now, you're in Eric's place. You have no choice but to fall," he said with a mocking smile. He added, "I was waiting for this. I never imagined I'd have to release two beasts." Jong-woo wondered how he would survive this desperate situation, as On continued to mock him. "Don't worry, you won't die here, but it's going to hurt a lot." The golem advanced to strike Jong-woo. While the tiger approached from above, Jong-woo quickly thought of using his weapon skill. Troll's blunt weapon, the vigilant On, noticed the change in Jong-woo's stance. Before he could be hit, Jong-woo counterattacked with his golf club. On was surprised and cursed. He hadn't expected that move. The scene then shifted to Ju Hyun, who was facing three enemies. Trying to capture Rion amidst the tension, Ju Hyun wondered, if Jong-woo was fighting the branch manager On Chun-soo, would he be safe despite his worry? He soon realized he couldn't get distracted, as he had three professional hunters from the Aces Guild in front of him. The confident enemies mocked Ju Hyun. They said that, without his golf club-wielding friend, they doubted he could face them alone. They called him brave. But with contempt, they knew that if they took too long, they might be punished. so they were determined to end the fight. Quickly they attacked together. But Ju-hyun retreated following Jong-woo's teachings, keep your distance and observe the enemy, until an opening appears. Meanwhile, the hunters mocked him. Impatient with his evasive strategy as time passed, their irritation grew, and Ju-hyun knew that soon one of them would make a mistake. Just as he had predicted, one of the hunters exploded with rage and charged forward alone. Ju-hyun seized the opportunity, skillfully dodged, and struck the enemy's leg, who fell, screaming in pain. Another, seeing his comrade fall, launched an attack only to be quickly taken down. With a precise blow from Ju-hyun to the leg, the last of the three hesitated, seeing his allies on the ground. But the fight was far from over as he kept his guard up. Ju-hyun couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even without special skills or great equipment, he could face professional hunters. He remembered how just a short time ago, he had lost all hope of becoming a hunter due to the loss of his right hand now. After just 1 month of training with Jong-woo, he had surpassed expectations he himself had never dared to dream of. The three furious hunters got up. One of them scoffed at the situation, saying that rank still made all the difference. Together, they began to approach again. This time, cautiously however, one of them ended up discovering where Rion was hiding. They quickly shifted the focus of the fight, as they knew the real mission was to capture her. They left Ju-hyun behind and ran towards their target. Ju-hyun was caught by surprise. Left vulnerable, one of the hunters seized the opportunity, striking him hard across the face. Another attacked him from behind, knocking him to the ground, where the fallen Jong-hyun was brutally kicked. His assailants humiliated him, asking where all that pride he had shown earlier had gone. As he was being beaten, they taunted that they would crush him until not a single bone was left intact. Jong-hyun remembered Jong-woo's lessons. When the distance is closed, all that's left is to endure, to resist and wait for a potential awakening, that rare moment when a fighter's body is pushed to its absolute limit and unleashes a power beyond its own boundaries. At the height of the violence, even under a barrage of kicks and punches, Jong-hyun mustered his strength and, with an instinctive movement, pierced one of his attackers with his aura stake. The man, in utter shock, could barely react. Astonishingly, Jong-hyun rose to his feet with a vacant look in his eyes, as if he were no longer conscious. The two remaining hunters hesitated, startled by the sudden shift in his posture. They no longer recognized the rookie they had underestimated as they tried to restrain him. Jong-hyun even used his mouth to wield a stake, driving it into an enemy's hand to free himself. The men retreated, visibly terrified, and then decided they would use their weapons to end it once and for all. But before they could act, one of them was blindsided by an attack. It came from an outside source. And startled, the man looked around and saw Won himself. Won ordered everyone to fall back immediately. It was clear that he recognized that the battle had been lost, and although confused, the hunters obeyed. They asked Won about his opponent, and the branch manager bluntly admitted that he had lost. He also remarked that despite having only one hand, Jong-hyun had forced his men to draw their weapons, a feat he couldn't ignore. But young Jong-hyun, though he had surpassed his limits, couldn't hold on and collapsed soon after, overwhelmed by his own exertion. Meanwhile, the tunnel where the siblings were was still shrouded in dense smoke and mist. Ah-hyun could be seen lying on the ground, defeated by the combined power of Go-um-choi. Disappointed, he commented to himself that he had expected more, especially since Ah-hyun wanted to become a member of the student council. However, seeing the girl's condition, he concluded that if this was the extent of her determination for revenge, it would be better for her to give up, as she wouldn't even last a year before disappearing, without a trace. Despite this, Ah-hyun struggled to get back on her feet, stating she would rather die fighting right there than simply surrender. Go-um-choi just shook his head. He merely observed that in her state, he doubted she could do anything. Yet Ah-hyun was still trying to resist, asked Go-yun-chae to wait since the competition had not yet ended. However, his plea sounded merely like an irritating whimper, with no strength to confront him. Ah-raem had no choice but to cry. Suddenly, a voice shattered the heavy atmosphere. Junwoo was approaching, ordering Ah-raem to get up, and questioning why she was still on the ground. Upon seeing Junwoo, Ah-raem stopped crying and turned to him, while Go-yun-chae, recognizing the newcomer, showed his surprise. Junwoo greeted Go-yun-chae casually, saying it had been a while since they last met, and that it was good to see him again. A confused Go-yun-chae asked how he had managed to get there, mentioning that Director Wang would never allow such an easy exit. Junwoo explained that he initially tried to resolve the situation with a conversation, but since Wang was too stubborn, he was forced to put him to sleep before leaving. The shock was visible on Go-yun-chae, who immediately asked if Junwoo had defeated the director. Although Junwoo denied it, Go-yun-chae insisted that he tell the truth, his expression turning serious. Junwoo assured him that he was not joking. Go-yun-chae remained silent, suspicious, while the other said that the important thing now was to decide the next step, regardless of trust. Furthermore, he reminded them that they were busy and asked for space to move on. Outraged, Go Yun-chae demanded to know why Junwoo was helping her. Junwoo replied simply, saying it was because he saw a little of himself in the girl. An irritated Go Yun-chae retorted that he should know the meaning of such help. But Junwoo, unconcerned, stated that he saw no need to know, as he prepared a skill and the energy crystal. Go Yun-chae warned that Junwoo would soon understand the consequences, but it would be too late to regret it. About to attack, Go Yun-chae was surprised when Junwoo, looking at Aram, reminded her that only 15 minutes remained before registration closed, and they would hardly make it in time. Considering it unfair to waste any more time, Junwoo warned Go Yun-chae that if he persisted, he would expose his participation in the kidnapping of a minor. The simple threat made Go Yun-chae hesitate, and he immediately stopped activating his skill. Seizing the opportunity, Junwoo grabbed Ahariam and declared that they were leaving. As they walked away, Go Yun-chae called out to them, stating that he would accept the favor that Junwoo had asked of him in the past. Intrigued, Junwoo stopped and asked what he meant. Go Yun-chae explained that he would speak with his grandfather so that Junwoo could obtain the hidden weapon in the support division, as long as he left Ahriam behind and walked away. Junwoo asked if Go Yun-chae was being serious, receiving an affirmative nod in response. However, he refused the proposal, to the surprise of Go Yun-tae, who immediately wanted to know the reason. Jungwoo reminded him of the basics, asking him to avoid conflict, and commented that although he did not want trouble, he preferred to act with caution. He added that by observing the situation, he noticed that the youngest grandson was overreacting. Not understanding, Go Yun-chae asked what he meant. Jungwoo just asked him to tell his grandfather that he would look for him soon and that he should wait for him. After that, Jungwoo left the place with Ah-hyun after taking him to the hospital. Ah-hyun finally woke up. Jungwoo asked if he was awake, and the boy, still confused, wanted to know where they were. He explained that they were in a hospital and that he had been unconscious for almost a day, advising him not to worry and to try to get up slowly. Anxious, Ah-hyun asked about the application and registration. Jungwoo replied that he had managed to register in time, and that he should not worry, although when they arrived, the teacher's room was in chaos. Ah-hyun sighed in relief. Jungwoo, seeing that he was well, announced that he was leaving. However, Ah-hyun stopped him, asking why he had refused Go Yun-tae's offer, since it would have been a perfect opportunity for him. Turning around, Jungwoo explained that Go Yun-chae was very afraid of his grandfather, which made it difficult to trust him for important missions. He added that Go Yun-chae was extremely aware of Go Suk-do's authority. As much as he wanted to rebel, he ended up giving in. Jungwoo concluded that he needed someone who could truly persuade Go Suk-do, not someone who would blindly obey. Smiling, Ah-hyun asked what the other reasons were. With a slight smile, Jungwoo admitted that Go Yun-chae had always been very poor, and although that was not the only factor, there were better people who were equally poor. Scratching his head, Ah-hyun joked that Jungwoo sometimes said things that did not make sense. He laughed and told him to be quiet, because he knew he would face many difficulties during training. Before leaving, Jungwoo said that although he did not know what had happened to him, he was sure that he was safe, and that was the most important thing. Ah-hyun just watched him, moved by his words. Finally, Jungwoo announced his departure, opened the door, and left, while Ah-hyun, despite everything, felt happy, knowing he could count on him. As Jungwoo was leaving the hospital, the cell phone in his pocket began to ring. He quickly answered the call, and soon recognized Bolsik's voice on the other end. Jian-woo confirmed if it was really him, and heard Bolsik report that he had followed his instructions, and released the incident to the media. Despite this, Bolsik expressed some doubt, asking if they hadn't gone too far in how they exposed the case. Jian-woo responded firmly, explaining that, since Go Yan's attempt had failed, they had no other option but to adopt more drastic methods. Bolsik, curious, asked if they would still be treated as the culprits in the midst of all this. Jian-woo, the main manager of the Seoul branch of the Aces Guild, replied with irony, saying that if anyone heard their conversation, they might think he had done something wrong. Bolsik denied it but admitted he was surprised that Jian-woo hadn't used all the accusations he himself had suggested, including those involving Go Yun-chae and the Parents' Association. Jian-woo paused for a moment before saying that he had released enough to get their attention, and that he would leave the rest for Bolsik to complete. On the other end of the line, Bolsik showed surprise and joked that it seemed he was becoming the right-hand man to Jian-woo again. Jian-woo, intrigued, asked why Bolsik didn't seem very enthusiastic. and wanted to know since when he dared to contradict him. Bolsik's only response was to respectfully call him captain. Confused, Jianwu insisted, wanting to know what had happened. Bolsik hesitated before changing the subject, reminding Jianwu about the golf club he had borrowed, and asking when he planned to return it. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the special affairs room, where Go Yunchai was sitting, his head throbbing with worry. He reflected in silence that it was all over. He knew that it was now certain that Arjun would become a member of the student council, and if past events came to light, it would be his total collapse. He even considered negotiating with the branch manager, Wan Chunsu, but quickly dismissed the idea, judging him to be completely useless. He wondered what else Jianwu could be plotting at that moment. While he was lost in these thoughts, Go Yunchai's cell phone suddenly rang. He answered quickly and became even more alarmed when he saw the name that appeared on the screen. It was a call he couldn't ignore. On the other end of the line, the voice replied that they had seen the news, and mentioned that something extraordinary seemed to have happened. Go Yunchai, mixing surprise and anxiety, asked what it was about. Without wasting any time, he opened his laptop and was horrified by the headlines. The names of the Ace Guild and director Wan Chunsu were plastered across all the news portals. Go Yunchai could hardly believe what he was seeing. He wondered aloud, "What is this?" The voice on the other end of the line asked directly if he had caused this. Yunchai Go tried to downplay the situation, stating that there had only been a small problem, and that he had tried to resolve it. The person he was speaking with was none other than his grandfather, Sokdu Go. Sokdu Go, without wasting any time, changed the subject, saying that it seemed Ah Hyun had decided to run for the student council, and asking if it was true. Yunchai Go confirmed with a hesitant mumble. But Sokdu Go interrupted him sharply, stating that if his grandson had gotten this far, it was also thanks to his efforts. He then warned Yunchai Go that if the situation continued to deteriorate, they would both quickly lose their positions. Yunchai Go responded with irritation, saying he would fix everything. However, Sokdu Go said harshly that his grandson didn't seem to fully understand what was happening. He explained that the real problem was that the news had been engineered to attack only Director Huang, leaving out any direct mention of Yunchai Go. He stated that this was undoubtedly a trap. Upon hearing these words, Yunchai Go's eyes widened in shock. Sokdu Go continued, saying that to protect his own involvement, Yunchai would now be forced to act according to the will of whoever had orchestrated the situation. He then asked angrily, who would be so audacious as to set a trap for him without the slightest fear? Yunchai Go took a moment to respond, but finally revealed that the person responsible seemed to be a student from Class 1D, admitted through special criteria. Sokdu murmured that he was just an insolent newcomer. He determined that he would handle the matter himself. Anxiously, Yunchai Go asked what his grandfather planned to do. Sokdu Go simply replied that it was something Yunchai didn't need to know. With that, Yunchai Go remained silent, feeling a mix of fear and unease. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the classroom of Class 1B. There, Ryan was the target of curious stares and malicious whispers from her classmates. Boys and girls alike, everyone was whispering about her father's involvement in the kidnapping scandal. Rian, visibly irritated, wondered why no one had the guts to say it to her face. Suddenly, one of her classmates called out to her. It was Seojun Lee, son of the vice president of Donghyun University. He mocked her, saying her father was trending again. Rian, trying to maintain her composure, replied irritably that if Seojun Lee had nothing useful to say, he should just back off. But Seojun Lee continued to taunt her, insinuating that the Aries Guild was so incompetent that it had to resort to kidnapping a minor. Rian felt her anger begin to boil, but the classmate didn't stop. Laselle John finished with a sarcastic comment, saying that Rian's father's courage was truly impressive. The intention to provoke her was written all over Laselle John's face. Faced with the extreme annoyance she felt, Rian abruptly stood up from her chair and decided to leave the room. As she walked away, she could still hear Bono making another derogatory comment. He taunted that even though her father was in that situation, Rian would soon suffer the same fate and disappear, as soon as her father's influence was gone. Ryan tried to ignore the words, but the final taunt echoed in her mind. It penetrated her thoughts slowly and painfully as she walked down the hallway, and the voices of her classmates became even clearer. They commented that without her family connection, Rian might not have even gotten a spot in the academy. They also doubted that she could ever find a decent job in the future. Bono, unable to contain himself, approached Rian again. He grabbed her by the shoulder and, in a tone full of contempt, offered her a job. He suggested that if she knew how to make coffee, she could be useful in some way. This time, Rian couldn't take it anymore. She quickly shoved Bono's hand off her shoulder. Without saying a word, she left the room, carrying a silent and growing resentment inside her. As she crossed the hallway, her steps were firm, almost heavy. In her mind, bitter thoughts began to surface. She was beginning to accept that without her father's shadow and influence, she might have no real value. She concluded that even her position in Class B was probably not on her own merit, but due to the name she carried. Determined, Rian decided she would live up to her father's expectations. Although she wasn't perfect, she had never missed a single training session. Every single day, without exception, she pushed herself to the limit to improve. The scene shifted to the prison where her father was being held. Full of hope, Rian stood before the bars, trying to convey strength and determination. However, Owen's response was cold and cruel, crushing her spirit. He stated that Rian shouldn't do anything unnecessary, as he had never expected anything from her. The words cut Rian like invisible blades. Her world collapsed. Anyone would be heartbroken to hear something like that from their own father. Rian left the prison building, carrying an immense weight in her soul, as if the heavens and the earth had come crashing down on her. She muttered to herself, steeped in bitterness, repeating that her father didn't trust her, that he expected nothing from her. The poor girl wondered why she kept trying so hard, if, in the end, she was seen as nothing more than a decoration. After wandering lost in her thoughts for a while, Rian returned to the academy. However, in the hallway, she unexpectedly bumped into John Woo. She saw him walking by, nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. The mere sight of him, so deceptively calm, reignited the dormant rage within Rian. Her emotions suddenly erupted, like a wounded seagull hurling itself into the tempest raging inside her. Her fury took shape, a monster finally unleashed, as the scene cut back to the prison, where Elder Sue was being held. Through the loudspeaker, visitors number 3 and 34 were called. Elder Sue found it strange. He had another visitor? His daughter had just left, so he wasn't expecting anyone else so soon. Despite this, he felt an unsettling premonition, a feeling that was soon confirmed, when he saw who appeared before him, leaving him surprised and shocked. He hastily rose from his seat, recognizing the visitor at once. He showed respect, though he couldn't fathom the reason for the visit. Before him stood Gideon, the director, a man who rarely appeared outside of official events, which made his presence all the more strange. Gideon let out a relaxed laugh, as if to ease the tension in the air. He said that after everything they had been through, it was only natural to be concerned, so he had decided to check on Owen Sue's condition himself. He was feigning concern, but as Elder Sue listened to his words, he remained wary. He knew Gideon wasn't the type of person to visit someone out of mere pity or courtesy. There was undoubtedly a hidden agenda behind this entire act. Gideon asked how he was doing. Elder Sue replied politely that he was fine and thanked him for his concern. However, Gideon brushed off the thanks, reinforcing that with everything Owen Sue had contributed and sacrificed, such support was more than deserved. He remarked that the association entrusted the Guild of Aces with tasks it either didn't want or couldn't handle, even though it meant they had to do the dirty work. Owen Sue listened in silence, carefully processing every word. Then, his tone shifted as he mentioned that Owen's attempt to distance himself from the guild had been disappointing. Owen Sue's brow furrowed instantly. It was shocking that Gideon knew about his intention to break away. The relentless Gideon gradually revealed even more. He stated that Owen Sue was getting closer to the Parents' Association, not out of some superficial interest, but to weaken the guild's internal factions, a fact that was well known. He pointed out that the support from Minister Kim and the recent agreement with his grandson were all part of Owen's plan to strengthen his position and gain complete independence. Elder Sue felt the ground vanish from beneath his feet. Such was the shock to his system. Everything seemed to be crumbling around him. He wondered how they had discovered his plans. He was certain he had kept everything a secret. He considered whether Minister Kim could have betrayed him, but it seemed unlikely. The tension was clearly visible on his face, and beads of sweat started to form on his forehead, yet he struggled to keep his composure. Chairman Kang continued calmly, saying he understood his motivations, and that he would not stop him from following his path. The sudden change in Chairman Kang's tone left Warren perplexed. Still confused, he nodded, not knowing exactly what to expect. Chairman Kang smiled and imposed one condition. Changing the course of the conversation, he wanted Warren to carry out a task just for him. Suspicious, Warren wondered if this was not just another trap. He decided to ask directly what the mission was. Chairman Kang answered simply, it was just one mission, and it had to be carried out flawlessly, cleanly, and efficiently. Warren insisted on knowing who the target was. With a cold smile, Chairman Kang revealed the target. It was a first-year student from the Hunter Academy, a special admission named Jin. He was a dangerous target. Warren's eyes widened. He recognized that name immediately. Jin. He was precisely the person responsible, directly or indirectly, for his imprisonment. However, Chairman Kang seemed unaware of this detail and continued to lay out what he wanted. He was the one who set the trap for you, without a doubt, and for that, he must pay for what he did. As Warren listened to all this, the sweat dripping down his face was evident, a result of the trauma and the memories of defeat that still tormented him deeply. Finally, trying to maintain his composure, he replied hesitantly, saying that Jin was just a high school student, and questioned if that was not too dangerous. However, Chairman Kang maintained his severe, firm, and imposing tone. He asked Warren to think carefully, asking what would be more dangerous, facing that boy, or letting his own grandson get dragged into this mess. The intensity in his voice filled the air, making it clear he was dead serious. As proof of his decision, Chairman Kang slowly rose from his seat. Warren, stunned, remained motionless, with fear and confusion written on his face. Without waiting for an answer, Chairman Kang turned his back on him, and as he left, he simply said he would be in touch again when everything was finished. He assured him it would not be long before Warren could leave that place. The scene then shifted back to the school. At the moment Rhea and Jin met, as soon as she saw Jin, Rhea shouted, full of resentment, insinuating that he must be happy with what had happened to her father. Jin stopped and looked around, confused, trying to figure out who was calling for him. When he finally located her, he responded with a surprised, "Huh?" She spoke again, accusing him of having planned everything, and of wishing for her ruin, the anger in her voice palpable. She made it clear that she firmly believed this, while surprise dominated John's expression as he looked at her. He found the girl's accusation absurd and tried to explain. He said he had no interest in her father and knew nothing about the whole story as he tried to justify himself. Rion was practically trembling with rage. She spoke again, stating that the scenario John was expecting would not happen, and that she would not collapse so easily. Confused, John asked what she meant by that. Rian then revealed her decision. She was going to drop out of school. John listened in silence. With no immediate reaction, Rian continued, saying that he probably expected to see her fall into ruin, but that it wouldn't happen the way he imagined. John, however, responded coldly that she was free to do whatever she wanted. This cold and indifferent response left Rian even more disappointed. She exclaimed in disbelief. Not believing John's indifference, she listened as he reinforced that whatever her decision was, it was not something that concerned him. He just asked that regardless of what she chose, she should not harm other people. Rian, unable to contain her fury, screamed that John had destroyed everything and that her world had collapsed because of him. John was surprised by the sheer emotional intensity. Rian was almost screaming. She recounted how much she had worked day and night and how everything had turned into a disaster. Annoyed, John responded by asking how everything could be his fault. Rian, overcome by pain, screamed again that he knew nothing about her father. John replied, trying to reason with her. He said that even if what she claimed was true, he didn't understand how. Her father's defeat invalidated all the efforts she herself had made. He didn't know exactly what sacrifices she had made, but he questioned if everything would really lose its value because of another person. These words hit Rian hard. Crying, she answered yes. Without her father, she felt useless, and everything seemed to have no purpose. She confessed that she wanted to be recognized, that she worked so hard, training every day until dawn, without ever complaining. But now, seeing everything crumble, she wondered what the point of so much effort was, if it was even worth it. John listened to everything in silence, but couldn't hide the mental exhaustion he felt. Faced with these accusations, he whispered to himself, lamenting Rian's insistence on interfering in his life and his problems. Instead of prolonging the argument, he decided to change the subject abruptly. He said her focus was wrong from the start. When it came to summoning, the first thing one should learn was complete control over the summoned creatures. These words made Rian stop crying for a moment and look up. Confused, she listened as John continued, explaining that you couldn't just train mana without proper preparation, especially when dealing with dangerous creatures at that moment. Rian stopped in surprise and asked how he knew about her ability. John answered naturally. Pointing to the wounds on her hands and legs, he said it was obvious just by looking at the marks. She had trained hastily and had been attacked by her own summon. She was probably trying desperately to be as strong as her father. John sighed before continuing. He advised her to learn to control her beasts, summoned without relying on mana bonds, treating them as battle companions, not as pets. When she gained more experience, the creatures would naturally adapt to her movements. She needed to reach that level before attempting deeper mana connections. Rian remained silent, stunned by the sudden kindness in John's tone, and by the weight of his advice. John, noticing her reaction, asked if she was still listening. Crying more softly now, Rian responded with hope in her voice. She asked if, by following this path, she could become someone like him. John answered immediately, denying it without hesitation. He said that question was ridiculous, but after a brief silence, he added that, at the very least, it would be enough for her to surpass her own father. The sun shone on the school building. As he reflected on the situation, he commented that he had gotten involved and lost more time than he expected. Just as the phone rang, he answered and greeted the person on the other end. Then the voice asked if he was the special first-year student. With a smile, he recognized the voice instantly. Despite the decades that had passed, remembering that familiar sound, he was surprised to hear it again. In fact, it was Mr. Go who was speaking on the phone. Shortly after, Mr. Go said that the other had made a smart move, and the young man explained that it was the only way to meet him since he was a busy person. Then, the man mentioned what he had heard about the matter and asked what he wanted. The boy replied that it was nothing difficult, but there was something first. Then Mr. Go asked if he had any proof against Go Un-che, and for a moment he simply remained silent. Then the older man explained that all location and ability usage records are managed by the support headquarters. With that, he stated that, as head of the headquarters, this information did not serve as proof. However, the boy challenged him, saying that if he was so sure about it, he could hang up the call at that moment. With a firm gaze, he stated that he would soon find out what he had in his hands when the matter became public. In the end, the other man agreed to meet, and he smiled, satisfied with the victory. However, Go Soo-hyuk warned that he couldn't see him right away, as he was a very busy man. Even so, with a smile, the boy declared that he wouldn't wait long. He then ended the call on his phone, after which he remained deep in thought. As the scene shifted, the camera focused on a building with a sign about human respect. Then, An-soo walked out of a door, lit a cigarette, and took a drag, exhaling the smoke slowly. At that moment, Kang Jun-won greeted him. He introduced himself as Go Soo-hyuk's assistant and offered to escort him home. Suspiciously, An-soo watched him in silence, then commented that he hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. Kang Jun-won confirmed that they had secured a substitute earlier than expected. As they walked, he mentioned that the victim had refused to testify, and he didn't know why. An-soo then stated that the victim wasn't his main target, adding that the other man truly understood nothing. He took another drag from his cigarette and commented that the man had only accelerated his own downfall, because if he had just stayed locked up, he would have survived. But he decided to mess with Go Soo-hyuk, complicating his own situation. He then tossed his cigarette and muttered that the man was still just a child. He asked if the meeting date was set, and in response, Kang Jun-won handed him a card. It stated that the meeting would be on the first Saturday of next month at the Samba Royale. With the address on it, An-soo stared at the card in silence. Surprised, he said that he was asked to handle everything without leaving any loose ends. He recognized the determination on the other side, which worried him a little. Then, Kang Jun-won revealed that Young-woo had asked to act alone, a decision An-soo immediately questioned. He was told that involving too many people would increase the risk as their conversation continued. Kang Jun-won added that Young-woo was just a student, which caused An-soo to indignantly ask if he was insane, having clearly never met the boy. Shortly after, he assured him that not even all the B-rank hunters in the guild would be a match for him, leaving the other man stunned. Kang Jun-won laughed, describing him as just an ordinary student, but was immediately cut off. "You bastard," An-soo said, staring firmly at him. He asked if he thought this was a joke, and faced with his intensity, the assistant was left in shock. The older man clenched his fist, stating that the boy's strength was undeniable, and that he could feel it clearly. In a serious tone, he described a wisdom and experience that no mere student should possess. Estimating it would take at least decades, he declared he couldn't handle it alone, and would mobilize everyone he could, asking for the message to be relayed. Meanwhile, in one of the training grounds, Jin-woo confirmed that his body had moved on instinct when he found himself cornered. Then, Jun-hyun asked if that was what he called an awakening. He nodded in agreement, then commented that the experience was a good one, and that he should train by remembering that feeling, making the training sessions more like actual combat from now on. With a smile, Jun-hyun agreed to the idea. Excited, he then turned around and asked what she was doing there. Rae-hyun, who had been watching them, told them not to worry. She said she had followed him out of curiosity, which prompted him to ask why she was there. While she asked Jun-hyun what kind of student council member gets trained by a rookie, complaining about being ignored, Jun-hyun just laughed and praised the boy, saying he was an incredible teacher. He seemed like a true instructor, and although he still had his pride as a senior, he admitted he wouldn't have considered becoming a hunter again, if it weren't for Jin-woo. In a teasing tone, he then asked Rae-hyun if she had also come, because she'd heard something about him. However, she just mumbled something in response. avoiding the gaze of Junhyun, who was smiling, having naturally sensed her interest. Then he said that Jinwoo was helping both him and Jun-eun, and encouraged her to ask for help as well, because it would be very helpful. In response, the boy glared at him, asking who had decided that. Annoyed by his meddling, Raehyun asked who he thought he was, to be speaking to a student council member, like that. But he simply told her to go home, saying he didn't have time to deal with her. Nevertheless, she insisted, wanting to know what kind of training he was doing, and if it was different from what they learned in the academy, which suddenly seemed to irritate the boy. She ran towards the equipment, and quickly exclaimed that it was the wooden sword, used in the last combat test, and noted that it was very heavy. Curious, she asked Junhyun if he trained with it, and he just laughed, advising her to be careful not to get hurt. Next, she picked up a glove and wanted to know what it was for, to which he, visibly annoyed, explained that it was for training. With that, he thought to himself that she was annoying in a different way than Junhyun. As the academy's gymnasium was silhouetted against the sky, and a training sword was brandished, Raehyun asked Junhyun if he had a meeting scheduled with Director Gordon, and he confirmed it would be next month. At this, Ian held the sword with a surprised expression, while the other two watched him in silence. Jaden then asked if he was nervous, since he was the first student to have a private meeting with the director. But Ian said he wasn't really sure. He stated that private or not, he would have to go and see for himself, which left Jaden confused. He then revealed that the director had contacted him directly to ask about evidence, which surprised Jaden. Ian sniffed the sword out of curiosity, and the young man commented that the director had indeed taken notice of him. He quickly added that the man was waiting for an answer to decide his next move, explaining that, without proof, there would be no negotiation. But if he did have proof, the director would try to silence him. Faced with this possibility, Jaden processed what had been said with a worried expression. Juno concluded that the director probably wouldn't agree to negotiate, prompting Jaden to exclaim that it was too dangerous, as Ian was no match for him. At that moment, the gym door swung open, drawing their attention. To their surprise, Yuna walked in. Jaden asked when she had been discharged, and she replied that it was just a short while ago. He then asked if she had come straight there without going home, and she confirmed that she had. Although she seemed restless, Jaden silently turned his gaze toward Ian. Ian, in turn, wondered why she was there, finding her presence strange. Juno thought that her reaction was no surprise, remembering their initial fight and her suffering because of her father. While Jaden was trying to explain the girl's presence, she cheerfully said that she had brought him to explain a few things. In disbelief, Arya asked if she was serious, but Yuna just responded with irritation. She demanded that Arya be honest about why she was there, and Arya timidly explained that she was seeking advice, which was a bit unexpected. She then flashed a mischievous smile. In a provocative tone, she asked if the other girl was jealous, thinking Ian was her boyfriend, and even called her scary. At this, Yuna became irritated, questioning why she would need advice from Juno. In surprise, Arya looked at her. Then, with a grim expression, the newcomer declared that Arya's father was the famous head of the Aces Guild, but that she could no longer count on his help. Immediately, the girl gritted her teeth in anger, asking what exactly had been said. Demanding to know the whole story, she then challenged her rival to a fight in the ring if she had a problem with it, stating that she would not back down because even in her worst state she was a B-class, while the other was an E-class. With some irony, Junwoo suggested they withdraw silently. Confused, Junhyung asked why. Then he said that if they wanted to fight, they should just fight. But the other boy, scared, asked if they should not stop them. With a mischievous smile, he replied, asking if he was not curious, which was only natural. So, as the two faced each other with furious glares, the young man simply said, to watch how it would end. As soon as Junwoo gave the signal, Ah-rin and Dion prepared themselves with boxing gloves. A short while later, Rian was on the floor with a bit of blood trickling down and asked in confusion what had happened. Meanwhile, the two boys were sitting on the floor, and one of them commented that she had lasted longer than expected. With a water bottle in her hand, she asked, startled, what had happened, and he replied that she had fainted, explaining the situation. Looking to Dion's side, she saw Dion leaning against the ropes, wanting to know how she felt. The girl ironically asked what it was like to lose to an E-class after so much contempt. At this, the two looked at her in surprise, and then she announced that the fight was a draw. She then told Rian to stop being so clingy and admit defeat, but Rian replied that it did not matter if the other one had gotten stronger with Junwoo's help anyway. She smiled and said she would learn from him, and then they would have a rematch, as that would be fair. Furious, Rian reacted to the proposal, still laughing. Rian provoked her, stating that if those were her limits as an E-class, she would become stronger as a B-class. Immediately, The other girl demanded to fight again, while Hyun tried to calm her down, trying to prevent another commotion. At that moment, Hyun asked Junwoo if she just needed to go there after school. Surprised, he looked at her, as she continued talking about the holidays, asking what time to go on the weekend, and saying that she could participate in the field trip. He remained in a state of shock, clearly disturbed by what she was saying. 2 weeks later, upon arriving at the principal's office, he was asked if he was enjoying his vacation. Junwoo complained that it was the worst, saying that he felt like a babysitter, while the principal recalled that he had mentioned another disciple. He quickly grumbled that they were not disciples, they just barged in, draining his energy. However, the principal smiled and commented that if he had not kicked them out, they must have some potential, although Junwoo thought otherwise, that they could barely keep up with the training. He heard that even so, just following the captain's methods was already impressive. The director then picked up his coffee cup to change the subject, soon asking if the meeting with director Go Seok-do was the next day. He confirmed that it was, his expression filled with concern. The director commented on his plan to leave, but the young man said that the captain already knew and his mind was made up. Even so, he explained that there was nothing he could do, as he still had to go. The director then warned him that the other man would not accept negotiations or be satisfied with intimidation. Seriously, he stated that if he were in his shoes, he would try to kill him. As the director listened, Jian explained that he wasn't expecting any kind of negotiation. From the very beginning, he revealed that he just wanted to ask something face to face. He then asked about what he had requested before, and the director replied that he remembered, showing a good memory. Leaning over the table, he said that he had gone to great lengths to borrow it. Then he slid an object in his direction and firmly asked him to use it carefully. He explained that it was a skill weapon that was hard to find. He confirmed, removing the casing and showing surprise a moment later. He met with director Go Seok-do, who greeted him, saying it had been a long time. It had been a while since they had last seen each other. At that moment, Jian was holding the pistol-type skill weapon called Persona. After all, that was the same model the director used back in the days of the Subjugation Management Corps, the supernatural pistol-type weapon called Persona. It was the same one Go Seok-do had used in the past. Curious, the director wanted to know where Jian had gotten it. He asked if he had gotten it directly from Go Seok-do himself. In response, he asked if the director remembered team leader Park Tae-suk. The director recognized the name from the weapons management sector, remembering he was the man who always complained too much about maintenance. Jian confirmed that he had borrowed the weapon from him. However, the director found the weapon's condition strange, finding it unusual. Coming from Park Tae-suk, he soon explained that the man had stopped taking care of the weaponry. He now just ran a small antique shop where the weapon remained in storage. Surprised, Jian exclaimed that it was hard to imagine an expert like him running an antique shop, even considering that supernatural weapons were no longer so widely used. Calmly, the director said that Park Tae-suk had his reasons. With a serene tone of voice, he recalled that days after Commander Gideon's death, everything had been abandoned, which led to the neglect of the weapon. Although it was still supposed to work, which was a stroke of luck, Leo accepted the explanation. He stated that as long as it was in good condition, it was enough. He then asked about the bullets, and the director quickly presented him with a small pouch. It contained only a few. He complained about the small amount, but was informed that for a 40-year-old weapon, that was already a lot. Resigned, he nodded. Soon, the director said his goodbyes, and Leo began to prepare to leave. Before he left, he glanced back. The director warned him that there were only 8 bullets and that he shouldn't use any more than that, as a precaution. With a faint smile, he nodded in silence. The director watched him go. Shortly after, Leo walked down the hallway, gun in hand. As he held it, he wondered how he would use it in that moment. He also reflected on whether he could ever become someone like the commander, which was a great responsibility. Then, in a flashback, a man shouted Gideon's name amidst a desolate landscape. Furious, the commander demanded to know where he was. Another subordinate tried to intervene, but he was cut off with a shout as the commander insisted on knowing his whereabouts. Soon, another team member answered that he was cowering in the dormitory. Gideon was clutching his hair. Upon finding him, the commander insulted him and violently grabbed him by his clothes. He berated him harshly, asking if he had run away in the middle of a mission and lost his mind just because he was treated with leniency for being the youngest. Crying, the subordinate replied that Brian and Bosco had been injured because of him, and that they were lucky the enemy was just a green monster. The commander then brutally threw him to the ground. He reminded him that he himself had asked to fight alongside him. Trembling with fear, the young man tried to explain between sobs. With a choked voice, all he could do was call out for the commander. The commander sighed, revealing a silent weariness. Meanwhile, Gideon cowered in the corner of the dormitory, remembering that he had joined the unit at only 18 years old, with a clear purpose in mind. His parents had been murdered by an escaped monster, and all he wanted was revenge for them and his younger brother. After 2 years of training, he was finally assigned to Operations Team 5, where he faced a monster for the first time. However, the trauma of his loss ran so deep that he could barely stay on his feet during subjugation missions. As the commander approached, he lamented having believed that Gideon would overcome it, and questioned his own decision to put him on the team. He said that rage could be a powerful motivator, and he thought he could overcome his trauma while showing a picture of his family. But in the end, he admitted that he had made a mistake. In a firm tone, he informed Go Seok-do that he was no longer a part of the subjugation management unit, leaving him stunned. He asked what that meant, but the commander was blunt. It was time to forget revenge and live as a civilian. He stated flatly that he would never achieve vengeance by groveling. Go Seok-do slammed his fist on the floor, gritting his teeth in understandable frustration. With a trembling voice, he asked how he could ever become someone like the commander. With his back turned, the commander replied that Go Seok-do could never be like him. At this, Go Seok-do remained kneeling on the floor, staring at the shadow cast before him. The scene faded to black, and even in the darkness, he held his position, a testament to his sorrow. 1 month later, under a clear sky, the unit's headquarters came back into view as a terrified subordinate sprinted down the halls. He called for the commander, desperate to know what had happened. The young man stammered that Go Seok-do had returned, a shocking development. Surprised, the commander spun around. Go Seok-do stood in the courtyard. He was dragging the bloody, severed head of a monster as everyone else watched in stunned silence. One of them recognized the creature. It was the very monster that had slaughtered Go Seok-do's family. A shocking revelation. The commander approached him, asking if he had subjugated it alone. His face caked with grime and exhaustion. Go Seok-do stared back in silence. A moment later, he swore he would never flee from a mission again, begging to be accepted back into the unit, his regret palpable. The commander was silent for a few moments before turning to Pyeongchang and asking if there was still an open spot. Upon receiving confirmation, he ordered them to retrieve his belongings and bring him some food. Gratefully, Go Seok-do simply nodded. He then turned to team leader Park Tae-suk. He asked for help using the monster's core to craft a weapon. Back in the present, Jin-woo observed the unique weapon in his hands before resuming his silent walk down the corridor. Meanwhile, the director sat at his desk, lost in thought. He was mulling over the commander's request to find the ultimate supernatural weapon. He glanced to the side, his mind still on the matter. He made a call, asking if the person was busy and stating that he had an urgent request. Then, Jun-woo greeted someone on the phone at sunrise. It was the day of the promised meeting with Go Seok-do, and at that moment, Jun-woo was holding a gun. Thinking seriously about the situation, he then wondered why the meeting location was given as coordinates, as if it were a treasure hunt. A moment later, he checked his phone. Confirming he was in the right place, he suddenly looked up, surprised by what was in front of him, for there before him was the entrance to a dungeon. He wondered if it was really a dungeon, and with that, he understood the reason for the coordinates. Because no one would agree to go there, he realized their intentions were obvious, and that his opponent was underestimating him, just because he was a student. Right after, someone approached, saying that he had arrived right on time. In response, he gave the person a cold smile. He then asked where Director Go Seok-do was and why this man was there in his place. The man then explained that the director was not available to deal with high school students. At this, he smiled, thinking that Go Seok-do was playing hard to get. He then questioned Won Chon-soo about how he had gotten out of prison so quickly. In silence, he was observed, as the other suggested that the director cared a lot about him. For a few moments, they both stared at each other without saying a word. He soon asked if prison time had made him quiet, and commented that he had heard about his vacation assignment. At that moment, the ex-convict confirmed that he did, in fact, have an assignment. He was then met with a confused look. Firmly, the man said the task was difficult and asked if he was prepared. So he asked what he was talking about and if he needed help. In response, Won Chon-soo simply pointed toward the dungeon entrance. He revealed the task was dungeon observation. At that, he understood the man's true intentions and how the game would be played. With a smile, he was advised not to be afraid, as they would be responsible for his safety. At that moment, 2 men in caps appeared discreetly. Without a sound, they emerged around him, and then they all positioned themselves behind him, who was still in the path. He then heard that his safety would be guaranteed, as long as the student didn't do anything reckless. He let out a laugh. Then he turned towards the dungeon, wondering if it was worth observing the situation. A moment later, he began to walk towards the entrance while the men watched him in silence. Passing through the portal, he entered the dark interior, observing his surroundings carefully. He noticed there were already people inside, ensuring that no one could escape. Meanwhile, Won Cheon-soo lit a cigarette, saying that he had created a problem that was far too big. Then he slowly exhaled the smoke, stating that he should have been content with simply having him locked up. At that moment, he was confronted and reminded that the proposal was an observation, but now he was being coldly intimidated. The other man stated he had brought high-level elites and guaranteed it wouldn't be as easy as last time. At this, an ironic smile appeared, accompanied by the comment that Director Ghost really loved to repeat this tactic. He was then observed in silence, as if that gaze was measuring his reaction. Next, he commented that if an accident occurred due to carelessness, the police wouldn't do much, and if the body were thrown to the monsters, no trace would be left. He then received a compliment for his knowledge. However, he was asked in response if he believed that logic only applied to him. He maintained a dark smile on his face, which surprised his opponent. Immediately, his weapon was equipped. Revealing the weapon, he then took aim, and asked if they really believed he could be defeated by that number of people, then showing the 8 remaining bullets. He pointed the gun directly at the opposing men. In response, Owen just laughed at the situation. He soon let out a loud laugh, looking at the gun with ironic contempt. He scoffed, questioning if he thought he could face him along with the elite hunters of the Aces Guild using just that worn-out weapon. Faced with the provocation, he grew irritated, wondering what was wrong with this man. Soon after, the other man laughed until he wiped away a tear as the protagonist listened in surprise. When he was told that he wasn't just some ordinary punk, the tone shifted and a new, unexpected proposal was made, leaving him confused. His surprise grew upon hearing that they should come to a real agreement. Upon hearing the direct question of whether he had ever considered working alongside him, he asked what that meant, and received an obvious answer. What else could it be? Soon after, the revelation came. The intention was to take down Goliath and Octo together. At this, he watched him in silence, trying to process what he had just heard. Finally, the shock hit him, as he admitted to himself that he never would have expected something like this. The chapter begins with the director silently contemplating the view from his office window. A man approached from behind, calling his name. He said that after arriving at Chief John's location, it was clear that he had entered the dungeon. The director said he understood, and that the documents were prepared as requested, and the student will be reported as dead due to his irresponsibility during the subjugation. Interrupting the man, the director asked them to change the report a bit, saying he wants the report to declare that everyone died in the subjugation, which startles his subordinate. The director explains that the man is diligent and has obeyed them for 15 years. Unfortunately, he started getting ideas of his own in recent years. It was all because of the incident that happened with Yoon Choi in his first year. Since then, he's been trying to act on his own. The subordinate said that he was capable, and the director agrees, but there was something more. If we let him do whatever he wants, one day he will betray us first. What's the use of a sharp fang if it turns against its master? The man asks if he should send orders to Alpha Team, but the director said it's not necessary. He just needs to focus on the aftermath silently. The director waits for the other man to leave his office, and looks down. The view was beautiful, and it made him wonder, would any of this be possible without him? Even after 40 years since his death, his soul remained in the things he left behind. Perhaps no one in the world could replace someone like him. The director's mind turns back to himself, realizing he could never be the man that he was. 42 years, it has been a long time. In the next instant, the radio crackles. Alpha Team's attack has failed. The battle is now inevitable. Quickly, the director grabs the radio. He states that the records of the bow's usage have already been erased. The order is direct. Eliminate everyone, no matter what, inside the dungeon. Someone asks if this can be done so suddenly. A boy asks first, you wanted to get rid of us, and now you want to be partners? The man with the mustache said he was trying to make the branch of the soul independent. He no longer wanted to clean up others' messes. He hated those bastards. But unfortunately, things have changed. Gulsuk too found out everything. Silently, the boy watches, waiting for the man with the mustache to say more. He tells his group that now they have only 2 choices: continue cleaning up the association's dirt, or die doing the same thing. Curious, the boy asks if he intends to overthrow his Kidu before that happens. Approaching the man with the mustache says yes, and that he knows the boy shares his goal. Extending his hand, he says they should take what they both want together, smiling. The boy asks if asking him for help doesn't hurt his pride, laughing. The man with the mustache says that he is not an ordinary person. He says that if the boy can find someone else like him, he should bring them along. This makes the MC think maybe the man with the mustache is right. Maybe he isn't ordinary. A little embarrassed, the man with the mustache says he needs to be honest. No matter how hard he tries, he simply can't see a way to eliminate the MC. With a serious expression, the MC notes that he seems very confident. The man with the mustache replies that experience gives him a certain feeling about this. With his hand still outstretched, he asks again for the MC's decision. Observing the mustached man, the MC remains silent for a moment. He extends his hand, and the two seal the deal. Pleased, the mustached man says he made a good decision. The MC then yanks the man's arm toward him, startling them. A fire projectile grazes the top of the man's head. It hits a wall, and an explosion erupts. Looking at the mustached man's group, the boy says, "It seems your subordinates don't know about the deal you just made." One of their hands is still smoking. He contacts the director, saying the attack had failed and they would have to fight. Hearing the orders, the man says he understands and will obey. Jumping to his feet, the mustached man starts cursing at his own group. 6 men stood there, ready to eliminate them. This was very dangerous. Each of them was handpicked by him, which would make it extremely difficult to take them all down at once. Startling the mustached man, the MC said he likes the idea of taking down Go-Sil. However, there was one condition. The mustached man had to work under his command. Nervously, the mustached man asks if he really wants to talk about this, in a situation like this. Still, the mustached man is overcome by a sense of victory, just by being on the MC's side. He then grits his teeth into a grotesque smile, preparing for battle. He says that kids these days have no respect for their elders. One of the men charges towards the MC, but he barely seems to react. With his personal weapon equipped, he fires a single shot, which hits the man perfectly. The shot wasn't fatal, but the enemy falls to his knees. Trembling, only 7 bullets remained in the MC's gun, but he wasn't worried. He stands before the enemy he just shot, but doesn't even bother to look at him. Instead, he simply repeats that kids these days have no manners. It was a dark night in the middle of a forest. Johnny was hiding among the bushes, checking the coordinates that had been sent to him. Earlier, he had received an order from the director to follow John Woo and watch over him. The director explained that it wasn't about being concerned for his safety. He just needed to stop the boy. If he crossed a line, he shouldn't. Nervously, John Woo scans the area, thinking about the director's words. John Woo had already crossed that line dozens of times. Finally, he seems to have found the place he was looking for. The meeting spot was a cave. A brunette appears behind him and asks if it isn't a dungeon. A blonde girl quickly appears, saying she can't believe this is the meeting spot. So strange. They notice some strangers at the entrance. At least 15 of them, watching carefully. The blonde asks where John Woo is. It seems he's already inside. She wants to go in and help him, but the entrance is heavily guarded. The 2 girls start arguing while Jong Hyun watches in disbelief. Frustrated, he tells them to stop fighting or they'll get caught, but they just seem to argue even more. The boy starts to wonder if he should have come alone. He was monitoring the situation on his phone, and after asking them a simple question, he ended up like this. Jong Hyun again tells them to stop fighting, and the blonde asks if they are just supposed to wait there. Something catches her attention. It catches the other girl's attention, and she gasps. She recognizes one of the men there. His name is Sok Jae. The boy asks if she knows him, and she replies that he's a member of her father's guild. If that's true, then he must be from the Hacker Guild, but this only gives him a bad feeling. Watching the man's movements, Jong Hyun finds the whole situation even stranger. Several men suddenly start running into the dungeon. This makes the boy nervous, and the blonde asks what they should do now. The other girl quickly stands up, saying they have no choice, but Jong Hyun still thinks it's too dangerous. She doesn't seem worried, as she has known these men for years. One of them even gave her a laptop as a gift when she entered the academy. The girl approaches this Sok Jae and greets him, startling the man. He asks Dion what she's doing there, and she claims she got lost but happened to find him. Curiously, she asks what he is doing there. He says he is on a subjugation mission. He suddenly receives a message on his radio and tells her to wait a moment. Apparently, someone on the other end gives an order concerning her, because he protests, leaving Dion confused. In the next instant, electric magic is cast, and a paralyzing rope catches the girl completely by surprise. The girl falls to the ground as another man appears. He asks what she's doing here, and then reveals that she is the daughter of director Wang Chen-su. He doesn't know how she found this place. It's not like her father would have told her about it. He tells the other man to hurry, saying he'll take care of things here, and so the man leaves. Furious, the girl starts screaming at Sok Jae, while he becomes even more agitated by her presence. Unfortunately, he begins to cast another electric spell, and this time, it doesn't look like it's just to paralyze her. As he's casting the spell, something catches his attention. A projectile pierces the palm of his hand, leaving him confused for a moment. Looking back, he sees someone casting a fire spell. It's the other girl. The blonde lands a direct hit on Sok-jae's face. He is thrown back against a wall, startling some of the men who were there. Jong-hyun appears and manages to free Dion. They were there to save her. Sok-jae's colleagues ask if he is okay, but he just tells them not to let the kids escape. One of them conjures a giant hammer with his magic, and along with the other, they prepare to finish off the kids. Jong-hyun nervously warns them that this is real combat, so they need to be careful. The man with the hammer charges forward as Ah-hyun and Jong-un take their positions. With a single leap, he is in front of the kids, ready to bring his hammer down with full force. The blow shatters the ground, but he fails to hit them. Jong-un grows nervous. If they were hit by that, it would be over. He jumps into the air and shoots some of his fire spikes, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. With a single swing of the hammer, all the projectiles are neutralized. Ah-hyun attacks from behind, using her fire magic. The other enemy, who has the fire attribute, uses it to attack Ah-hyun from behind at the last second. The girl manages to dodge the wind attack, but it was a close call. She loses her balance and falls to the ground. The hammer wielder immediately seizes the opportunity to attack, seeing his opening. With all his might, he launches his attack on the girl. Jong-un arrives just in time, using his spikes to deflect the attack and save her. Taking advantage of the enemy's opening, Jong-un unleashes his final attack, Shockwave. The enemy knows he can't dodge this. He is hit head-on and sent flying backward. The force of the impact neutralizes him instantly. His ally is horrified to see what just happened. This didn't make any sense. They were just two kids. How could they be defeating professional hunters? The two kids stand up. Where is Dion now? It's 2 against 1. In the eyes of the professional hunters, this was complete insanity. The fact that the girl had dodged the wind slash in midair was already insane. The boy blocked a hammer strike with a single arm. Were these two, really, just middle school kids? They seemed more like mercenaries, trained by some secret organization. Feeling confident, Ah-hyun said they can win, but the boy told her not to let her guard down. They might have a trick up their sleeve. The enemy realizes that they have already shown all of their skills. There's no way he can hold back these two alone. Raising his arms, he decides it's better to surrender and tells them to wait. But before he can say anything more, something catches his attention. The man then gives a strange smile, and we see the two kids from behind. Someone starts casting a lightning spell from behind them. Several lightning arts erupt from the ground surrounding the two. They quickly begin to energize and glow startling. Ah-hyun Jong-un shouts at her not to touch the arts. Trapped, they hear someone ask if this is the first time they've seen this skill. She wasn't good at subjugating enemies, so she rarely used it as it had many drawbacks. Still, it's perfect for use against humans. Aruni is there taunting them, saying that she should have made sure he wouldn't get up so soon the Wind Hunter approaches. Thanking his commander, he admits that he let his guard down because they were just students, but he won't make that mistake again. Remembering Dion, he reports that she managed to escape, but he doesn't care anymore and says he will just request a search for her at the base of the mountain. The two children hear this, and one of them calls Dion a coward for running away. The next moment, someone casts a summoning spell and attacks the two adults by surprise. One of them is thrown back towards the electrified barriers, and the moment his body touches them, he is electrocuted. Dion appears, furious, asking who said she ran away. The boy is terrified to see her, but the other one asks where she's been. She snaps back that she was shaking off the paralysis. Just as his partner tries to attack her again with his electric magic, a shower of lightning bolts heads straight for the girl. Riding her summon, she swiftly dodges every projectile as her monster leaps around. She finally neutralizes the enemy, who is stunned by how much she's grown. Furious, she tells him to shut up and release her friends now, but he just laughs, having no such intention. On the contrary, he begins to cast a judgment spell to eliminate them all. The barriers begin to glow even brighter, emitting more lightning bolts. They were quickly running out of room. They huddle together to avoid the damage. Dion demands to know what he did. He tells her that if she doesn't surrender within the next 3 minutes, her friends will be fried. The man makes it clear he won't give in, not even under torture, because he was just as desperate. In a desperate attempt, John begs Dion to destroy the Ark, but their captor says it's useless. It has enough mana to last for 10 minutes. If she destroys the device, she'll only be destroying the one way to deactivate it, but she's free to try if she doesn't believe him. He then quickly apologizes for what he did earlier. He says he never wanted to eliminate her, and if she surrenders, he can guarantee her safety and that of her friends. What will she do? This puts the girl under extreme pressure. Her summon stops biting the enemy. He tells her she made the right choice and asks her to cancel the summon, but before he can finish his sentence, the girl stomps on his arm. He lets out a loud scream of pain as she shatters the bones within. She leaves him screaming and realizes he truly wasn't bluffing. The trap cannot be easily disabled, which makes the other two even more desperate. Dion then announces she's going for the Ark. This confuses them. The girl explains that she'll use her summon to remove the barriers. The commander calls her an idiot, saying it's no use. Her summon will die if it touches that thing. The girl says he's underestimating her. Her summon was not weak. Activating her monolink skill, she says she won't command her summon to do it. She's going to do it herself. Surprised, the captain shouts that this skill takes years to master. How did she do it? The summon approaches and bites one of the rods. Immediately, the heat of the lightning bolt begins to course through the creature's entire body. Her two trapped friends start screaming in fear, but she tells them to be quiet. She needs to concentrate. The pain seems to be affecting her, but the girl does her best to endure it. Finally, she manages to rip out one of the rods. In the next moment, the entire skill dissolves before them. Nervously, the captain starts to laugh, realizing that she just destroyed his only chance of getting out alive with brute force. Before, she was nothing but her father's shadow. What in the world happened to make her so strong, so quickly? Before he can even think, a spike is pointed at his neck. John Gunn stands before him, and Arjun is cracking his knuckles, ready to beat him up. Finally, the captain surrenders. There was nothing he could do. The three of them are tied up, but the captain is the only one conscious. He was still in awe of the fight's outcome. In this world, if you don't backstab someone, you won't survive. Dion doesn't care about people's dirty games. She has her own way of living. Aeon calls out to her, and the girl runs off, leaving the three of them behind. It seemed that Daewoo was still inside the dungeon, and several other hunters had already entered. Worried, Dion asks if the MC is okay, but everyone there trusts that he's fine. Still, they had to go in and help him because he rarely needed it. Professional hunters are rushing towards the MC. They shout that they can't give the boy and the mustached man a chance to move quickly. Several of them begin to cast various spells of different elements. The amount of magic causes a massive explosion. The dust begins to settle, and we see that someone is still standing with their personal weapon equipped. He activates timeout and starts shooting. Two enemies are hit, but they aren't necessarily injured. Quickly, the MC approaches them while they are still falling to the ground. It was as if the two of them were frozen in time. The boy walks between them and places a hand on one of the enemy's shoulders. With a simple move, he pushes the guy back. He falls to the ground, completely defenseless. The others are shocked by the boy's ability and wonder what is happening with his weapon. The ammunition could paralyze a target for a short period of time. The only drawback was its 1-meter range, but against this crowd of idiots, that was hardly a problem. All the enemies prepared to attack, but it wouldn't be enough. In one swift move, the MC passes through them, neutralizing them all. They shout to get him, but they were no faster than him. No one could land a hit. Outside the circle of enemies, a sniper appears, activating his skill. He says he finally got the bastard and uses his precision skill. The bullet is heading towards the MC and seems to be in his blind spot, like Saitama. He quickly turns and sees the bullet coming straight for him. He easily dodges the attack. Everyone is stunned by the boy's speed and reflexes, and they begin to attack him even more desperately. One of them tries to use a lightning skill, but the MC dodges and finds an opening, seizing the opportunity. He grabs the enemy and easily slams him down. Hitting the ground, the enemy roars in pain. John Yu grabs the man by the leg. This leaves the man a bit confused. With a crazed look on his face, he does something that makes the hunter scream in pain. Seeing 7 of them defeated in a single instant was terrifying. They needed to retreat immediately. It was already too late. A summoning spell conjures a mountain lord behind them, and it was gigantic. One of them starts screaming in despair, and the mustached man says that he did not even need to join the fight. Still, these guys were incredibly annoying, which makes him want to finish them all right there. The lord attacks with full force, eliminating all of them in a single blow. Screaming in despair, they begin to beg for help. All of them were scattered across the ground. It was a complete massacre. Stepping on the head of one of them, the mustached man said he never thought he would be betrayed by this bunch of idiots. That is why they say you should not raise black-haired beasts, and the MC adds that his Octo already knew about their move and decided to act first. Lighting a cigarette, the mustached man said there was nothing to be done. The old man was quick to adapt to situations, so he thinks about his Kia, and wonders if he is also one of the traitors. Which was true, but he did not know it yet. Someone activates a weapon skill, and an instant later a sword flashes. The strike catches the mustached man's attention. In a single blow, the mountain lord was eliminated. Stunned, the mustached man starts to scream in disbelief, confused about what just happened. A pair of slender legs appears near the MC. A masked woman holding a long sword was walking toward them. John Yu asks if she is from Axe, but the mustached man says he does not know who she is. Maybe she is a mercenary too. Take out a summon in a single blow like that. They needed to be careful with her. The MC tells the mustached man to be careful, And he says the same back. John Yu realizes he only has 3 bullets left in his gun. He will have to be careful. The only choice he had was to end things as quickly as possible. He said he will block her movements as much as he can, and Mustache will provide support. With a leap, the boy attacks the woman without any hesitation. She quickly assumes an attack stance. Activating her skill, she attacks with a series of frontal strikes using her sword like a spear. He was too close to her, making it difficult to move, and his gun was already at her stomach. In the next instant, something strange happens. The MC seems to lose his balance. He looks down, startled. The woman had used her sword to block the paralyzing bullet, and she quickly seizes the opportunity to launch a powerful counterattack against the MC, sending him flying back. He starts to get nervous as she rapidly advances on him, her sword ready to make sushi out of the boy. Something to the side catches her attention, and she looks over. A giant golem appears between them, preventing her from finishing off the MC. Leaping back, she analyzes the situation, and Mustache takes the opportunity. A salamander appears behind her. He had summoned it to attack her. With a jump to the side, she avoids being turned into a kebab. Now, it was 2 against 1, and as she begins to attack Mustache, a mist starts to form around her. A camouflage ability. The girl disappears, leaving the other 2 in suspense. The MC seems to have sensed her presence, shouting, "Behind you." He warns the division chief to be careful. In the next instant, she was already behind Mustache, and he hadn't noticed. With a precise strike, she runs him through with her sword. Feeling the pain, he begins to curse his situation as he collapses to the ground. The woman watches him without a word. Now, it was just the 2 of them. Tyler was incapacitated, and the MC only had 1 bullet left, making it feel like there was no way out. A strange aura begins to emanate from his body. In that moment, hatred starts to consume the protagonist's heart, and he wonders if he should eliminate this girl once and for all. The battle was getting complicated for the mercenary as the tables turned. The MC defends against all her attacks without breaking a sweat. She was shocked, wondering what on earth was happening. How could a kid like him possibly defend against her attacks? The most terrifying part was that he was doing it with an old, rusty weapon. This had to be a dream. She tries to land a piercing blow on the MC, but he dodges with incredible speed. In the next instant, he lands a solid kick right in her stomach. This time, she couldn't defend herself as before, and the pain was excruciating. She retreats, and he asks if she's getting distracted, leaving an opening. So easily. This was Young Ha-kyung, a freelance hunter with no affiliation. She usually takes on high-risk jobs but also accepts personal requests like this one, which seemed easy and paid very well. All she had to do was deal with the rogue guild executive, and a student he was connected to. She thought she might not even need to get involved, but now the situation was completely different. The person in front of her was no easy opponent. He was an extremely dangerous fighter. Stabbing her sword into the ground, she begins to cast a new skill. Once again, a mist starts to envelop her body, allowing her to camouflage herself. The MC looks around, instantly realizing the mercenary's intention. In this thick fog, no one could see their surroundings, but she had the ability to see everything within it, so she felt she had the advantage. The sound of her grip on her own weapon, the sound of her left foot moving quickly, forward, and even her softest breath was detectable to her. Charging forward at full speed, she thinks this is the end for Jinwoo, and uses her offensive shadow ability. Now was the time to end it all before he could even realize what was happening. Jinwoo lets out a sigh, and with a small chuckle, he says, just as Yuna delivers her final blow, aiming straight for Jinwoo's neck, her expression turns to one of shock. As she sees what's in front of her, there was nothing there. This leaves her utterly confused and terrified. She didn't feel her blade slice through anything. The protagonist then begins to move swiftly. Turning to face the boy in a defensive stance, she attacks again, and this time, it feels like she hit something. Confused, her eyes widen as she tries to understand what is happening. All of her attacks are being deflected by the protagonist, as if the mist didn't even exist. The protagonist's fist flies straight towards its target. It smashes the mercenary right in the face. She can't even process what just happened. She quickly tries to use her sword to slash at whatever is in front of her. Looking from side to side, she grows even more desperate and confused. The scene changes, and now we see what appears to be a public square. A younger Ha-kyung was shocked to learn that his master's sea mist technique didn't work. He thought it had worked at first, but soon, his enemies began to read the flow and the sounds of the mist. All the senses he had spent his entire life honing were overcome in a matter of minutes. It was as if his entire life's work had been negated. This story haunts her. She wonders who it was, and her master points to someone, saying that you would have to be on that level to break his technique. The bust of the hero was there before them, as if it had always been waiting to be pointed out. His name was Kim Jin-woo. The master starts to walk away, saying he never wants to go through that experience again. That mist was supposed to be his exclusive battlefield, but at that moment, it no longer was. It had become the most dangerous place in the world for him. Trembling, Yuna thinks that this makes no sense. It took her 10 years to master this technique. How could a child have overcome it so quickly? Was he a reincarnated Jin-woo? It was impossible for this to be true. There was no way this could be real. She had been taught that these senses couldn't be learned by just anyone, especially not by a child. The girl continues to slash desperately at the air, trying to hit anything. In the next instant, Jin-woo was already behind her, and she seems to realize it. With a single kick, the protagonist sends her flying. Thrown to the ground, she begins to groan in pain. She quickly composes herself and kneels, pointing her sword forward as the protagonist approaches, saying that she did her best to hide her presence, but with the air moving that way, it was useless. She finally realizes he wasn't just hearing the sounds but also feeling the vibrations in the air. This was the level of mastery her master had spoken of. The girl lets out a soft laugh and then dispels the mist. The protagonist asks if she is planning something else, but she said no. She is simply admitting that she was at a disadvantage in the mist. Confidently, the protagonist then asks if she thinks she has the advantage now. Advancing, she says they are about to find out. Drawing his weapon again, he manages to parry the mercenary's blow. His identity didn't matter. She knew she had to do something about him. All that remained was to bet everything on a single blow that would finish him for good. Drawing her sword from her back, she prepares with all her speed. She tries to pierce the boy, but he dodges again, taking advantage of the opening. He kicks the girl in the back. Something catches Jin-woo's attention. She managed to grab his gun. She said she knew something was wrong. If he has a gun, he should be shooting, not using it like a club. It was as if he was saving one last shot. Pushing the gun up, she pulls the trigger. He lowers his head, and the bullet flies over him. The last paralyzing bullet. This makes the protagonist realize that he's in trouble now. Looking at him threateningly, she said that he no longer needs to worry about her gun, so he'd better prepare for the worst. Without a hint of worry, the protagonist says that this is the problem with kids these days. Firing another shot right into her stomach, he activates another ability. The girl is shocked to think that he was out of ammo. As she falls to her knees, she hears the protagonist say that young people always think they know everything. The penalty of Pandora's box is activated and begins to consume the caster's emotions. He had a negative bullet. Finally, the girl collapses to the ground, defeated. An excruciating pain hits the protagonist's head. Now that the penalty was activated, he couldn't use more ammunition than he had, or he would face penalties from that special weapon. His master, Guido, used these emotion-consuming bullets as if they were common ammunition. Someone stands up groaning, and the boy looks back to see who it is. Chung-soo was gravely injured, but still alive. And he said that the protagonist should have used that on her sooner. Holding him by the shoulders, the boy helps him up, saying that they survived. Several people begin to approach their location. They are quickly surrounded again by a gang of thugs. Contacting someone on his earpiece, one of them reports that the target is surrounded. Alpha Team is down, and the man with the mustache is startled by this. He had forgotten about Bravo Team. The protagonist carefully assesses the situation. There were 15 of them here. In fact, there were about 20 people, and he can't fight them all at once. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought Wussy. He doesn't want to turn into an emotionless psychopath. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he aims his weapon at everyone there. It seems he has no other choice. Suddenly, someone conjures a barrage of yellow projectiles, striking all the men from Bravo Team. A fire spell also appears, hitting several of them from behind. Watching this scene unfold, all the protagonist can do is call Sick a bastard. He mutters that he shouldn't have mentioned him, and just like that, we see the two boys there for the rescue. Furious, the professional hunters regroup to counter the surprise attack. Yoon and Jong-yoon charge forward to save the protagonist. Gong-soo asks if the protagonist called those kids here, but he says he didn't. This place is too dangerous. Looking at them, the man with the mustache has an odd thought. That one-armed boy is even stronger than before, and he still has so much more room to grow. The other girl was also on an absurd level. Looking at the protagonist, Gangsu can't help but wonder if their power is Jung-woo's doing. One of the enemies attacks Gangsu with a giant claw. He panics, knowing he has no way to defend himself. A firefox appears between the man with the mustache and the enemy, blocking the attack. Finally, we see that Diane was also there with them. Anxiously, she asks if Jung-woo is okay. Then, looking closer, she sees her father. Gangsu is as shocked as she is to see her. He asks what she's doing here, and she asks the same question, seeing the wound on her father. She asks if he was involved in all of this. He retorts, How could she even ask that? Helping him to his feet, Diane says they need to get out of there as soon as possible. The protagonist then tells her to be careful with her father's injuries, and Gangsu looks surprised to see the protagonist carrying Kyung. He asks why he's doing that. The protagonist replies that he still has business to settle with her. Two enemies burst in, shouting to leave no survivors. Dion once again invokes her summon. Performing a magic link, the creature begins to attack the hunters effortlessly. The man with the mustache asks why she did that, but she just tells him that, if he has time to talk, he has time to keep moving. This response leaves the girl's father speechless. For the last few years, he has been working for his group's independence. This caused him to distance himself from his family and relationships. Focusing on escaping his Ogdu, the only person who stayed by his side was his daughter, but he never had time to support her. While she was growing up, he neglected her. She ended up growing up largely on her own. The old man begins to praise the girl as if he were on his deathbed. She says she always wanted to hear those words from him, even if it was just once. But now, that has changed. Those words no longer affect Kenji Su. He looks embarrassed but says nothing. Finally, they catch a glimpse of the exit's light and start moving as fast as they can. Several men were still hot on their heels, chasing Ah Hyun and her friend. They couldn't afford to be caught. Ah Hyun said she would delay them with a combination technique. She creates a fiery earthquake that throws several of the men backward, screaming. Johnny says that's enough, and tells her to escape as well. Before she could leave, one of the hunters manages to grab the girl, making her fall to the ground. The boy is terrified watching this unfold. The man's sword is at Ah Hyun's neck, and with a hostage, he orders everyone to stop running, or she won't live to see another day. Screaming, he orders the boys to put the bow on the ground and raise their arms. In the next instant, a projectile hits the man right in the shoulder. Jaden had fired at point-blank range, but said it's still hard to hit a target who is holding someone else. Another penalty is applied, and he said he was aiming for the man's head instead of his shoulder. Thrown to the ground, the man begins to writhe in agony, while the protagonist shows no emotion. He was actually trying to finish the guy off for good. Everyone there is terrified to see how the protagonist is acting. Kaden looks haunted by this. He seemed like a completely different person now. Meanwhile, the captor throws Ah Hyun to the ground. The protagonist keeps his weapon raised, his presence exuding immense pressure as Ah Hyun runs toward her group. The enemy team couldn't move a muscle. Their instincts told them only one thing: if any of them moved, they would be sleeping in a wooden box tonight. The protagonist's finger was still on the trigger, and it didn't waver. Ah Hyun approaches him and takes the barrel of his weapon. Everyone there looks shocked at the sight of the protagonist. The boy tells the protagonist that it's enough. Even a frightened Ah Hyun agrees with her friend. Ah Hyun calls the protagonist's name once more, telling him they need to get out of there. Finally, the protagonist seems to snap back to his senses. Without saying a word, he just turns around and starts walking toward the dungeon's exit. The three of them sigh in relief that the situation was resolved, without any major incidents. Still, the enemies were all paralyzed with fear after witnessing that. Looking back, the man with the mustache warns them, saying they must have felt it, but he'll say it anyway as a courtesy. It would be best not to follow them. Otherwise, they would really die. Someone asks if they are actually going to let them just walk away. Just like that, the leader looks at his men and tells them to take the injured man to a safe place, as quickly as possible. Ah Hyun asks about the protagonist, and he says he's going to finish some business. With the mercenary still unconscious, the others start to run, leaving the protagonist behind and telling him to be careful. He simply watches them leave. Without saying a word, as soon as things calm down, he wakes the girl with a slap. Startled, she asks what's happening, and the protagonist tells her that she has a phone, so she should call Director Sokdu for him. Furious, she asks why she should do that, but he interrupts her by touching her wound. He says her mind isn't clear right now, and if she doesn't want to become pig feed, she'd better call the director now. This terrifies her, and she has no other choice. The director's phone begins to ring. As he sits in his office, he answers, asking if the job is done, but the one who replies is the master of ceremonies himself. He greets the director, which startles him, and says he missed seeing him today, but he's happy they can at least speak on the phone. The man quickly grasps the situation, nonetheless. He's curious and asks why he called. The protagonist quickly mentions the director's son and daughter-in-law. He wants to know if the director is to blame for the death of Ayun's parents, which catches the old man's attention. Furious, he starts cursing, but the protagonist asks if the incident from 2 years ago was also his fault. Sokdu warns him that digging so deep won't end well for him, but the protagonist says that was the wrong answer. He always thought monsters were the threat, the kind that could destroy the world, but after all this, he discovered he was wrong. This world isn't being destroyed by monsters. Quite the contrary, it's being destroyed by people like him. He asks what the director thinks Kim Jong-woo would say if he saw this. And the director replies that dead men tell no tales. The protagonist says that in that case, he is just destroying what the dead have built. Did he really think he was capable of replacing Jung-woo? Curious, Sok-do yells into the phone, asking who he is, but the protagonist says it doesn't matter. What matters is Sok-do's own life, so he should protect it well. He's going to need it. When the bill comes due, we see a phone thrown to the ground, shattering completely. The one who threw it was director Sok-do. He was clearly shaken by the threat. The scene changes, and we see a headline about the kidnapping of an Acris Guild member. Several reports also cover the statement from director Sok-do, saying there were no kidnappings, only tests. The news spreads quickly and effectively, which leaves Chang frustrated with the strategy they've adopted. They were trying to bury the whole story, and it was frustrating because they gained nothing from it. Jum said that they at least rescued the commander, but Chun-soo tells him to save that line for his girlfriend. The man with the mustache asks what their next step is, and he says they need the media. Their next target is the Dungeon Daily. Jung-soo starts laughing out loud in the middle of the street and calls the MC insane. The company's vice president is on the first-year parents committee, and the man with the mustache knows his son. Jung-woo said he'll give the details later, but to keep in touch. For now, they're going to start an all-out war against Sok-do. It seemed there was no other solution. The old man said he wasn't expecting anything different since the guildmaster showed up. He realized his retirement wouldn't be peaceful. Jung-woo observes that he seems to have used the special rounds, and the old man comments that's what Jung-hyun told him to do, smiling. The old man said not to worry. It would only be a problem if he used them casually, like what happened with Sok-do. After his master died, he got worse and started to surgically remove his emotions. Jung-woo tries to say that his situation is different, that he didn't choose this, but the old man says he just needs to be careful. For a moment, the two fall silent. Then the old man suddenly asks if he has finished his vacation homework. This makes the MC nervous. The two start arguing because the boy still hasn't done anything. If he continues like this, the old man will start charging the guildmaster for the use of weapons and ammunition. Furious, the protagonist calls the old man a bastard. He doesn't want to get into trouble because of him and asks what the price is. 100,000 for the gun and 420,000 per round, which totals 3,600,000. Suddenly, Dion appears shouting that the raid camp is holding its presentation. Sitting in a chair, she said she completely forgot about it. They can't fail this test or they'll have to take extra classes during the vacation. Jung-hyun asks if she wants to go with him to check out a new guild that is accepting trainees. She gets excited about the idea. Ayun asks if they can go now, but he asks about Jung-woo. Dion says he's probably already done it, and Ayun agrees, adding that they're always doing things without them. The next moment, the door opens, and the MC is standing there. He looked absolutely furious, which made everyone there a little nervous. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the MC begs for help with his vacation homework, and that's how the chapter ends. Want to know what happens next? Then ask for a new part in the comments, and as soon as the new chapters are released, I'll start working on it. Well folks, that's the end of the video. If you liked it, comment for the next part, subscribe to the channel, and leave a like. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.